96-year-old Jack Uri jumping jacks in a hand right now. After the flop, his grandson Seth Harold by his side.
I'll bet one.
Jack bets 1,000 on the flop of 6-6-7.
You don't want to just get them all in?
In a hand against Steven Friedlander, who moves all in.
You want them?
You might as well just get them all in.
Hey, don't push around my man, Jack Uri.
Jack gonna make the call. Yeah, puts himself at risk. Friedlander shows a full house. This might be it for Jack Uri.
You're in trouble.
Show us.
He's in trouble right now.
Show us.
Go ahead, turn around.
Turn over.
Turn over.
Show us.
Pocket sevens for a better full house.
And Jack Uri will survive this all-in unless the last 6 of the deck hits.
That's a 4 on the turn. He's still good. River card's a deuce, and Jack Uri doubles up.
I can't wait until I'm 96 years old, have the best hand, and slow roll some punk half my age. You go, Jack.
Brewer's got that look.
He does jam. Martirosyan will snap it off, and here we go.
Need a 7.
Brewer in some trouble.
Paying off a 7.
But if he finds a way, he has his first World Series of Poker bracelet. Will the script flip once more? Or is it Brewer's time to be on the right side of a bad beat?
Is what I'm feeling. Me too, actually.
King 9-5.
6.
Does not look good for Chris Brewer. Martirosyan in fantastic shape to find the double and take a 2-1 chip lead. The turn is the 8 of spades. Martirosyan has the king of spades in his hand. Brewer could find a 6. If he does, the bracelet is his. Needs a 6 that's not a spade. Oh! And finds the 6 that's not a spade! The bracelet is Brewer's. Think of all the beats. Think of all the bubbles.
Here comes Ryan Lang again trying to bust him. And Jungle picks up a good hand.
See what happens.
But he's going with a flat. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's a big one.
King Queen against Ace 5, a Broadway Gutty against top pair, advantage Lang.
Wow, Lang checks this flop and Jungle bets for value. Interesting situation.
Really unorthodox line being taken by Lang here, inducing Jungle to take initiative. He took his 1 shot on the flop for a small bet, does not fire in position on the river, and now Jungle has hit the king, and Lang comes out swinging.
All in.
Raise all in. How much is it? I mean, I'm never good here.
Wow, it's
Would you make like
300
kings
more.
and 7s or something?
9.
Jungle just thinks he has the best
9.
hand with a king here. Oh my gosh.
So sick, because I'm never good, but like, how can I ever...
Is Ryan really thinking of folding after taking this unorthodox line?
It's only 300,000 more to call. He's getting 11 to 1.
Save 1 bet.
Crazy.
8.5.
All he has to do is click call, getting an insane price here, Chris, and Jungle's done.
Yeah, and Jungle thinks he has the nuts with King Queen the way this hand was played. This is crazy. Oh my God. Wow.
Let me get him to table this one.
Oh, wow.
Jungle can't believe it. What just happened?
What just happened is that
Why did he do that?
Ryan Lang
Jungle can't believe it.
Nice hand, Jungle. Yeah.
Over to Chris Moneymaker. And he's going to raise 6,000 to Johnny Chan.
He will raise with the ace-8 suited.
Again, Johnny Chan having to make something happen. Maybe a little desperation in this former champion's eyes. Who knows? He's got a king 5 suited.
And this is a good flop for Moneymaker, because he has the top pair of aces, plus the ace flush draw. Johnny has a lower flush draw, so that's irrelevant, and he also has a straight draw with a 2. Much better cards for Chris Moneymaker right here.
And it looks like Chris Moneymaker is fully aware of that, and he's going to bet to Johnny Chan. And Johnny has to make something happen. He is going to raise back to Moneymaker.
$7,000.
Yeah, Chris Moneymaker, about a 2-to-1 favorite. Excuse me. He would actually be much more than the 2-to-1 favorite right now with the nut flush draw and the pair of aces against Johnny. Johnny's raise makes him take his glasses off.
55, 60,000.
Oh, Moneymaker asking Chan what he's got right there is more of an irritant. It really comes from a position of power in this player. Moneymaker, who's puffed himself up to be on the same level as the great Johnny Chan.
So Johnny Chan just on a draw here. He's thinking maybe because Chris was on the button, he was overplaying his hand, didn't have much. But as we know, Chris has the pair of aces and the ace flush draw.
Well, the rest of the players have left the table for the break, and right now we have the perfect player against the amateur of amateur, mano a mano, in this hollowed-out poker ring.
I'm all in.
Ah, so there you have it. Chris Moneymaker laying down the challenge to Johnny Chan.
And he thinks he has the best hand, and he does. And to me, this is going to be tough for Johnny to call. When you go all in, you want to have the best hand. You just don't want to be on a draw. All Johnny has right now is a draw. I'd be surprised if he goes any further.
All right, you got it.
Johnny's going to put it on the line.
I need a heart, dealer.
Johnny's best chance is a deuce for a straight.
Oh, yeah, man, bad shape. All right, put a deuce up there.
No deuce.
All right, here we go. Moment of truth. The turn card, a 9 of hearts, and that's going to do it. Chris Moneymaker with the ace-high flush takes down Johnny Chan.
Wow, this is like Buster Douglas knocking out Mike Tyson. The two-time champion goes down in a heartbeat. Sometimes even the perfect player has imperfections. He put all his chips at risk on a draw. All he had was a draw, and now he's going to have to go home.
Chris?
I feel a connection with McManus because both of us write for a living.
Well, the difference being, Norm, he can actually write.
Can I see you outside, Lon?
Jim McManus acts with a queen 10 suited, bets 10,000.
I want to see you outside.
So Alex is going to call, and the feud will continue between Alex and Jim McManus. Here comes the flop. It's a bunch of undercards. Alex in the lead with a king high to the queen high for McManus.
Yeah, no help for either one. Neither with a hand now, and both have checked.
On the turn now. And the 7 pairs aboard. McManus with a spade draw.
Alex will take a stab at the pot with no hand. McManus should be raising or folding right here, but he has called.
The river card's a 5 of diamonds. And you see the check mark. Powers has the hand 1. Should he not fold? And he bets.
He's actually bluffing with the best hand, king high. Right now, McManus probably could take this pot down if he decides to raise Alex. I got to believe Alex would lose it.
McManus only calls.
Wow, he called.
Oh, king wins? Oh. You call me with a jack high?
Well, actually, Alex misread Jim's cards. He had a queen high.
It's amazing he called that, though.
Alex Powers takes another pot.
You call me with a jack high. He called with a jack high.
Alex should be cackling.
Hey, he's so mad at me. He called with jack high. He is so mad. He called with jack high.
You got him on tilt, baby. You got him where you want it. You got the table tilted.
He's so mad he comes with jack high. Can you believe that? I ain't never called a guy with jack high in my whole life. I've been playing cards for 30 years. I ain't never called a guy with jack high.
It was actually a queen high.
Back to the drawing board.
Daniel's drawing board is pretty small right now.
And with that double up, Mike Sexton now is the leader by 1.2 million chips. And Sexton with pocket aces. And he will limp in. Queen Jack of Hearts for Negreanu.
Daniel with a good hand, too, and at a bad time.
And he'll raise it up. 64,000 total. It would cost Sexton 40,000 more to make the call. But he's going to do more than that. A re-raise to 220,000.
I don't know if Daniel is pained by the raise or just exhausted.
Tom Sexton watching his brother play these pocket aces.
Well, every step Daniel makes now is crucial because of his dwindling chip stack.
Daniel makes the call, cost him 180,000. Sexton with a big lead with those 2 aces going to the flop. The flop is 8-4-10, no hearts. Daniel did get a straight draw.
I'm all in.
And moves all in on the draw.
Wow.
He is all in. I call.
Sexton calls.
You got it? You got a big pair? I need a 9.
And this could be it.
Got my queen jack again.
Daniel sort of channeling Mike Matusow a bit here. That previous hand, I could see him calling the all-in on a diamond draw.
Cold decks came your way, brother. Every cold deck.
But going all in here on just a gut shot straight draw, plus Sexton had come over the top of him before the flop.
Or an ace in the turn would be good. Then a king helps. A jack. A lot of cards. 9 would be best, though. 9 of hearts? That's a good one. Yeah, I think a 9 might come. I'm going to sit back down.
Daniel's tired of talking, and he's covered all his bases.
2 across. Team Sexton looking for low cards on the turn.
Come on. Ball.
Mike Sexton on the verge of a title.
Okay, here comes our turn.
And now the turn card. Oh, it's an ace.
Yes.
That's not as good as they might think.
King or a 9. They like that card. That was a good one for me.
Yeah, Daniel re-energized.
Here comes the king now.
Daniel's got a double belly buster straight draw.
I heard a lot of screaming for the ace. Put a king out there. King or a 9. That would be sick if a king comes. Oh, that one.
Negreanu talked himself out, discussing the outs. He's going to need a king or a 9, or Mike Sexton is the Tournament of Champions winner.
And now the river card. It's an 8.
Whoa.
Sexton has done it.
Congratulations, man.
Mike Sexton is the 2006 Tournament of Champions winner.
You know, actually, Ivey is a champion moocher. He eats all day and he never reaches into his pocket.
Ivey may reach here. He's got ace-king.
I'm all in.
And he does move all in for about $6.5 million.
Phil Ivey's all in. It's casual and cool.
All right, let's see how the rest of this final table reacts. Folded to Shulman. He lays it down now to Darvin Moon in the big blind. He has an ace. Ace-queen. Darvin takes a big swallow. He looks more nervous than Ivey, who has all his chips in the middle.
Well, Phil needs a double up, so I don't think he'd mind hearing ace-queen come on in.
A call.
A call from Darvin Moon to put Phil at risk, but Ivey with the better hand and a chance to double through one of the big stacks. Crowd certainly behind Phil Ivey here.
Lucky apple.
Darvin's family hoping that it's a rotten apple. Darvin has always said these guys can outplay him, so with all the chips in pre-flop, that might be his best chance against the likes of Phil Ivey.
Even if Ivey doubles up, he would still be one of the short stacks, but it would be a move in the right direction. The top poker pros hoping one of their own can hang on.
We're all cheering for a king.
Well, we know Phil is cheering for a king, and I can only assume Darvin is looking for a queen.
Yeah, that queen would put a hurt on Phil.
Good hand. Good luck. Good hand? He said good hand. It's a good hand. Better than mine, isn't it? Yeah.
They're pretty friendly foes.
I'm sorry, Lon, I have to. Ivey, Ivey, Ivey.
All right, Ivey at risk with his ace-king against the ace-queen of Darvin Moon. This entire theater on their feet, anxiously awaiting this flop. Phil Ivey all in. Here's the flop. Oh, and there's a queen! And that sends a dagger through the hopes of Phil Ivey.
My goodness. We're going to need a medic to the broadcast booth.
Not many are celebrating that queen, but the Moons certainly are.
How do they put right in the window?
Mike the Mouth just read my mind. In 2003, everyman Chris Moneymaker took out Ivey with ace-queen. Now, 6 years later, another everyman, Darvin Moon, is poised to take out Ivey with ace-queen again.
All right, the turn card now. Ivey needing help. The tray of clubs is no help.
Close.
He still has a sense of humor.
Phil possibly in the middle of his main event demise. He takes it matter-of-factly. If it has to be anyone, I guess I'm glad it's Darvin Moon who's doing the deed.
Phil Ivey staring elimination right in the face.
Ivey needs a king and a king only, or his 2009 main event is over.
River card is a 5, and that will do it. Phil Ivey eliminated in 7th place from this 2009 main event.
Darvin slays Goliath.
Everyone in the Penn and Teller Theater standing in salute. Quite a testament to Ivey's almost limitless skills that he was favored by many despite his severe chip disadvantage. Action on Merson on the button. Queen Jack of hearts. And he limps in for 800,000. The small blind, Sylvia, 10 of spades, 9 of clubs. And Jesse, wow, what is this, a holiday truce of the raising wars? Just a call. Queen 10 for Balsiger in the big blind.
Well, we saw Greg Merson limping on the button. That used to be a sign of inexperience or weakness. Now it's a sign of creativity or mixing it up.
The big blind Balsiger says enough of this. 3.7 million is his raise.
Well, Balsiger with a little squeeze play here, sensing weakness.
Back to Merson now.
Looks like Greg has other ideas.
There's a call for 2.9 million more before Sylvia gets out of the way.
Balsiger's raise there would take down the pot pre-flop a lot of the time, not this time.
It's Greg Merson. It's a 10 million chip lead on Balsiger. Both with 2 overcards to the board. Merson's kicker has him ahead. Jake first to act. Both have gut shots to a queen high straight.
At Arizona State, Balsiger is majoring in political science with a minor in continuation betting science.
And he has learned a continuation bet of 4.5 million. Often will take the pot down, but not against Greg Merson, apparently.
Once again, I would have thought that bet would end this thing most of the time. Not this time.
There's a call from Greg. So, 17.5 million chips up for grabs. And we're just going to the turn card. 4 of hearts now. No help to Balsiger. Merson does pick up a flush draw.
Both these guys still without a hand.
Balsiger with guts, 7.5 million.
You're right, Lon. Balsiger's 21, and most of the time when he acts, the chip leader and the best player at the table is acting right behind him. This kid shows a lot of poker heart.
Balsiger started the hand with 70 million, Merson with 80 million.
Well, Merson's not giving up on the pot. Of course, he doesn't know it, but he's a 93% favorite right now.
There's the call. 32.5 million chips in the middle.
Jake has to squirm a little bit now. He's got nothing.
River card, 6 of spades, no flush or straight for Merson, but his jack kicker makes him best. But can he believe that?
No. Jake right now is thinking in for a dime, in for 30 or 40 times. He knows he can't win unless he bets at it again.
Wow, he's going to test Greg further. 13 million straight.
I got to believe firing this third barrel is going to work.
Jesse Sylvia, a very interested observer, as is Phil Ivey.
Merson doesn't usually Hollywood it. I would have thought he would have folded here immediately.
On.
What was that?
On.
Oh, my. Jake gave it the college try, but folds.
And Merson shows what he thinks is a bluff. Merson channels his inner Ivey with that one.
Go ahead. Check. Raise.
38.
Bet everything.
Joe is going all in. Trying to figure out if all my draws are live. If they're all live, then I'm actually a small dog. I know my straight flush is live.
Let's see. Have a look back. Oh yeah, straight flush live.
Straight flush is live for sure. I know that. Wow, how much is in the middle?
114. Straight flush live.
I'm just doing pot odds in my head. How much is in the middle? 114? Set, Chow?
I'm not gonna tell him nothing.
Set in a flush draw?
I know that what.
Give a chump a chance. Come on.
Poker's nice. Right? I love to play poker.
I know you do. I love to too. Well, I think the rabbit cam's going to have to catch this one. The rabbit cam's going to really punish me. The rabbit cam's going to really punish me.
Just take a look at June and tell you what do you have.
Make sure y'all show that one. Make sure this one hand makes it.
Elsewhere at the outer tables, you're looking at Sam Barnhart, who holds pocket kings pre-flop. Sam had 4-bet into Denilson Menezes from Brazil, who then moved all in. We're waiting for Barnhart's reaction.
Barnhart's been sitting here with the pocket kings for a while, and he doesn't want to call.
He has Menezes covered.
Somebody can call the clock if they want to.
I'm not going to do it.
This is tough. Sorry, guys.
Boy, Barnhart senses he might be beat. That's quite a sense.
Okay, this time I'm gonna lay this down.
Really?
I won't lay it down again.
He folds the kings.
Wait. Maybe he wants to show it. You want to show it for the camera?
Are they going to turn his hand over?
Can we see that hand? Show it. Can we turn it over? It's not
ace. And there they are.
I just had a feeling he had aces. I don't know. I mean, to me, that's the only way he can do. He had to have aces to do that. And then I thought maybe queens.
I thought he was bluffing.
I had queens. I thought maybe he had queens there, but I'm thinking, no, you're not going to push on Lynn. This is a big tournament here.
What a lay down.
All right, guys, ante up.
Man, you don't know how close I came calling you.
Really good call here. Yep.
It's a pretty good sized pre-flop pot.
You know, it's interesting these days. You just don't see it as much, Norman. But in the past, sometimes, you know, maybe the old school players might just, some of these spots might just consider just moving in if they feel some weakness rather than call, and just win it risk-free. I'm not saying that. Wow.
Flop
really
Johnson with King Jack. 2 hearts in there for Miles, if he cares about them.
Here comes Miles. He's going to bet 33 million. There it is. I said 32. It's 32.
All right, you said 33.
Dang it.
Which is a great guess.
I thought he said 34.
No,
Dang it.
He said 33. He was close. Yep.
Okay, I like the fact that he took his time with that call. And
look at the pot.
Miles knows that he called a big bet before with ace-9 of spades. Remember that?
Yeah.
The last time he went crazy bluffing.
1/3 of the chips on the table in play in the middle of the pot right now.
Oh, brutal, brutal card.
And now Miles hits his 8.
Oh, that's the last card in the deck that Miles.
All
Tournament's
in.
over. Tournament is over.
Johnson just has to say call. Johnson was so close 2 years ago.
Promise, I am not slow rolling you. I just really don't know. It's late.
That's right. That's right. We
It's a big decision.
Yep.
I don't have ace king.
It's almost all of his chips, obviously. If he called here and lost, he'd be down to less than 10 big blinds.
I'm just saying the professionals would think it's a slow roll.
Oh, I
Am
understand.
I allowed to talk about my hand?
Yeah, because he's all in.
Okay.
You just can't answer.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm not trying to get a read or anything. I don't think I can fold. Because I was just gonna say I didn't call with ace king or king queen, but I did call with.
At this point, he can't open the action.
Yeah.
So yes, you can discuss this hand. He just cannot answer any questions from you.
But I did call with king jack pre-flop. And I'm wondering if it was a mistake.
Tony Miles knows.
Miles is sick. He's sick to his
I can't
stomach.
fold.
He knows he's getting called, and he knows he just lost the World Series of Poker, bluffing it off with the old Queen 8. Pretty unlucky turn card, but he knows it's over.
That's the call. And that is the tournament. John Sin can now call himself main event champion. One bluff too many for Tony Miles. John Sin has done it.
You're in the analyzing business, aren't you? Psychiatrist. Yeah. You analyze this? Analyze this. Analyze this. I have to analyze it myself sometimes.
I wonder if there's a copay for analyzing your own cards. Marcel's got King Jack unsuited.
2 bets. One for me and one for the Sharks.
And Marcel will bet 32,000 chips with the blinds at 8 and 16,000 now.
And now trying to induce Julian Gardner to put all his chips in.
Make it look like a wave.
You said you'd only raise with aces.
But I might lie. I had to deal with myself. After the break, I'm going to take all the chips from the table. And I have no doubts about it. All of it. I'm going to take the sweet stack, the nice stack, the blue stack, the yellow stack, the colors who are not even there, I'm going to take them.
Lon, if you're going to get beat, you want to get beat by someone like Marcel. It would be a pleasure to give him my chips.
Now the 2 queens of Harry Demetriou.
How much is it? How do you mean, how much is it? 32. Don't be cheeky. Put something in there.
Marcel and Harry, friendly rivals from many games in Europe.
I'll raise. Yes, raise it. How much?
Harry seems to have learned to be able to tune out Marcel and make the right decisions.
100?
100,000 more.
With what? With what? This guy would raise 100,000.
With a better hand than yours, Marcel.
Marcel will call the 100 grand.
Call the 100,000. And a check blind.
Checking blind's a nice change-it-up strategy. It often confuses or upsets your opponent.
Now the flop comes King 3-3. Marcel with a pair of kings.
And remember, he had checked before the flop came out, and Demetriou checks behind him.
Now the turn card. The 8 of hearts means only that Demetriou is running out of chances. Marcel looks like he's going to act.
I don't trust him.
Hey, look in the mirror, pal. You don't trust him.
Well, Harry's going to come back, it looks like. Harry Demetriou puts out 225,000 chips.
225? I still don't trust him.
This would be a big decision for Marcel. To call it would leave him with less than 200,000 chips.
Call.
And Marcel's going to call it. Got a big pot here at the feature table.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me.
When Marcel stands up and goes a cappella, he's convinced his read on this hand is correct, that his kings are best.
And now the river card is a 9, and once again, Marcel's read was perfect. The check mark shows he's got the hand won if he doesn't fold.
Just in case I'm scared he's not going to bet it. I bet a little bit.
Well, even a little bit will be almost the remaining chips for Marcel, no matter how much he chooses.
I bet 100,000.
I'm sure he calculated that with Keynesian and Malthusian theory.
Now to Harry. And he makes the call.
King!
And loses the hand.
Good hand.
King! Yes, sir! Queen, sir! How did I know? I made him. Give it to me, don't give it to everybody. To me.
Harry lost about half his stack on that hand.
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
Oh, there is a doctor in the house. Maybe he could use a professional opinion. Johnny Chan checks his hole cards. 1 queen. There are the queens again.
Hand we talked about earlier.
Give me the look. Don't do it.
He loves queens. He's won a lot of pots with them.
Phil Lock in full Unabomber mode now. Chan has not yet decided how to act.
Raise it.
He's going to raise it up.
Phil has the stick. Johnny's got the kick.
It's a pot bet from Johnny Chan, 92,000 to Phil Lock.
How can I fold? I folded the last one. So sick about it.
He'll be sick if he doesn't fold this one.
Just put it in, Phil. Put it in. Put it in. Put it in. Just do it. Do it.
The pot's big enough.
Do it. It doesn't matter if I call, I can't. What am I going to do? Fold for, I don't care what I'm sick. I have to all in or fold. All right, take my money. I'm all in.
Phil Lock's moving all in.
I call.
Johnny shows him the queens. Jennifer Tilley says enough of the ladies tournament.
And Johnny Chan now, a flop, turn, and river away from history.
Let's see how it fits. Oh, that's nice. It looks
good on me, doesn't it?
Is Lock giving up?
Which way do you drop the flop? This way or this way? That way.
Phil Lock wants to be the first to see it come out.
See, I can't take that. I got to see right when it comes out.
Johnny
So
Chan
this way, right, to start?
on a doorstep to history at the World Series of Poker. And now the flop. Jack 5-5 Lock pairs his jack.
Johnny Chan, though, now a 4-1 favorite.
More outs.
It's actually 5 outs remaining.
Let's go like this.
King or a jack would dash Johnny Chan's bid.
Come on, baby!
I can't take it. Just do it.
Put that queen out there, it's all over.
Johnny calling for a third queen. And now the turn card. 10 of diamonds, no help to Phil Lock. 1 card away for Johnny Chan.
I don't even want to look.
Like Farzad Banyati earlier.
Suck out, Phil! Suck out!
Well, one person's rooting for Phil Lock.
I can't take it! Johnny, you gotta look. You can't, that's not fair. Is that allowed? Is there a penalty for that? Can he do that? Can he stand away from the board?
Johnny Chan does not want to look. He is 1 card away from making World Series history.
Oh, right. Right.
If there is not a king or a jack on the river, Johnny Chan has his record 10th bracelet.
Come on, John!
And now our river card. It's a 10. Chan wins it.
All right, now you play a good game.
He had no idea what he started 20 years ago with his first bracelet, but today Johnny Chan is #1 in World Series history. Pocket 10s for Newhouse after Von Hof raised it to 1.1 with 8-7. Pocket queens for Will Tonking.
27-year-old University of South Carolina grad, all business on the felt. After poker, he wants to get into sports talk radio, but of course he'd have to talk.
That is true. With the pocket queens, those are more than just calling chips. A good opportunity for him here. A re-raise to $3,750,000 from Tonking. That gets rid of Von Hof. Now back to Newhouse with the pocket 10s.
Remember big game James Worthy of the Lakers? This guy is main event Mark Newhouse.
Newhouse, who plays a lot in L.A., near the fabulous Forum where Worthy made his name, does come along.
How much did you start with, Mark?
22.
Okay.
22 million, that's 44 big blinds.
There's the flop. Deuce 4 Jack. The queens are still best.
Tonking was below 20 big blinds at some point of all 7 days of the main event, but he's resilient and he kept picking up big hands at the right time.
Out of position with a continuation bet of $3.5 million.
Well, we've seen this before in the main event. Mark Newhouse behind.
And he just calls. Turn card now. Another 4 pairing the board. So queens up for Tonking, 10s up for Newhouse. And Tonking checks this time.
Newhouse ended day 1 with just below the starting stack, and he didn't think he'd last too long on day 2, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't think he'd make it to the November 9 again.
He's taking the reins here, betting $4.5 million.
Well, Newhouse certainly might think he has the best of it here.
You mentioned day 1, he was below his starting stack. Newhouse finished day 5 as the main event chip leader. And here's a call from Will Tonking. 25.5 million chips in the middle. The river card pairs the board again. A murmur through the crowd here, the large crowd at the Penn and Teller Theater. Talking, checks once more. Newhouse now.
All in.
Mark Newhouse moves all in on a bluff.
Wow. This is for almost all of Will Tonking's chips, but if he calls here, Newhouse is out in 9th place again.
I call.
Tonking makes the call, and he sees he's got Newhouse beat and pushes Newhouse out the door.
It's not possible, is it?
Oh, my.
He's not Mr. November 9. He's Mr. November 9th.
A very stunned crowd here watches as Mark Newhouse makes his exit again from this main event final table in 9th place.
I think so. I think we heard a 5-bet in a call.
Okay.
Easy,
This is insane. A day 7 5-bet.
Look at the pot, 19.7 million. Queens against ace suited.
Now they're my hometown boys.
I mentioned that Uribe is electrifying. He was part of the 5-6 bet business with Lococo on day 5.
Blocker, just assuming that it's less likely that Kim can have the very top of his range like aces, or I guess ace-king. Cutting out a bunch of chips.
Gonna continue this.
Each player with about 1 SPR, despite being super deep to start the hand.
Brian Kim started today in 2nd place. Rebay started in 4th place, both over 30 million. Elbow to elbow and clashing here early on day 7 in a massive pot.
Uribe kind of doing the opposite of what Zhang did, which was pile up chips and then add more chips, add more chips. He cut out a huge bet and then kept taking off chips. And Uribe just knows.
Where are you from?
That he's trying to get Kim to fold a massive hand right
Am
now.
I authorized to answer? Or? Yes, so I'm authorized, right?
You don't have. We don't have to talk.
Oh yeah.
You want to talk?
Because you're asking. What do you want to know? You want to know my cards?
Yeah, I don't know you.
I want to know what your
I
cards
was
are.
too busy sleeping. I didn't get to have a research on you.
I think I didn't sleep very well, so I'm doing nothing. I'm playing bad.
Playing bad?
That's what he said.
Having kids?
Of course I am.
I would have authorized Rebay not to.
It's a lot of
answer
money to
anything.
take to the kids. It would be a shame to just give it all away at this stage of the tournament. Those kids could have a lot of fun with that money and go to a nice university. I mean, it's pretty nice weather today. Have some friends at the pool. You seem like a great guy. 60 million in chips would be nice as well. I think I could win either way, right? I either win the hand or give you all my chips and win-win situation, right? So what should I do? Should I flip a coin?
Ask yourself.
Do you want call? Do you want?
I think if I'm Uribe and I'm sitting there even with aces or kings, I'd be like, I'll just take this pot right now. We don't need to see 2 more cards.
Tough spot.
Kim just absolutely tortured right now, but I would have thought that this kind of thinking would be taking place before flatting pre-flop. If he indeed, we missed the very beginning of the hand. If he was the pre-flop.
Very nice hand. Sorry it took so long.
Yeah, Uribe 5-bet.
Gives up the queens.
What do you think I am?
I don't know.
Is he B-wording?
La télé, c'est pareil.
Should we show?
If he shows the 5, Kim's going to puke.
I want to see. Yeah.
Well, sorry. So, no, let me. You want to see, right?
Yeah.
Okay, pay.
Wow.
Very nice.
Ooh, very nice.
You can pay a subscription on PokerGO and you will see the end.
Wow, ambassador.
All in.
Raising all in.
Count, but I think I have to call.
Ask for a count.
About 28 big ones or so.
22.
Should be enough for me to make this call.
17-2?
17-2.
We have a different
more
number.
than
We've got a different number.
10, 15, 17.
That's
this
the
is
stack of 10.
it's like
22-2. I would call it.
Did Dario say call?
Yes.
Yes.
Right? That's 10,000.
Now, so that's interesting.
Sorry,
20 million. 22-2.
I don't think the hands
a
have been
floor.
exposed
Yeah, we
yet,
do.
but
You
they
have
need the
to give
floor.
Brian, I miscounted the stack and announced the wrong amount. He asked for a count and I announced the wrong amount by 5 million.
The dealer announced it was 17-2, but it was really 22-2, which I pointed out. And now the floors are being called over.
Well,
Dario called the 17.
We put in the stack of chips.
It will be a call.
It will be a call?
Yes, showdown.
Okay. Well, Dario with 10s. Did that make a difference?
I think he
asked
still would
how
have
much was,
ended
and
up
she
calling.
says 17. Okay, and I call. But if she said the right things, probably I don't know if I call. But
He's
she,
going to double
she
up.
was wrong.
He's against 10s. Well, shouldn't jinx you, but it's 8-7-4.
It's not fair. It's not my fault. It's no sense. Because I call 20 bigs, but I can't call 30 bigs. Of course. I have to think probably I can fold this end. I don't know if I fold. I wanna be honest. Okay. Sometimes I fold, sometimes I call. But this is not fair, guys.
Play, it's accepted action. That's where we
But
were.
if I have problem with my eyes, and I have problem, okay.
I mean, we're more than welcome to get
It's not.
Jack
It's
down
not
here.
my fault.
I understand, but it's still a game of observation. The chips are out there. Heads up, you acknowledge a call.
No.
I mean, I'm more than welcome to get Jack down here for you. Not a problem. I'll call him. You guys rolled accepted action.
We both, he rolled it, I came behind, I rolled it. You're rolling it also.
It's something crazy. And also, they don't give me the time before put the fucking flop. She put. No, but she already in because it was 17. She said 17. I said okay. And she said, he said no, but it's not 17.
You'd already made the call.
See, it's 23.
You're more than welcome. Just stop the clock and hold that up for a second.
He showed,
Okay.
he asked for a count. I miscounted and said 17.2. He moved this stack of chips forward.
And
he said,
no, it's
the
not
wrong
17.
count, it's 22.
Okay.
It's
I called
22
the floor
something.
over, and
Doesn't
Brian
matter.
said
It's accepted action with the chips, regardless of what the dealer says. The action is going to stand, and you're going to have to call the bet. That's an accepted action. The hands are out. The chips are in play. The action is going to stand as it is. It's an accepted action. It's very clear in the rules. There's no change in this decision. This is a very simple decision. So we're going to make the bet right for what the bet needs to be.
Sorry. Okay.
She could say it was. She could say it was 3 million. She could say it was 3 million. She could say it was 3 million. There'd be 30 million out there. You would still be held to the same.
No, wait. But
chips.
17 and 22
doesn't matter.
Eh?
Doesn't matter. It's accepted
20
action.
bigs and 27.
Listen to me. We have a rule in the World Series of Poker. It's called accepted action. You're accepting the action that's in front of you, regardless of what the amount is, regardless of what she said. Even though she miscounted, what you see, it's still your responsibility to understand. Doesn't matter. You can't talk your way out of it. The call is going to be for the amount, which is going to be 22 million?
22.2.
22.2. That's going to be the
It's
call.
not fair for sure. This is not fair.
That's it. That's it.
This is not fair for sure.
Let's roll. You're calling 17, you're calling 22.
What?
He should say that.
That's not true, Jack.
He really said this?
Yeah, he just said that.
He said this? I call 17, I call 22?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Oh my God, guys.
That's ridiculous.
Oh my God.
But the rule is fairly clear,
I don't think it's fair.
and we'll go over it again a little later.
Can we please just run out of 5 on this river,
5 would be a
please?
fair result.
So it is a full double up for Marchington. The full 22 plus. A very unfortunate sequence of events. He cannot help himself.
Awesome.
Rigby refers to the 3-deuce off as the dirty diaper.
You have 10-4 again?
And I don't think he's ever folded it pre-flop.
Does everybody in Pittsburgh have to pay him if he wins a hand here? Oh, man.
I don't think he
I'm
can
already
say that.
envisioning the moment when he wins the hand and holds it up, and then this place is going to go berserk.
Okay. Pretty sure you're not allowed
Well, I'm
to
with
say
Jamie, though. This is
Interesting.
Ron
Okay.
Jensen, his first main event, and his first cash about to be completed here. Finishing, what do we finish, around 60th?
659, something like
Yeah.
Great run.
Okay,
Great run.
Good game. GG.
What do we make this now? About 2 million?
Went to 920. Oh, he's got more than that.
Nah, 4 bets can be smaller. They're very polarized.
There's 2 million. 70, 80.
Yes, there's 2 and change, looks like.
Now, besides the fact that we know Rigby should insta-muck, he has not been at this table long enough to know that Jensen has played virtually no hands all day.
95.
Yep. He's been at this table long enough to know he has 3 high, though, right?
Yeah, that he does.
Dirty diaper. Being tested.
I'll take any.
This is
Oh,
insane.
no. Oh,
This is
no. He's going to do it. What's his equity here? What is the...
We're going to see.
85. That's still, look at that, people.
Yeah.
Here we go.
One
Kings
of
against
the
Trey
deuce or
Deuce.
Trey will be there.
Oh!
I thought that looked like a wheel at first.
I
almost
thought it
threw
did
up.
too.
Oh, my God.
Still the same.
Except there's an ace out
But
there,
yeah.
and Jensen has to feel sick.
Oh, my gosh.
Check.
Opportunity
Oh my
all
God.
in. Can it do it again?
What do you do?
All in.
What do you do if you're Jensen here? This is absolutely disgusting. Oh, God.
Oh, he got through.
The pain.
And he showed.
Of course he showed. Oh.
Back to the feature we go. 6s and 4s out there, a 5-way affair. Section mesh with quads, and Lou with quads, Ali.
If you folded to everybody.
Oh, no. How is this happened here? Bringing us up to speed. DeStefano opened to 11-5 pre. Goodbye. Flatted with the king-queen suited. Benson flatted with the ace-10 suited. Sechumish from the small along for the ride. Chang Lu as well. Everybody checked the 6-4-4 flop, which was full house against quads for Lu.
You hate to
Everybody
watch
checked the
something like
turn.
this. You just hate to see something like this. Good game, sir.
Pure permafrost.
I like the people. Very like
Yeah.
south of the earth.
Snap call, and boys, get a look at the coldest of all decks.
Wow. Chip quads?
Oh my.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly what happened. Hit force.
Oh,
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Wow.
I said 6s. Didn't I say 6s, Chris?
Wow.
I said he's going to turn over 6s.
Wow.
Did you really?
Yeah, I just told him. 6s. And he said yes.
Million. Back at the featured table, Carrillo wraps off on the Jack Link Speed Jerky Hole Cam Pocket Queens.
Wraps off he of the slow rolling pocket aces earlier here on day 5.
Raised to 52,000.
Wraps off formerly in the Russian Army, a poker pro since 2002.
So he knows what it's like to be under the gun. Oh, the later days of the main event. Test your patience and stamina. You lose either one, and you could be walking out the door very quickly. Fold it to Omar Saeed on the button with pocket 4s. 36-year-old from New York, New York makes the call. Kyle Bowker folds.
All in.
Pollock is all in. He has pocket queens.
All in.
Raise.
Off-suited queens.
This guy only plays off-suited pairs.
Oh, we play that.
Queens versus queens.
I know we need to kick out him.
Easy all in for Pollock. Easy call for wraps off.
I know his hand is favorite. I need to kick out him.
He clearly had the winners.
Install in.
See if his spades come up, huh?
All right, Pollock at risk. 2 hearts in that flop.
Well, Pollock now at risk to a runner-runner flush.
Turn card is another heart for Rapsoff, torturing Kevin Pollock.
Kevin Pollock's heart is uneasy now.
Why you gotta kill me like that?
I wouldn't know whose hand it was. It's mine?
Yeah.
Wow, free roll.
Yeah, Rapsoff cannot lose the pot outright.
Pollock's got to fade a heart to stick around and chop this pot.
Open, chest open.
The river card. Oh, it's the heart!
You kidding?
What a way to end your main event.
Stand-up comedy is hard. The main event is harder. What an impressive run for Kevin Pollock here.
No problem.
No, when you
Congratulations.
His 2012 main event ends with some bad luck and a 134th place finish.
Picking up Barnes' situation, and my goodness, this is disaster for lefty Nick. Trip queens.
Such a sick hand to get right
Binked on the turn.
He's got a bunch of chips back. That's so nice. Such a great job of averting. Oh, man, this is cold. I suppose he defended against the Farns Open. We slid out to the outer feature where we had just seen Farns opening. Would assume most of us expect him to do is something like a 10 or jack of diamonds. $19.6 in the middle. Oh.
Indeed, Farns does flat. Now the deuce on the river.
Not sure, Ali.
JJ.
Yeah. Some of the enchilada.
Not exactly sure what he's going for.
Come on.
I'm an idiot.
Does get away, bravo, sir. That's how you live to fight another day there, Ali.
Show respect.
To the small blind, Sean Ragazzini. He has nearly 600K in live earnings. He knows his way around the field. Pocket queens and a limp. Lococo, ace-10 of hearts.
Ragazzini could have shoved there, but blind versus blind. He's looking for action, and he's going to get it from Papo MC.
From a stack that's twice as big as his. And Ragazzini calls all in with the queens against ace-10 suited. Ragazzini got just what he was seeking, a chance to get his chips in the middle.
Well, Ragazzini is a 2-to-1 favorite here, but still feeling some discomfort.
And what is that?
You can say that. Queens. Just two queens on the flop. That's it.
Yeah, no sweat, no sweat.
No, we need to hold.
I think that's Papo MC asking the skies to rain down hearts.
All right, here we go. Ragazzini at risk with the queens. And there is a queen, but hold the phone. Lococo with a Broadway draw.
Holding, no jack.
Ragazzini got one queen, and that should reduce his discomfort some.
Yeah, the 9 does not help Papo.
Ragazzini feeling a little more comfortable now. Just has to dodge a jack, which would make Broadway on the river.
And is the jack on the river. Lococo gets there.
The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat.
Action on Dave Balkin with pocket 10s from Australia.
The amateur was thrilled to play day one here with Shane Warne and hear all his old cricket stories. I don't like old cricket stories.
A raise to 220,000 folded to Gail Bowman with ace-jack of hearts.
Balkan attended the University of Western Sydney. Bowman graduated from the University of Western Australia. Huge Division I cricket rivals, I believe.
Bowman with a call of 220. The blinds are up again to 50 and 100,000. The ante remains at 10,000. In the big blind, Hellmuth with king 9 of spades.
Hellmuth, as you may recall, from Frisky with Squadouche Junior College. They do not have a cricket program.
A former salesman in Sweden comes along for 120,000 more. So 3 players will see this flop. Ace, 9, 10, something for each, but Balkan with the lion's share hitting a set. Hellmuth with bottom pair is way behind. He checks.
Balkan studied horticulture in college. That's where he got the hat.
His set of 10s.
425.
Balkan bets 425,000 to Gail Bowman with top pair, who needs a lot of help to win this hand.
But she's not going anywhere with a pair of aces, and I think she fancies the hat.
And that is 425,000 for the call. Hellmuth now gets rid of his 6% hand, so we're heads up.
Good disciplined fold from the Swede.
Bowman and Balkan. 7 of hearts brings some help to Bowman with a flush draw and straight draw. Balkan still a 3-1 favorite with the set. He wants to play.
1 million.
1 million.
She's got top pair plus the nut flush draw and a straight draw. With that hand, Hellmuth would go to Disney World and raise all in as he booked his ticket. But this is a dangerous spot for Gail.
She started the hand with only 3.5 million, and there is the call with the draw.
Pot is growing, Alon.
Over 3.6 million. And Bowman with the shorter stack. River card, the 4 of hearts, and the nut flush comes to Bowman on the river.
Death to the University of Western Sydney. Once again, the University of Western Australia has their number on the field and on the felt.
She's going to savor this.
I'm all in.
All in.
And an instant double up for Gail Bowman with her flush.
Yeah! You lost, bro.
You lost.
Huh?
Balkan thought he won the hand.
That was Aussie, oi, 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 as an oy vey.
So poor Dave Balkan didn't see the flush, and the truth will sink in like a searing knife. Big win for Bowman.
He thought he had a top 10 chip stack. Instead, he loses 3/4 of it.
Action on Kyle, and with an opportunity here, pocket aces.
Kyle has been thinking about moving back to Los Angeles to pursue acting again, but frankly, I think he'd move to LA right now just to get away from Curtis Rystad.
A raise to 35,000. Adam Coates folds.
Give me the 8-7 suited.
Why does he even look when Kyle's in a hand? You know he's going to play.
Well, he's been dying to play pots with Kyle, and that should eventually burn him.
Raise.
Queen 4 off, and he announces re-raise. He makes it 85 grand, and Kyle says, thank you.
Yeah, on the inside, Kyle Karanen is bouncing around like Richard Simmons.
But he has to wait for the rest of the table to act. No other takers so far. So now back to Kyle Karanen with the aces, re-raised by Curtis Rystad. And he repops it, 4-bets it to 260.
Pocket aces against Rystad. Karanen just wants to shout that out to the world.
Instantly. Opportunity to get all you can eat buffet.
No slow play from Karanen. And wow, Rystad willing to burn through his chips in an attempt to trip up Kyle.
Here is the flop. King, king, 4. Aces up now for Karanen. King's up for Rystad. Kyle checks.
Now that board might worry Kyle a little.
Check back from Curtis. Turn card now is another 4. Oh my goodness. Salt in the wound. Curtis turns a full boat and Kyle checks.
Lon, that turn card is a slap in the face to poker justice and human justice.
And a check back from Rystad.
How does Curtis not bet there?
Wow, 9 of clubs. So Karenen's aces have been cracked.
No, can't blame Kyle for betting. Can't blame Kyle for thinking. He finally has his man.
And look at that look on Curtis's face. More, he's saying to Kyle. Bring more into the middle. 380.
Call.
Aces, no good here.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a full boat. Thanks for playing.
That's Bush League. Thanks for coming.
Any pot, blind I'm gonna call. Because I'm gonna stack you. Gone. Get in pots with me, please. I want the full value.
Yeah, you got it there, man. Got that one bet. That's full value.
Well, you can't put them. I can't get them from you if you don't put them in.
Mark Newhouse on the button with pocket deuces makes the call. J.C. Tran in the big blind folds, as does McKeel Brimmelhouse.
With Morgenstern spewing chips, no reason for Newhouse not to play a pot against him in position.
These two clashing again. Here's the flop. Oh my goodness! Deuces full for Newhouse, while Morgenstern flops trip aces.
That's a flop like they used to make them, Lon, before everything got digitized.
No slow play from Morgenstern with his trips, 425.
Yeah, if you're Anton, nobody ever thinks you have a hand, so when he does have a hand, he's going to push with it.
But Newhouse has the hammer with a full boat.
Yeah, and if Newhouse knew Anton had an ace, he'd be twerking at the table.
Newhouse has had Morgenstern's number today. This could get very, very ugly. Just a call from Newhouse. Turn card, Trey of Hearts. No threat really to Morgenstern's hand. From his mind, at least. He continues to lead out, and why not? 750.
Newhouse loves it, and he's wondering how to proceed to get the most chips out of this pot.
Mark Newhouse with the flop of his main event. And now he pounces, a raise to $2 million.
Newhouse waits no longer, and boy, he's got Morgenstern with the perfect hand to carry on and lose more chips.
Anton wondering why would Newhouse raise here? Maybe a stronger ace, but that's unlikely. And it looks like he sees no good reason for that raise as he re-raises to $3.9 million.
This pot is swelling, and we're not nearly done yet.
Friends of Mark Newhouse wondering what their man has gotten himself into here. But Newhouse certainly knows. How much more can he get from Anton?
All in.
He says all in.
Well, now alarms have to go off in Anton's head. Newhouse willing to risk it all? What can Anton beat? And a call here would be for more than half of Anton's remaining stack.
And a call it is. And a stunning turn of events, one card from reality.
No emotion from Anton, but he's got to be dazed and distressed. Morgenstern can still bust Newhouse here with an ace, jack, or 3.
But Newhouse one card from 22 million chips and the main event lead. The river card, the 4 of clubs. Newhouse completes another double up through Morgenstern.
Greg is very active in efforts to get online poker, licensed and regulated within the U.S.
He raises to 1,600 pocket trays for Jason Alexander.
Jason is very active in efforts to give Greg Raymer more chips at this featured table.
Jason calls.
There we go.
Here we go.
I can't look at you with those cockamamie things, huh?
Then do us all a favor, Jason, and rip them off of him.
Over to the 26-year-old World Series rookie, financial advisor from White Plains, New York, Dennis Baltz with Pocket Kings.
45.
And he's going to re-raise it to 4,500.
When there are 3 pocket pairs, Lon, the highest pair has the best chance of winning.
Thank you, Mr. Genius.
Sure.
Back to Raymer now, and Raymer's going to re-pop it to 20,000 with his jacks.
Well, Jason, I believe, will get the message here.
Yep, he does indeed. He lays it down. Now back to Baltz with a better hand, the Kings.
We're getting a little Hollywood from Dennis Baltz here. He appears to be grimacing with his pocket kings.
He needs just over 15,000 to call.
Well, if he re-raises now after this act, I think Raymer will know he's well behind.
I'd have to. Wow, the King's going to the muck.
I'm sorry, he folded?
He folded.
What, he only plays pocket quads?
Raymer will take the pot.
He folded.
Since you couldn't call, it had to be a good fold. Because you're not throwing away aces or kings, right?
I did throw away kings, and I hope it's not on TV because my friends back home will be roasting me for dinner.
Ooh, kings against aces.
Oh, my goodness. All right, we'll get back to that. Klein opened with kings. And the aces now with the space consultant.
See, Kara can bring good things to a table. Most people are afraid to talk to Kara because she's always talking to people who are eliminated. She talks about Taylor, and look what happens.
And he's just going to slow play. Just calls. Maybe trying to bring Rigby in, Maria?
I think this is a great spot to just flat, especially with Rigby behind, because he is the type of player that will see these spots as easy squeeze spots. But with the 9-7 off, just going to call. Brown, though, what a prime opportunity in his mind. Raise, 2 calls in front of him. He's got the ace-queen.
Great squeeze spot for Ryan Brown here. A lot of money out there already. Really strong hand. Little does he know, these players are really prepared to do battle with their holdings.
Brown starting the hand with 40.
Oh, in. Oh, my gosh.
The rip.
Oh, my gosh. What does Klein do here?
Oh, my gosh, Maria, this is...
I've already let Mariotti fold.
He just rips.
I mean, I think Klein is just going to take his time and then reshove here.
Oh, my goodness. What a pot
and
this
the space
is.
consultant with the call ends up bringing in a lot more money.
Klein with about 1.6, right?
When Klein takes his time,
there he goes. Yeah, he's just going to shove. And look
Taylor
at this.
Oh, my.
Klein can't love that.
Rigby?
Does Rigby want to gamble?
No, thank you. Oh. 3.5 million chips up for grabs. Aces versus kings versus ace-queen.
Calling for your one time?
Wow.
I don't know about using your one time when you're already ahead, but okay.
Brown's really the one who needs to use his one time. He's in dire shape.
Klein has them both covered, but only by about 400K.
Somebody's going to be a monster to deal with after this.
What?
I think I folded the winner.
A turn
Had
of
to.
events
It's
here.
all high cards. Yeah, give me my cards back. I want to get in there and gamble with them.
You
They
had
got
your
each other's
opportunity.
outs.
The good news for
8-7
Klein is he does
offsuit
have a
for
side
sure
pot
wins
with
the
Brown.
10-8 offsuit.
Taylor has
10-8.
less chips than Brown, so
It's not
doesn't have to
connected
beat
enough.
the ace.
That was 7.
The aces just to win some money back.
Oh, my
God! A window for Bill Klein.
Oh.
Wow. He's got the other two covered. 2 players on the hook. Klein just flopped a set of kings.
Taylor's definitely going to need to talk to a philanthropist after this.
Jeez.
He should have never talked to Kara.
Uh-oh.
Never easy.
Wow, look at this. A glimmer of hope now for Brown.
You see the outs up top. The 10s for Brown and ace spades. Case ace for Taylor to stick around. Anything else and Bill Klein.
Oh, nice.
A 10 on the end for Brown to come through the ace-queen, burning the aces and the kings.
That is disgusting.
He's Wu dominated. What do you think about Wu just popping it up here with the Jack-10 off, Maria?
I think Wu knows what he needs to do to get Chidwick off the best hand. He's going to do it. Okay, well, no, not with that flop.
Not
I
this
mean,
time.
If it were maybe just a different board.
Have we seen Chidwick win a pot today? I mean, he's got 700,000. He was over $1 million for a while. But I don't recall him stacking chips as he will do in this hand.
Oh, it's not open.
Content human being, Stephen Chidwick.
I realize the climbing gym is just code word for factory. It's all starting to come clearer. Like, is it shaping up for Mr. Wu?
You haven't said anything about the Austrian factories for the German poker players. You're just going right to AI, huh?
Top 2 for Stevie. And Wu turning a pair. I mean, normally when you turn some showdown, you might want to check it, but I don't know if checking is in Wu's vocabulary. Okay, thank you. I don't want to see you lose more chips, Mr. Wu.
Stevie does, though.
Steve checked to Wu on the flop when the ace hit. Wu had let out pre-flop.
Like Rigby, Chidwick, a big stoic guy.
Yeah. Well, British. They're stoic just by birth. You don't have to, you know, take a pledge to be stoic if you're British.
It's all the fish and chips.
Could be the mushy peas.
I think it's the fish and chips one.
Well, I'm just saying, it could be. But
think it's
You
unlikely.
seem to know. You seem to know. That's fine.
I work in percentages. You're going to put a bunch of mushy peas in the middle.
140? What is it?
Mr. Wu, you never know with this guy, Maria. Anything is possible.
Well, he certainly has caught a couple people bluffing. So
This
maybe.
does block a straight, blocks ace-jack.
500.
Oh.
What?
Oh!
Mr. Wu!
Mr. Wu!
Turns up the Wooju.
Whoa, whoa, guys! I cannot say I saw this coming.
What a moment for Stephen Chidwick, and he is going to give it up.
Mr.
Wu! Is Mr. Wu gonna show it? Is he gonna show?
No,
Of course not. Of course
Your
not.
friends tell you what the
Of course
design
not.
has?
Mr. Wu never shows. You know that, Maria.
I
Wow.
opened you 3-bet.
That was amazing.
He's acting like he doesn't even want to fold his hand. It's
Oh.
so good.
Never shows, but he does tilt it a little.
Kinda flashed it.
Stevie, look at
It's a red card, Stevie.
Did Stevie see the red 10? Or the
I
red
know what
jack?
you had. and I know
What
what
a
you fold.
main event moment by Mr.
I know
Wu.
what you-
What would it take him to sit out a hand, or should he not?
It would take an emergency bathroom break, Lon. That's what it would take.
Then he runs into the King 10. Do you know Justin well enough to think that he might want some revenge for that event that happened a few weeks ago in Super High Roller Bowl, even though he still won almost $2 million? Anything from this on out would be a big bluff.
Yeah,
Check,
Adamo
check.
recognizes that when he opens from the small blind and gets a call out of Bonomo from the big, that this will hit a lot of Bonomo's continuing range. So
Now reaching.
What did he have? What did he have on the hand?
That's $1 million. $1,130,000.
he also blocks
Mhm.
the straight himself, which is nice.
Justin cuts out a call. $3.5 million between the two top stacks, and a jack again on the end. Bonomo best with his 2-pair. He has surrendered after.
All in.
Oh, wow.
Yep, this
Oh,
guy right
wow.
here.
The ultimate pressure from Adamo. I don't know if Justin's ever one to be afraid to pull the trigger, but it's like guaranteed survival to fold, but
Call.
Oh, wow.
what a call!
Wow.
Turn it over. The river bluff does not get by Justin Bonomo, and he is a key factor now against Michael Adamo. Almost identical stacks.
Million. Mizrachi with ace queen of diamonds.
His final table mantra is, I don't care. So much on the line, but to reduce pressure, he says, I don't care.
Grinder played very little live poker before coming to the World Series this year, but then went on to play 42 of 57 events. And he makes the call here. Jarvis with pocket nines.
He says the sunglasses allow him to get into his own zone. When the shades are on, he's fearless.
Come on.
Jarvis going for it all in for just over 14 million. And that brings his dad, Norm Jarvis, to his feet.
Jarvis is about 23 big blinds left.
Condio in the small blind with 8-6 off. He will not play that. Jason Sentai now with the short stack, Queen Jack. And he folds. So the raise back to DeHammel. No thank you.
How much more is that?
It's for more than half of Mizrachi's stack. Does Grinder want to take that much of a risk on ace-queen, chasing player of the year, chasing history, and chasing $9 million?
A critical moment for Mizrachi, who needs almost 13 million to call.
I call.
And he does make that call. Jarvis now at risk, but a lot on the line for the Grinder as well.
Good luck, guys.
And now Matt Jarvis's hope of becoming the first Canadian main event champion hangs in the balance.
Matt Jarvis ahead right now. His family hoping he can extend his main event stay. Jarvis at risk. Now here's the flop. Queen 8 queen! Ms. Rocky flops trip queens.
And Grinder shoves Matt Jarvis towards the exit.
Matt's family is stunned. He seems to be taking it well. All right, the turn card. Oh, and there's the 9! 9's full for Jarvis.
What a turn of events.
Oh, my goodness.
Where else but the main event can you find such a wave of changing emotion? Grinder now on the verge of becoming the short stack. Matt Jarvis all but gone. Looks like he's going to stick around.
Norm Jarvis hoping Matt can fade disaster on the river.
Small card. Such a final table sweat.
Grinder would need an
Small
ace,
card.
queen, or 8 to knock out Matt Jarvis.
It's an ace!
Oh, mama!
No way!
It's not possible, is it?
And the roller coaster ride comes to an end for Jarvis.
What was an almost certain double up is now an 8th place finish. Dad cannot believe it. Grinder getting absolutely swarmed by his friends and family.
Scott Montgomery's demise is good news for Eastgate, who has moved into second place, and he has good news. He's got pocket 6s. Pocket pair good for a raise to $1.25 million. Dennis Phillips with 6-5. They go into the muck. Elon Schwartz, I think he's taking that vacation early. He's still hibernating. Ace tray of diamonds for Montgomery.
Montgomery is short stacked.
All in.
And all in.
Montgomery's going to give the lone ace another try. He had little choice this time.
I have a count.
Dimmadov folded.
6 million and change.
Eastgate with the pocket pair.
I call.
Makes the call to put Scott Montgomery at risk. Montgomery needs to come from way back. He's hoping he catches something, as do his supporters. The Danes love it, though.
Any aces or diamonds in this deck? Come on.
Well, I threw a 6 away if it helps.
Well, it means he's not going to flop quad 6s, so I'm happy with that.
So Montgomery at risk needs help to stay alive. Here's the flop, and there's the help. He hits his ace.
Looks like he's going to stay alive. Huge flop for Scott Montgomery.
Now you're glad I had a 6.
Now it's going to make it even uglier when the 6 comes on the river.
I think it was the black 6. I think it was the 6 of clubs.
So I need a king of diamonds for him to be drawing dead on the river?
Yeah.
Turn card's another ace, and all but closes out his hand.
Scott Montgomery poised to double up. Peter Eastgate doesn't seem to mind.
6 one time.
6 0 times.
Only the 6 of diamonds would end Scott Montgomery's main event.
All right, now the river card. Oh! The 6 of diamonds eliminates Scott Montgomery.
My goodness.
1 hour.
And a year of bad beats. Now that's got to be the baddest of bad beats at the worst possible moment.
On the topic of quite strong, gentlemen, we've got 2 queens pre-flop for Doug and 2 kings for Chris. And if this comes under queen high on this eventual board, things could get very interesting very quickly.
Doug definitely giving this real consideration, but I think that in the back of the mind he's like, we're definitely raising here. And he's just trying to figure out if there's a reason he shouldn't. And I think Brewer's going to find himself in a very similar spot. It's reasonable to consider, well, let's trap my aggressive opponent. Let's see if we can just avoid the ace-high flop and just call with my kings like I would with a whole lot of other hands. Suited connectors, suited broadways.
Roughly 120 big blinds deep apiece coming into this one. Brewer has Doug covered. Now he jams, and Doug makes the call.
Queens versus kings. We have queens, yeah.
The same direction on the same track. Should I say opposite directions? You know what I'm getting at. the collision was imminent.
Queen on the river. Curious to see
Seven.
Brewer's reaction.
7.
Why would you put such things into the atmosphere?
Just queen only.
5 on the turn doesn't make anything interesting, and Brewer just needs to fade the 2 outer to punch his ticket into the finals. River. Oh, my God!
Fucking go!
It's like 2.2, right?
Certainly Doug's reaction, the more interesting of the two.
Yeah, I've seen Brewer fall to the floor. This time Doug is...
Well, Doug actually the man who found the floor.
That's in.
I mean...
Folded 2.
Sorry.
Asher with 2 red 10s.
Asher
Angle against the other shoulder.
about 15 big blinds.
Open it up for him, you know?
More psychological warfare.
You could raise call with a hand like this, or you could just jam. Jam is a slightly lower variance play.
He's all in with his 9th place stack. But Suki with that take just moments ago is right on his heels. So you see the all in worth 17.7 million. Get through the blinds.
Oh, wow.
Duick with ace king of hearts now.
I expect Duick to reshove into Sue, even though he's a chip leader and it's scary to do. Ace king suited, just such a good hand.
Duick made a final table in 10K PLO this year. Was that a shove?
Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Yeah.
Big blind.
Ace king versus 10.
So
Flip,
we got
king versus 10.
Asher Kniff at risk with 10s against the ace king suited of Michael Duick. Kniff with what was promising to be a very boisterous rail, and they're on their feet.
Good luck, Asher.
It's a sick feeling just having to sweat this biggest flip of your life.
Here we go. The 10's at risk. And
Oh my God.
that is it. Flop quads for Michael Duick to score the knockout. He doesn't get aces. He's not supposed to get aces.
Raise.
Yep. Just normal business.
On the button, and look at this. Chance's big blind.
What's Chance got?
Oh, my
ace
goodness.
king of hearts.
Well, over 100 bigs deep. Here we go.
Wow. Feature table was not kind to Chance a couple years ago.
Did he speak to Jeff today or something? Is that why this is happening?
I don't know. He's always got a smile. He's never bringing bad mojo to the tables. But he feels he's got Rigby. Because he knows what Rigby plays.
Wow, and aces for the Stoic.
Stoic is kind of stirring, like, oh, what do I do? What do I do?
And this is where having a reputation like Rigby, and also someone with a reputation like Chance even, you know, is really going to benefit Rigby, because you know he might fire off some real light 4-bets in a button versus big blind spot.
All
You
in.
also know.
Did he say all in right there?
Call.
Oh! All!
It's just going to get
Oh my goodness. Chance Corneth, welcome to the table. He is the shorter of these two monster stacks.
Oh
That's
my
wild.
God.
Holy shit.
Rigby just knowing
It's been like this the
his
whole...
man there.
Yeah, it's
Rigby
been
in line to
brutal.
shoot up the leaderboard once again with almost 6.3 million if his aces can hold.
Just 4-bet shoving for 100 bigs. Gets action.
Bullets.
Chance Corneth can't believe it. His fate riding on hearts and Broadway. No hearts.
Queen of hearts.
Worse flops than that.
Yeah, Queen of hearts.
One heart there.
I'd love a sweat. 4 diamonds.
I already
That's getting
called
greedy.
the
That's
turn,
getting
sir.
greedy. So
That's
greedy.
right, he called for it.
Yeah, just so we're on
Sorry,
the
that's
same
a rule.
page.
It's a
You-
rule.
You can ask for it on the
It's
river.
not really a rule, it's a guideline.
4 diamonds, I fucking called it. Let's fucking go!
And that's it.
Wow.
That's wild.
Chance Horneth comes here with over 3 million chips and immediately hands them off to Big Rig.
Rami Bukai from Laguna Hills, California, had a couple of cashes last year. He's got a couple of aces.
I call. See ahead of him.
He will slow play those aces, just make the call. Action folds around to Havad Khan.
Havad said his goal was to make the final 100 here at the main event. He's inching his way.
Pocket queens. We've already seen pocket aces. And Havad's going to push the action. It's at 74,000 total now to play.
That's the right raise, but the wrong time for Havad. Just bad timing for pocket queens.
And Peterson smartly gets out of the way. Action back to
How much is that?
52.
About how much do you have in total chips?
These are 30 each.
Boy, if Bukai pushes all in here, he's got Havad covered, and it'll be tough for Havad to get away from those queens.
Not all in, but Bukai does raise it to 224,000. It would cost Khan 150,000 to play.
But you know, Bukai just calling originally with the aces might pay dividends here. Havad certainly might think his queens are best, and that could get him in trouble.
Come on.
Call.
And
Nice
Khan
hand.
does step into it.
And Rami will make the call.
And finds out he's in
Rami turns
trouble.
over the ace of diamonds, ace of clubs.
Nice hand.
He lost a lot of chips to Uberius a while ago, and now seeing all his chips disappear is a
nice hand, man.
possibility.
Will be the one who's
Nicely
on
played.
it, looks like. Let's see the
Bukai
flop.
outplayed Khan, and
nicely played.
Havad just might be silenced.
Now the flop. And
Oh my God! Oh my God!
My goodness.
Quad queen.
Holy sh!
nobody can believe what they're seeing.
Remaining 2 aces left in the deck.
Break that turn because the dance is coming, baby.
King Kong's in wardrobe.
Turn card is a 5 of spades. Drawing dead, and Khan has come back from the dead.
It's hard to love him, but it's hard to hate him.
I
Wow.
suck. Oh my God, I suck. That's so bad.
It happens.
You can understand, it's so hard to put you on aces and kings in one orbit that many. I mean, do you hate my play? I mean,
No, it's fine. Nice hand.
yo, my.
Bukai very gracious in defeat.
Quad queens.
Ruan on the button with 9-8 of clubs after Spaniard Fernando Pons opened under the gun with king-queen of diamonds. Ruan calls for 450,000. James Opes in the small blind with 7s just calls. And now Qui Win, the local, with a taste for baccarat with 9-6.
And Qui Win still wearing that hat. A friend needs to set up an intervention.
All right, Win with great pot odds for him. Does call. 4-way flop now. And the flop is Queen 7. Jack Opes comes up big with a set of 7s. Ruan picks up a straight flush draw. The table chip leader Opes checks and Win checks.
Pons flops top pair, big kicker. He's going to bet, and he's 4%.
With the pair of queens, does bet 625. Ruan now with that straight flush draw.
I'd like to immediately apologize to Michael. That was a pretty good-looking jump shot.
Norman, at what point do you fold a straight flush draw?
I do not. Not in this or any subsequent lifetime.
Ruan putting some big chips together. And that is a raise to $2,025,000.
Well, I think Opes has exactly what he wants. But remember, Pons raised under the gun pre-flop, so it's possible he could have pocket queens or jacks, and then this would be a set over set situation.
Opes with the set of 7.
5.3.
Wants to re-raise to 5.3 million. Get out of my pot. Win folds. Pons does get out of the way. Back to Ruan now.
who's thinking, oops, I might be in big trouble. He could be facing a set or even an ace-high flush draw here.
Pot's already almost 10 million. Both of these gentlemen started the hand with more than 22 million in front of them, and there's a call from Ruan.
No give up in Mike Ruan right now.
My goodness. Turn card now. What a pot we've got going. Is the 10 of clubs, Ruan with the straight flush. I don't remember the last time we saw a straight flush, Norman.
I'm sorry, Lon. That card seems beyond the realm of realistic human possibility.
It's so exciting. Opes checked it.
Opes does know it was very possible Ruan was on a flush draw.
And now Michael Ruan with the nuts of the nuts. Doesn't slow play at a bet of 3.75 million.
The pot is swelling. Opes has got to call and hope the board pairs.
Well, he still loses if the board pairs.
He doesn't know that. We can see all the hole cards. They can't.
Oh, okay. Opes has to have concerns about that board, but the bet was so small from Ruan, and he still has possibilities in his mind. He makes the call.
We don't see that many straight flushes. What a time for Michael Ruan to turn one.
And the river card, another 10. Opes improves to that full house, but it's useless.
That is cruel and unusual punishment for James Opes. I don't know if he can take any legal action here, but I would defend him.
4.7.
Opes is going to try to get value for what he thinks is the best hand, 4.7 million.
Yeah, he bets just less than quarter of the pot. And if Opes somehow can get away from this hand after Ruan raises, he just saved himself some chips.
To Michael Ruan. He raises all in.
Look at the size of this pot. If Opes calls here, he'll be left with less than 20 big blinds. This is a life-changing cooler in progress. Considering the stage of the main event we're at, this reminds me of the Jonathan Duhamel Matt Affleck pot in 2010 that propelled Duhamel to the title and sent Matt home. I will say this, if you're Opes with sevens full and Ruan has shoved all in, what can he have? He might have you beat.
So it looks like you have a straight flush. Could be the best actor of all time.
Wow, what a laydown. Ruan will collect that mountain of chips.
A big laydown. And now we have a new big stack.
There's a big spoonful of Ben Heath medicine being deployed out of the big blind. 3 bets to 185. Another 1.3 to call off of the 7.9 remaining. And Ivey is going to make the call.
So his 6 cents a little off today. We saw when he was 3-bet by Jensen. Ivey folded the better hand in that pre-flop spot. Here he's 3-bet by Heath, and he's going to call with the lesser hand.
But he is going to flop a club draw. 10-6 deuce.
1.25.
That is certainly not going to shed Ivey.
You can pick up some fold equity, not against aces, but by putting in your raise here, but off of this 6.6 million stack.
All in.
The sizing would have to be all in. Ben Heath going to double check, I would imagine, and flick in the call. So here we go. Phil Ivey's tournament life at stake here.
Hello, Phil.
Ben Heath again with a sporting good luck being issued. We're playing a 17.2 million chip pot.
And Heath just a clean board away from going heads up for his second bracelet. If he can knock out Phil Ivey here.
4 of clubs on the turn leaves Ben Heath drawing dead. River will be inconsequential given Heath has no club.
Blinds at 100, 200,000. Negreanu folded under the gun. Federico Buteroni with pocket jacks.
He was 20th at this year's World Series Monster Stack. He also won a daily Rio Deep Stack event just before the main event, feeling confident in his game of late.
Used to be a pretty good soccer player in the land of a lot of soccer talents. Let's see if the foreign hands can handle pocket jacks better. He raises. David Peters with 8-7 of spades. And he's going to come along.
I just want to go back to that last Justin Daniel hand. Einstein said the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. No, the definition of insanity is knowing what your opponent has and still calling with an inferior hand.
Schwartz in the big blind with 9 deuce, and he's thinking about this.
I'm thinking that 9 deuce you double down on. You don't do whatever he's going to do.
Wow, he wants to fight back here. Attacking the resolve of Buoteroni and Peters with a re-raise to over $1.5 million.
That's an odd squeeze to me. Justin figures Peters is probably dead money, but Buoteroni has been pretty buttoned up. He raised from early position. Chances are Justin's up against a big hand here.
And he is. Buoteroni is not going anywhere with the jacks. Peters folds what he probably plays in a cash game, 8-7 suited.
Well, the 9 deuce has problems.
The 9 deuce is out chipped by the pocket jacks as well. All right, let's see a flop. See what Justin does with this. A couple of 10s and a deuce. And if you're going to bluff,
1.2.
a paired board is a great opportunity. And there's the bet of $1.2 million. He keeps firing.
In for a dime, in for 1.2. Justin hopes the continuation bet does the trick.
Both of these players enjoying their first main event cash. Schwartz with nearly $700,000 in live earnings. Buoteroni with just over $100,000.
You know, by the way, if Buoteroni makes a decision before the federal budget is balanced, let me know. I'll take the over on that.
Federico with the call.
The 9 deuce has problems.
Turn card. Does it matter what the turn card is for Justin? It's 7 of diamonds. Justin. Got a little pushback on the flop. Now he checks. Is that weak or wily?
Now I think Justin says enough is enough.
Federico checks back. River card. Ace of diamonds. 3rd diamond out there.
If I'm either player, I might think the other one has an ace. I don't know if Justin gave up on the pot on the turn. Of course, he can't win this unless he bluffs at it.
Justin looking at his chip stack. Experts will tell you that is usually a sign that something is coming.
2.8.
Wow, 2.8 million.
Justin showing a lot of heart or a lot of folly.
And now Buoteroni.
Clock.
And Schwartz has had enough. He calls a clock on Federico.
Federico always deliberate.
Clock has been called. It'll be 1 minute. At the end of 50 seconds, there'll be a 10-second countdown. If I say the word 0 and there's been no action, that hand will be declared dead.
Federico, as you heard, has a minute.
Is that enough time? I mean, maybe it just, I don't know.
Didn't seem like enough.
It didn't seem like a long time. Seemed like it to me.
Steinberg and Negreanu questioning the clock, and that is rare.
But Federico must decide soon or his hand is dead.
Yeah, that didn't seem like a lot of time for that.
Thank you, Max.
3 players now have weighed in saying Justin is out of line.
Has to be distracting for Buoteroni, who's trying to make this big decision.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Buoteroni folds it. Justin shows.
Make me sweat. Full. Send it. I can't be stared at for 5 minutes. Make a decision.
Wasn't
I
even.
can't handle
It was
it.
like 2 minutes.
I can't handle it. I'm sorry. I can't handle it. I can't handle it, Max.
It's just, I think it was poor form. That's my opinion.
All right. I can't handle it. I would have started shaking or something.
But it's like, okay, 2 minutes like 4 days ago is enough
Yeah, I agree.
time. But
I usually wait 8.
It's like, give him more time.
Sylvia on the button on the Jack Links Beef Jerky Hole Cam. Ace King, another premium hand. Penn and Teller Theater still buzzing from that 10 on the turn.
Raise to $2 million.
A raise to $2 million. Balsiger folds suited 6-4. Merson in the big blind with 2 red kings.
Boy, Jesse Sylvia just took the bad beat. Now he picks up ace-king on the very next hand and runs into pocket kings.
Well, Merson, no doubt, will be raising here. How much? He makes it $4.8 million.
This is not a collision course Jesse Sylvia can afford.
So now Jesse started the hand with $42 million. Merson with almost $117 million. That's a re-raise to $14.2 million.
And 1/3 of Jesse's remaining stack already in this
$14.2
pot.
million is now the bet. 14.2.
Greg said, let's play for your stack.
I call.
And a call from Sylvia with ace-king. He's going to need help to stick around.
Greg's kings versus Jesse's ace-king.
Selps exasperated by the developments. Merson in his usual zen-like pose. And Sylvia with 2 back-to-back big hands about to get swept out of here.
A hand to go. Sylvia had $60 million and Balsiger on the ropes now. Sylvia could be out of this main event. All right, now the flop with Sylvia at risk. Tray 5 deuce, a wheel draw for Jesse.
We always have the best flops in tournaments.
Merson still in great position to get the heads up with a huge chip lead on Jake Balsiger.
Ashley wanting to comfort Jesse. Ivey hoping Greggy can hang on.
Kind of feeling an ace.
Turn card 8 of hearts. Merson still good in 1 card from heads up with a dominating chip lead.
I'm sure Jesse loves Ashley, but getting consoled while staring at a 7-outer is not what I'd want. Jesse Sylvia needs a 4 or an ace to survive.
And the river card. Oh, it's the 4! Sylvia does it the hard way, filling his straight.
We've seen this before at the main event. Sylvia surviving on a river card against a stoic Greg Merson.
And taking the chip lead once again. Merson was so close to the next step, but he's nothing if not resilient at the main event and at life.
This is the stage of the tournament where you want to make sure you are focused and in the zone. Got a lot of history with a lot of the other players, so that dynamic certainly going to come into play in terms of the decision making. But for now, everybody really happy to find themselves at the 1 table left in the biggest main event ever.
Norman, the goal, immediate goal is to make the final 9, or are there's opportunity though to build a stack or continue building stack for the big guys, right?
Yeah, always when you have this type of bubble, and this is for the official final table bubble to get back here in 2 days, you can abuse it if you're in position to abuse it.
Oh, look at this. All right. Holzner's going to just start out with it all in.
Certainly not going to find much better spots.
One of the best abusers of the button of that moment as we look past Joe McKeon.
I don't like the spot, but you know.
Maceras raising with the ace-10. Holzner with ace-queen. Looking for another late game double up.
Would be the shortest.
You're rooting for me?
He's got 2 knockouts today already, does Maceras.
What a hand to pick up right there. Right? Under the gun, you know? But he found the best spot again.
I can fold.
No, you can't. You know, first spot. Unbelievable.
What must he be feeling? Ahead. Chance to keep his dream alive.
Oh.
There's a 10 in the window. Maceras spikes the 10 and the 5's on board. Now Holzner looking for a queen to stay alive. All the other players on pins and needles as well. 6 of diamonds. Oh.
See it right there, 7%. Stay alive.
One time.
There we go.
And a queen only. We're going to take a break. The river card.
Oh! First time we've seen somebody invoke the one time, and it worked.
The blinds at 2 and 400,000 with a 50K ante. Von Hope with King 10 on the button raises to $1 million in the big blind. The youngest here, 22-year-old Andoni Larabe with 9-8 calls, 600,000 more.
And I believe you were looking at Larabe's entire wardrobe.
All right, we're heads up. The flop. 10, Jack 9. Larabe with bottom pair and an open ender. The upper half of that draw no good because Von Hof has a gut shot to a higher straight and middle pair. Larabe checks.
Both these guys live in London, as do Martin Jacobson and Felix Stevenson, so the 4 of them could carpool to their online poker games.
$1.4 million from Von Hof. And a call from Larabe.
During the 7 days of the main event, I believe this is the only thing I saw Larabe wear.
He was one of the chip leaders the whole time. You got to go with your good luck clothing. Turn card, King of Hearts. King's up now for Von Hof. Larabe does have outs to win and chop. And he's reaching for chips.
I like this. He's representing the queen on the turn here for a straight.
Straight draw is on the board. The Spaniard bets $3,350,000.
Von Hof turned 2 pair, but if Larabe has the straight, Von Hof is dead to a 4-outer.
So the younger Larabe testing the older, strapping 6'6" Dutch pro who does make the call here.
Newsflash, Von Hof is smarter than I am. He doesn't believe Larabe.
All right, so with over 12 million in the middle, we will see a river card. 7 of clubs. Larabe gets there with a jack high straight. And he checks it.
Boy, he hits his hand and checks it? Maybe Larabe fears Von Hof has the queen. How does he check it? Wow.
Now Von Hof with kings up, but a dangerous board.
All in.
Oh, and he puts Larabe all in.
Boy, I didn't expect that.
And Larabe gets rid of it.
Are you kidding me? We would need a team of analysts working 24/7 for 20 years to explain how Larabe played this hand.
A surprising fold. Von Hof over 40 million. Welcome back to the main event and the Rio Poker Room. Chip leader Jamie Gold is hooked up in a hand with smack-talking leader Eric Molina. It is Gold's turn to act.
300.
And he is going to raise to 300,000 after the turn. Back to Molina now.
I raise. Got a raise is coming up.
You raise me 200?
Yes.
And a re-raise from Eric Molina.
Raise.
Might as well put it all in.
Might as well.
Don't have that much left.
I'm all in.
There you go.
Jamie should be careful what he wished for.
Big re-raise back to Gold. Molina flips his all-in button, ends up in front of Jamie Gold, and it's fired back.
Hey, don't be an ass.
Excuse me?
Asses in glass houses shouldn't throw
All
chips.
in. Just because you're losing, that's fine.
I'm losing.
Yeah.
Who's sitting there with no chips?
Losing this answer. Maybe. Call me then.
You want to make a side bet who lasts longer in the tournament?
Stop. Sure.
Yeah? How much?
How about you get in this hand right now?
How much?
This is a classy confrontation.
Call me then.
Molina testing the patience of chip leader Jamie Gold.
You're going to fold. Stop wasting time, so. You just got caught, so why don't you just hurry up?
That's at 70,000.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I know you did.
Gold will fold. And Molina takes the pot.
I'll see you at the end. I mean, sorry, no, I won't.
I'll be honest with you, Lon. I don't like walking into a card room when this is what I see in here. I wish they would take it outside to like Antarctica.
Well, thanks for your 200,000, though.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Well, the hand is over, but these two just will not let it go. The jousting continues.
Excuse me, penalty. Penalty. I did not say that. No, thank you. Penalty.
I did not.
Thank you.
I did not complete that word. First of all, floor, I did not. Camera?
Bye.
No, I didn't complete the word.
He said the F word.
No, I did not.
Take a walk.
Yes.
Bye.
That's wrong.
Bye.
Now, this would not be the first time that Molina would be sent off with a penalty.
What's that, shadow puppets?
6 minutes on the clock. You can come back in.
Oh, cool. That is just...
Well, with a relatively young field here at the main event.
Thanks for your chips, though. That was great.
This type of juvenile behavior was bound to crop up under the pressure of the millions of dollars that they are playing for, but that still is no excuse for the schoolroom antics.
Well, now he can make a phone call and curse all he wants.
So Molina sent off to cool his heels.
As Sue with a hand to raise.
You know that Sue is loose and that he can have a wide range of hands here. His chips are very much in play, but you just flat here, you can take your 10s in position, and that's never bad. If you ended up 4-betting, you're kind of turning your 10s into a bluff.
There is the call. So big pot between the two big stacks, 15.2 million in the middle. We haven't seen a flop.
Got 2 players.
Ace queen against 10s. Oh, wow.
But 3 or 6 million.
And this is the opponent that you want to make a set against. He doesn't value his tournament life as much as almost anyone else who's still left.
And he's sticky.
He's sticky. If he thinks he's the best hand, he will stick chips in. If he thinks he can make you fold, he will stick infinite chips in.
So there's just a call.
And all the more reason for Timothy Sue to think he might have the best hand here.
Sue checks it.
Checks.
Check, check. Interesting. This has to be 15, something like that. Would you make it extra big to make it a little suspicious?
Yeah, he has to make it look like he has king jack, ace king, ace jack.
Wow. Most of the yellow going in.
Raise.
Now, what does Sue see in that? He made the call? Oh, a crushing blow to Timothy Sue. And once again, Hossein Insan is the recipient of a monster pot. Twice in one day.
From Argentina, you have to have.
He knows no
Yeah.
rappers. How much more clear is he have to be? Does he have to be?
Then we change music.
Okay.
All right, looks like we're cutting out a raise. Go 5. Ooh.
Here they come. He cannot get away.
That's tough, man. 18 bigs, you got jacks. It's just...
Aces one time.
He's going to hate to see this.
What did he say? Ace king one time?
No, aces one time.
Oh.
Sorry, they
That's what I was
dealt to
wondering.
Cruz. And yeah, Creve
We
can
go in,
afford
and
it.
aces have the jacks and the queens.
Wow.
Queens.
Just painful.
Bad shit.
Really painful for Creve too, but he can afford it.
Oh, really bad for them. No.
No, heart's 5.
Oh, yeah, the heart? Yeah. I thought it was
Heart is 5.
You know what?
Heart at 6 of hearts.
No. You know what? No. Let's put a 9 hard out there. 2 of clubs. 10 hard.
Another hard.
Not a bad card for Lee.
The only one in play.
Lee's drawing it to a 9.
Wow.
Non-heart 9 will give it to Lee in a really dirty fashion.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no. Pick up 3 more.
Here's the river. And the ace of hearts. Oh, wow.
Wow, for the double knockout.
Gets the flush. Got it. Looking to raise it up. He does raise it to a little more than $2.5 million. Now Saut in the big blind. And 2 queens for the Frenchman.
If Saut wins, he could ignite a Moneymaker type effect in France. By the way, Saut won a $50 online satellite into the main event. Moneymaker won a $40 satellite in 2003.
Saut with a re-raise to $5 3/4 million. Back to young Joe Cata.
Come on.
All in.
And he moves all in.
And this would be for half of Antoine's stack. He wants to take a deep breath and make sure he hasn't run into aces or kings.
Carter.
Antoine does make the call to put Cata at risk, and an embarrassed Joe Cata shows his deuces, and Cata in big trouble.
I'm surprised Joe Cata pushed there, Lon. He had 40 big blinds left and just misread the strength of Saut's hand.
Cata has put his fans through the ringer here tonight. If Saut can hang on, he'll own almost 120 million chips.
Saut began this hand with 80 million and the chip lead. Cata will have 80 million and the chip lead if he gets lucky.
Darvin hoping Cata doesn't get lucky so he can be heads up. Here's the flop. Oh! A deuce for Cata. He gets the set.
Unbelievable for Joe Cata.
He did it to Jeff Schulman and now does it to Saut.
You don't want the best hand here, you want the best luck.
Wow, Joe Cata now in dominating positions. He's a tray on the turn. He keeps the lead.
It seems like Joe Cata should be 100 miles away now with no chips. He keeps coming back, and now he's about to become the chip leader.
Saut now the one looking for a miracle. Darvin thinking heads up, may have to wait.
Cata needs to dodge a queen to double up.
River card is a 6, and yet another big double up for Joe Cata, and with that one comes the chip lead. Saut taking the bad beat quietly. Sam Greenwood looks a little pained, like he's going to do something.
To be fair, he's pretty balanced with that. He always looks in pain.
Mm-hmm. How come you don't give me any credit for that?
It's just your face, Norm.
Well.
Oh. Ace, ace. It's been a while since we've seen those 2 cards. But he's relatively deep with Sue. 2 of the bigger stacks of the table.
With an economy of motion, a call. Aces against the biggest stack in the room.
Looks like about 1.8. Yeah, so he doesn't size up here.
Yeah.
Timothy Sue's seeing a turn card here. He's getting 4-1 on this call, and he's less than a 2-1 dog in the hand.
Call. He does call, and they're building a monster pot here in progress to become one of the monster stacks in the room. Here it comes.
Bet 3.5.
It's no damage to Sue, though. He's got quite the stack here.
Yeah, I want to keep that big stack.
All in?
Oh, my goodness.
He says all in.
We haven't seen Sue get out of line at all. He's barely played any hand. Sam has almost no information on him except that he seems to be a pretty snug player.
And this decision for all of Sam Greenwood's chips.
He just built himself a monster arsenal. He sees this opportunity in front of him. He does make the call with aces.
Sue is caught.
turns over his draw.
Sorry, I just wanted to see if somebody was busting at the other.
That was good.
Sam Greenwood is your main event chip leader here late on basics. Greenwood sits down.
I'll take it.
And Sue watches this river card come down. Oh, the king comes home for Timothy Sue, sending Sam Greenwood to the rail. Robert has aces again.
I came here prepared to take one hit. So if it happens, good luck to you. If it doesn't happen, good luck to me.
In a tight spot with pocket kings is Jose Manuel Nadal.
Come on, just flop me an ace. I don't even want to sweat. I don't want to fade a 2-outer.
I just checked my notes. Every time Jean Robert is in a hand, he's talking and his opponent is not.
Deuce 10 queen.
Like that. Come on, dog. No face cards. We don't want to see a face card. No more. A nice little deuce ball would be just fine.
A nice little deuce ball would be just fine. The Jean Robert Balon story.
9 on the turn.
Good.
Nadal turns a straight draw.
Nadal needs a king or a jack, or he is wamboozled.
The river card. Oh, a king for Nadal! Nadal will survive and dish that horrendous beat to Milan.
The best hand doesn't always hold up, and Jean Robert momentarily is silenced. Nadal feels like he just gave birth.
Who runs like this, man?
He is no stranger to bad beats. Even for Milan, that was vicious.
I know you think you got lucky, but it's not you, it's me. I've never been able to beat a 2-outer. I mean, that I already won once. Well, I beat King Queen, that's not a 2-outer. If I could fade 2-outers, it'd be unbelievable.
Much of the heat coming from Will Kassouf. He has 9 high, but has put Stacey Madison in a quandary. A decision for all her chips with pocket queens.
Well, there's over 600K in there, so I want you to call.
You cannot say anything that influences the action of the hand. Saying what's in the pot, you cannot
but
say
she
that.
keeps saying to me
you
that she's got the
cannot
best
say.
hand.
You cannot say what's in the pot. Anything that influences the action, you
All
cannot
these,
say.
like, he's like doing, you're like breaking all these rules, and they're not giving you a penalty. They're not doing anything.
The
for it.
decision's on you, young lady, and you don't need to go on about it.
I'm just.
World Series officials on scene to keep it within bounds.
I want you to call. I told you. Good luck to you. But I did say I'll keep it friendly because it's you and it's a friendly table. If you fold and show, I will show. I'll keep it friendly. But I want you to call 100%. Don't want to bust out with the whole camera crew watching there. This will be embarrassing. You don't put me on this hand, I tell you. I can't say what I've got, but you do not put me on this hand. I'm not talking about my hand.
How come his hand is still live when he?
I'm just saying you don't put me on this hand. That's all I said.
Action's on you.
Yeah, I know, but
Action's on you.
Isn't the rule talk to influence action? You can't
We're gonna
talk
have
to
a-
influence action.
he has. He's telling me he wants me
I
to
will be
call.
having a discussion with this gentleman after this hand is over. At
That's
this
fine.
point, there's nothing that's out of line, but we will be having a talk.
That's fine. All I said was I'll keep it friendly. If she
So
folds
let's
and show, I will
until
show. I'll
this
keep it
hand's
friendly.
over.
That's it's a friendly table. We're
I'm
just
gonna be
enjoying
friendly now.
ourselves.
Let's stop talking until
Okay.
this hand's over.
That's fine.
That's friendly.
I mean, why wouldn't you want to bust me?
I'm not trying to bust you.
Sir, I'm not going to ask you again.
Okay.
Just 2 hands ago, these two had a similar showdown. Kassouf check shoved on the turn with a straight flush, talked up a storm, and Madison correctly folded a pair of aces.
The big guns.
I said I'll show. I'll keep it friendly.
You're going to show me a worse hand now. What does that mean?
I'm not. But
This is your last warning. You're going to get a penalty. If
She
speak
she
again.
comes talk to me. I said nothing.
She's not talking to you
She-
personally.
she
She's
just talked
talking
to
out
me.
loud, okay? You will receive a penalty if another word comes out of your mouth until this hand is finished.
Will's talk is fine until they tell him it's not. Now LaFleur says he cannot talk.
Tournament director Jack Ethel right on Kassouf's shoulder.
Well, now he's talking without speaking. He's pushing it.
I'm going to handle this one. Thank you, sir.
I need a lot of time here to make a decision. I'm sorry.
Will has put Stacey all in. Stacey has the best hand.
Hey, Floor, how about a clock? We all have to
Tablemate Mitch Garsofsky has called the clock on Stacey.
If you haven't acted, you will get a 10-second countdown. At the count of 0, your hand will be dead.
You know, it's a big decision.
All right, just let her go.
Usually I'm in favor of calling the clock, but she has been under siege most of the time from Will Kassouf. I would have given her a little more room.
The floor person does have the authority to deny a clock request.
I'm going to ask you
real quick. The next
I didn't
time
say
you,
word.
if you make one more gesture like that.
Okay. I'm just trying to be friendly with the lady.
This is not friendly. Okay.
I was told I can't
want to see.
say another
I don't want
word.
to see you move. You and I are going to have a conversation when this
I'll
hand is over.
apologize.
Okay.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
She folds.
You want to see it?
Yeah.
Sick bluff. Turn the double gutter and missed. Never mind. 9 high like a boss. No heart. Big heart of a lion.
9 high like a boss.
So we have a little rule at the World Series of Poker that says you are not supposed to be disrespectful to other players at the table.
I almost did call too.
Right. But I thought heads up, it's like speech play, it's loud as long as you don't
But
disclose
wait
the
a minute.
content
But
of
wait
your
a
hand.
minute. You taunted her by these motions, did you not?
I wasn't talking. No. We said before you came over, sir.
No, listen to me.
The guys were saying you cannot just say anything. I said
100% taunting. 100% the way that you were treating her.
What did you think that I was trying to say to her?
So listen.
Can I ask you that? What do you think I was trying to say to her?
You were trying to get her to call to make a decision.
No. You weren't here before the other four stuff went.
So
I
I'm
told
tell
her. Can you hear me out, please, 1 second? I said, I'll keep it friendly. If you fold and show, I will show. And the other gentleman said, if you have one more word out of you, you have a penalty. So without saying it, I said, if you show, I'll show. That's all I meant.
Hey, Dave, this guy's on a 1-round penalty until he gets back to the small
One round?
blind. 1 round.
All right? Excuse me, sir. So,
Okay, you're getting ready to get 2 rounds. Okay, so listen to me. You're done explaining. So the best thing you can do is you can go to the side of the rail. If I hear one more thing, it's 2 rounds.
I understand that. Okay, I just want to explain myself, that's all. Okay, I apologize.
Continuing three-handed, the blinds now at 601.2 million. Josephine with pocket deuces raises to 2.5 million. Veo with pocket trays.
Veo, 27 years old, 27 World Series cashes. This means he's cashing once a year, every year of his life.
He wasn't cashing in the World Series when he was 4 years old.
Yes, he was.
He calls with his trays. Win with ace-jack.
Quee said, let's gamble after he doubled up Josephine. He is a gambler.
And a re-raise with ace-jack to 7.7 million.
Quee Win's coach, young fan, told him tonight to be aggressive but keep the pot small. I'm not sure how you do both. Josephine and Veo certainly would like to play small ball as much as possible.
Josephine with the smallest pocket pair. And he calls for 5.2 million more. Veo now with another small pocket pair.
Veo has not been that active at this final table, but it has led him to the final 3.
Very respected in the poker world. And he does make the call. So a family pot energizing the crowd. All right, here we go. And a deuce for Cliff and a tray for Veo. Set over set.
Set over pre-flop aggressor. We're going to see some chips flying into the middle.
Veo checks his stronger set. Wen, who missed that flop, as you mentioned, was the pre-flop aggressor. Obliged to continue here. 9.9 million stepping into the hornet's nest.
Yeah, Quee might gamble his way from big stack to small stack very, very quickly.
And now Josephine Coolard with a set underset.
But Cliff absolutely loves this spot. Both he and Veo thinking the same thing. Let Quee build the pots, and we can eventually take a lot of his chips.
Josephine working with the chips upon which he recently doubled up. Almost painful to watch Josephine descending into the dungeon here. He makes the call. Now Veo with that statue-like face, the dominating set. There is a call from Gordon. And Kate can hardly stand it.
It's a trapper's convention, but one of the trappers is trapped by the other trapper.
4 of diamonds gives Wen a wheel draw.
Well, ace-5 and 5-6 got there. Nobody has either hand.
Veo checks again. We win. The chip leader is done pumping the pot.
Well, this is what Josephine's been waiting for. He's 90% certain he's ahead here. Though it might cross his mind that there aren't too many hands Veo would call a flop with, given the pre-flop action.
check. 21 million from Josephine.
Well, Veo is 90% certain he's ahead here. They both can't be right. Veo's got to figure Josephine would have 4-bet pre-flop with pocket kings. So Gordon very comfortable here with his set of threes.
The rails, anything but comfortable.
By the way, if Veo just calls here, I'm not 90% certain Wynn will fold. He might check raise just for kicks.
And Veo is going for it all. That's over 75 million. Wynn folds.
Can Josephine get away from this? This is the hand of the final table, set over set. Josephine just doubled up. If he calls here, he'll be down to 8 big blinds. I mean, could Veo have like king queen? Seems impossible. I hate to be armchair quarterback since I don't have arms on my chair and this isn't football, but I think this is a fold. It's hard to fold a set, but is Gordon really bluffing here?
Oh, wow, he almost called, double checks, and does call! And we'll finally learn the truth.
Set under set. I knew he had it. I can't fold it. I can't fold it.
He didn't flat the threes yesterday, and he flatted them today. He folded yesterday out of the small. What? Joe Catta. Where's Joe Catta? We need a 2. We need a 2. We need a 2.
Cliff was one of Joe Catta's backers in 2009, and Catta hit a big 2 on his way to the main event title.
A 2's coming. Smile, a 2's coming. Let's go. 2's coming. Put a deuce up there. It's coming.
Only 1 deuce left in the deck.
Veo, 1 non-deuce away from the chip lead, and he has it!
It is what it is.
I know. You're going to be big one.
I almost folded it.
I know.
He has to have it. He has to have it.
And join a particular table, and there's Scotty Wynn with an 8-3, nothing to crow about. And Umberto Brenes checking his hole cards. He has ace-10, one of the more colorful players in the game.
Literally and figuratively.
So the cards have been dealt, the table now deciding how good exactly they have it. So far, nobody in. And you'll see in the blue shirt on the left of your screen, Jeff Schulman, editor of Card Player Magazine, a very good player on the circuit, but it looks like he does not want to join the action.
21.
Scotty says 21, even though he bet 12,000.
Raise. Did you hear I say 21?
Umberto says he wants to raise. Has not thrown the chips in just yet. As we look at that graphic, you see with the cards that they have, Brenes with an overwhelming advantage.
Now he's raised $40,000. Scotty Wynn had bet with an 8-3 offsuit. Now when you bet with absolutely nothing, when someone comes back over the top of you, you usually get rid of it. You muck the hand. I suspect he's going to get rid of this hand. He even eats chewing gum, interestingly, doesn't he?
He does. He does. I like that.
What a character.
South of the border feel.
Scotty taking his time. There's a 3-8 offsuit.
This is going to be the greatest move I ever made.
He's saying it's going to be the greatest move he's ever made. I'm amazed at what he's doing. He's betting $100,000 on cards the Salvation Army would reject. Umberto Brenes has an ace-10. He's more than a 2-1 favorite.
Keep Michelob coming, baby.
Well, he said he likes to drink at the table. He's living up to that.
I tell you, I think you have to be drinking a shot and a beer to make that bet, but he's just got a beer.
Maybe if they had a 3-5 or something, he'd be taking the shot. But the 3-8, and now he's going to wait out Umberto Brenes.
Okay, he's got Umberto to take off the Red Sox cap and the sunglasses.
He's got to look inside Scotty Wynn to find out if he's bluffing. It's easy for us. We know the hole cards. But Umberto's got the tough task.
You can't call. Too much for you. 100,000, that's too much for you.
right, I pass this time.
No. No!
Humberto's gonna pass.
What you got? I bet 100,000 with this hand, baby.
Rubbing it in.
No. Turn over.
Hall of Fame bluff.
I told you 21. I thought I played blackjack. God damn.
Here's a man who knows how to play Vegas. Scotty Wynn, the former champion, flamboyant and bold, and a winner.
That's no limit, baby.
Steve Daneman with ace-3.
Raise.
Offsuit announces a raise. The blinds are at 150 and 300,000. Daneman raises it to 700,000. Hashem was 7-3 offsuit. You play this short-handed even?
Not usually. Well, he can beat the 7 deuce.
Daneman with a 3-1 advantage as we go to the flop. A flop is 4, 5, 6. Hashem flopped a straight.
Well, now he can beat a lot of hands.
Oh, my goodness.
And he will check his monster hand.
Daneman with a straight draw. That's 700,000.
Plus 1 million.
And a raise of 1 million more.
I thought Hashem might wait, but he will pounce now. Daneman's got a real playable hand, up and down straight draw plus the ace high.
Daneman makes the call. Now we go to the turn. Hashem with a big advantage. It's an ace.
That's a disaster card for Daneman.
The best he can hope for is a chop pot.
2 million.
Hashem is in a great position. He'll bet 2 million. He cannot lose this hand.
Unfortunately for Daneman, he's got a pair of aces and an up and down straight draw. He's really got to like his hand.
This guy's always laughing at critical moments.
And these are treacherous waters for Steve Daneman. You can see the percentages.
You having fun?
My God, it's a ball. $2 million. That's a pretty large bet for a young man of your playing ability, huh?
I'm telling you, Lon, these guys should move in together, and ABC has its Odd Couple remake.
I raised 3 million more.
Daneman now announces a raise. And Hashem next to act, trying to figure out how to get the most chips he can out of his opponent.
He does want to double check to make sure he has that straight.
But we're being friendly. All right, stop. I'm all in.
Joseph Hashem is going to try to put Daneman all in. Hashem with the straight.
I'm all in.
And Daneman bites. Joseph Hashem has a straight and a title in the waiting.
Oh, the bracelet all but around his wrist now.
I got a chance.
Now, not much of one. He can only tie this pot.
7 and 7 only.
Hashem trying to become the first foreign-born winner of the main event since Carlos Mortensen in 2001.
Hashem flopped the straight and then played Daneman perfectly here to the river. The suspense is paralyzing some of these Aussies.
Wait. There's one more card.
Good luck.
Not over yet.
Daneman needs a 7 or Joseph Hashem will be our world champion.
And now our river card. It's a 4, and there you have it. Joseph Hashem stands alone. The man from down under has reached the pinnacle of poker and will forever be known as a 2005 world champion.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Carter Gill moved all in with top 2 pair, waiting for David Paredes to decide what to do with just top pair.
You don't bluff, right?
I haven't yet. Well, I see bet bluff one time, but and after that, I just check it down the rest of the way. I called him on the river of deuces.
2 poker pros here. Gill dropped out of Cal State Chico. Paredes graduated from Harvard. Gill born in Madras, Oregon. I can't even find that on a map.
My days are all you need is queen. That's all you need is queen. What are you saying? I don't know. Just say we probably need a queen, right?
Paredes calls. Gill's got the best of it.
Well, if you call, you need a queen. Put the 5 of clubs out there. 5 of clubs.
I was right. It's a call, you need a queen.
And he hits it. And you felt good about it.
So you want to play poker for a living, huh?
Wow.
It was your talking that did it, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You did a good job, man. You did a really valiant effort, man.
Carter Gill stunningly knocked out by David Paredes. Now David Williams with an ace-4 offsuit, and he will come out with 300,000 chips. Greg Raymer, first look at his hole cards, 2 8s.
You always love a pocket pair and heads up.
Raymer has a lot of chips to choose from, and he will make the call only. Raymer with a 2-to-1 advantage going to the flop. It comes out 4-2-5. David Williams pairs his 4, but he still trails Raymer's 8s.
Williams does pick up an inside straight draw.
Raymer checks, and David Williams bets 500,000.
He likes his hand. Middle pair, straight draw with the ace.
1.6.
And Greg Raymer likes his hand even more. Great read from Fossil Man. He will raise 1.6 million, and he's got the best hand right now.
David Williams already reaching for chips. We have seen him work so quickly throughout this tournament, and here he is making the call right away.
Williams sees low cards on the board, figured they would not help Raymer. What he doesn't figure is that Raymer does have a high pocket pair.
Shirley Williams in her most anxious moment of the whole tournament. Same could be said for Cheryl Raymer.
Fossil Man looks at that board and figures the only thing that could worry him is a higher pocket pair for Williams, and he doesn't think he has it.
And now the turn card. It's a 2, which pairs the board. Williams keeps improving his hand, and that's very dangerous because he still trails Greg Raymer.
2.5.
Raymer bets 2.5 million.
And immediately David Williams calls. Talk about being pot committed. Williams has put a boatload of chips in. In fact, he's put in 40% of his stack into this pot.
What a long way David Williams has come to be at this point of the tournament. With 17 players left, he had under 200,000 chips. Raymer had that on day 2.
Williams a 4-to-1 underdog as we go to the river. He can still come up with the best hand if he gets a 4 for a full house. A 3 would give him a straight. An ace would give him aces up.
River card, another 2. Now both players have full houses. Raymer has the better full house. He can only lose if he folds.
All in.
And he's all in.
And that would put David Williams all in. And if David Williams calls, it's all over. Greg Raymer would be the champion.
Call.
And Williams will call. The cards are turned. Raymer wins it all. Raymer has bested the biggest tournament field in poker history. He wins the $5 million and is the 2004 World Series of Poker champion.
2, Paul Snead, flop top pair against the ace high of Scott Montgomery. Action is on Montgomery. Montgomery reaching, and he makes it 1.5 million to stick around.
The youngins love the posture, and they love to put pressure on you.
Raise.
42-year-old Snead knows how to turn up the heat, too.
3 million total.
He makes it 3 million.
Well, that should do it for Montgomery. He's got squadoosh.
How much more do you have?
Is he thinking about sticking around, though?
Snead should just, twirl his finger around his chips. It would save time.
I'm all in.
Montgomery pushes all in.
Wow. I thought Montgomery was posturing when he asked for a count. Instead, with nothing, he bluffs all in and puts big-time pressure on Snead.
So this late in the main event, a big decision for Paul Snead.
Well, Snead with a big pot out there, getting good pot odds. He has top pair, but this is for 80% of his chips.
I got caught. I have outs, probably. I definitely have outs.
If Snead calls, Montgomery is the one who's caught.
I don't think you have a made hand. I might have the best hand.
Snead had raised from the button pre-flop trying to steal the blinds, and Montgomery re-raised him 800,000 from the big blind. Now, Snead has out-flopped him, but he's got to decide for almost all his chips if Montgomery's got him crushed.
What do you want, buddy? Talk to me.
I want you to fold. I mean, is there a question about it? I know I have the best hand, but man, I don't want to risk all my life. You said you got outs. I don't want you to call. Please fold. Please, please, please fold. I mean,
Montgomery mostly truthful there. He doesn't have the best hand, but he really, really, really wants Snead to fold.
How many players left?
Can't blame Snead. Any decision at this point of the tournament is a huge decision.
I got a clock.
Are you serious? Are you kidding me?
Honey, I'm short and time's running and you've been taking a long time, so. Sorry.
Wow, I can't believe she's calling the clock at this stage of the tournament. Tiffany's within her rights, but it ain't right.
Only a $12 million pot. She calls the clock.
Yeah, Tiffany's got 50 big blinds left, and she is not in the hand.
Now extra pressure on Snead.
If it's about math, I have to call. If it's about survival, I should fold.
Snead certainly no newcomer to poker.
What's it about?
He understands there are make-or-break moments in every tournament. This may be his here in the main event.
This is a make-or-break moment for Scott Montgomery, too.
Clock running out.
I called.
And Snead makes the tough call. Montgomery doesn't like that.
I got him! Come on, baby. I got him!
He's got him.
Oh, sheepishly turns over his ace-4. Snead in great shape to knock off Montgomery.
Not cool, yo. Not cool.
I think it's my right. It's my right, babe.
Really not cool.
If I thought he was, you know what? If I thought he was close to making a decision, my chips are short right now. Blinds are really big, and I'm playing for $9 million too.
You can justify whatever you want. I'm just saying it's not cool. It's really rude.
Again, Tiffany was within her rights to call the clock, but in that spot, it was a bit cold.
All right, let's get back to the action at the table. Paul Snead and his wife Elizabeth's arms waiting for the turn card. Turn card an 8 of hearts, no good for Montgomery. Snead, though, picks up a flush draw.
Time running out on Scott Montgomery.
That's a lovely card.
Only a non-heart ace keeps Montgomery alive.
It's an ace!
Oh, it's a diamond!
Montgomery wins the hand and doubles up, somehow taking that pot from Paul Snead.
Oh man, that was so ugly.
Guy just put, let's see, 6 million chips in with ace-4.
I thought it was aces.
With nothing on the flop.
Snead crippled and devastated.
Montgomery hits the river and rakes in that 11 million chip pot. Action over to Mike the Mouth, Mattisau. He's got a 9-7 suited with spades.
I raise.
And he'll raise to 12,000. Over to Fossil Man.
He is in the small blind.
Ace-Jack, 2 diamonds. And he'll put in 36,000, a raise from Raymer.
Call.
Mattisau will make the call, will go to the flop. 10-9-3, a pair of 9s now for Mike.
All in.
Raymer acting decisively and aggressively again, going all in on just a draw. He's got the nut flush draw and 2 overcards against the pair of 9s.
Count that.
And Mattisau apparently considering risking most of his chips with a pair of 9s.
And these two dancing again, and they've had a lot of frays between each other.
About 230,000, huh? Well, if I'm right, I'm a chip leader. If I'm wrong, I'm hurting. Mike, you always had faith in your reads, buddy. You always had faith in your reads. Don't let your reads let you down one time this time. Please don't let it be wrong.
If Mattisau calls, Raymer's tournament life is at stake here.
230,000, right?
241,000.
How much?
241,000.
Just that? That's it?
If I counted it right.
Told you I was gonna bust you. You came after me, didn't I? Don't let me be wrong, God.
Call. Mike the Mouth will risk about 2/3 of his chips to try to knock out Raymer.
Come on, God. No diamond, baby. Don't let me get unlucky. One time, baby. Blank on a turn, dealer. Do blank.
Turn card 2 of diamonds, and that gives Greg Raymer the winning flush.
Yes! How satisfying it must be for Raymer.
I play to win, baby. I play to win. You got to get 26 million in chips. I play to win.
And that rips the heart out of Mike Matisow, not to mention 2/3 of his chips going to Raymer.
You know why I called him before the flop? Because I knew what he had before the flop.
Thank you for busting me, Mike.
But I knew he had nothing.
He didn't have exactly nothing. He actually did have a draw.
Don't make a
though,
difference.
right?
It's going to be more hard work to get the money. You don't understand. I know what's going on.
Ivey with pocket eights.
Ivey won his first bracelet in 2000 in Pot Limit Omaha. Heads up against Amarillo Slim. A changing of the guard. That's the last time Slim made a World Series final table.
Phil raised to 320. Shulman with pocket deuces.
Jeff Shulman looks like a Hollywood producer who hasn't had a movie made in about 6 years.
He lays this hand down, so they'll leave it up to the old guys. 27-year-old Jordan Smith in the big blind with ace-9 offsuit.
Smith's only 27, but he just seems more world-weary.
Wondered what Ivey might have raised with under the gun. He figures Ivey doesn't have much, so he's going to raise it with that ace to 1 million.
There's 3 betting Ivey with ace-9 off.
How much are you behind?
I don't know.
Actually, this is the second time Ivey's asked him that with a pocket pair, and it's the second time Smith has had ace-9.
Sometimes it's not what they answer, but how they answer.
I think I started with 6.5 or 6 or something like that.
I'd like to tell you what Phil Ivey is thinking, but he thinks at a much higher level than I do, so I don't want to pull a brain muscle.
Ivey needs 680,000 more to make the call and does toss it in casually.
The last time these two were matched up, Ivey was in the blind. This time Smith's in the blind, and Ivey has position.
Smith and Ivey will see a flop. The flop is 5, Queen 10. Ivey's pocket eights are still best.
Jordan Smith just has ace high.
And he checks it.
Come on, Phil, you got pocket pair. Show some pep in your step.
Oh, he checks with 2 overs on that flop. And now the turn card is another queen. Ivey still best, and he adds a flush draw.
And Jordan Smith still with just ace high.
Smith?
Check.
We'll check again.
This is a spot Ivey might pounce on with a pair and a flush draw.
But no, he checks too.
I'm surprised.
River card, ace of spades. Ivey with a check mark, hitting his flush. Smith, though, got that ace. He has aces up.
Check.
Checks again.
Check. Ace.
Ivey checks.
I guess Ivey was worried about a higher spade flush.
Smith shows his aces up. Ivey mocks his flush.
He just mucked his hand. He can't even win when he wins. Phil, you had a flush. 5 suited cards is a flush. You gotta be kidding me.
But Smith will take that pot.
I am barring Phil from the big game for 30 days.
Phil Ivey mucked the winner.
Wow. Phil, you misread your hand. You misread your hand. How could you misread your hand?
Main event, Scott Blumstein, a main event rookie from New Jersey with a huge lead on Dan Ott, a main event rookie from Pennsylvania. Blumstein with ace deuce.
Are these two born 2 months apart in 1992. Heads up for the bracelet.
Blumstein with the weakest of aces. Just calls.
Sometimes you go an entire heads up without anyone limping on the button, and we've seen it a couple of times now already.
Ott with ace-8 of diamonds and a raise to 8 million.
Well, Scott was limping to trap Dan, except Dan with a big hand here heads up. Ott from Altoona, PA. Blumstein from Morristown, New Jersey. Center ring here in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Mullen.
And Scott loves his ace. That would put Dan all in.
Out chipped almost 5-1 and down to under 20 big blinds. This looks like a prime double-up spot for Dan Ott. Ott not so sure, and Blumstein surely must think he has the best hand right now with his ace-deuce.
Ott with all his chips to lose, and herein lies the reason for the delay. The room suddenly silent.
And Dan Ott looks distressed.
And he can get back in it right now.
Yeah, with a double out, Blumstein's chip lead would be back down to less than 2-1.
Ott at risk. Ott with a better hand.
So what do I do with ace deuce, a limp shove or what?
Too small.
We're gonna be freaking 40 bigs deep again.
Scott's parents better get comfortable.
Yet another Blumstein Ott all in. Familiar territory for them.
Ott looking for his ace-8 to hang on, and the better ace is still the better hand now for Dan Ott after the flop.
I'm going to sleep.
Let's go. Turn card as both competitors pace the floor here in the Brasilia room at the Rio.
Just pair the board at least.
7 of hearts, status quo. A clean river card away from a key double up.
Yeah, no pair, so no chop possibilities. Only a deuce knocks out Dan Ott and brings Scott Blumstein the title.
And the river card. Oh, the 2!
I guess a deuce on the river finally changed something.
Jamie Gould's cause is a noble one, and he certainly is on the championship path right now. As action continues at our featured table, 7-handed here. Gould with King 10 of diamonds.
I raise.
Gonna raise it up. Jamie playing very aggressively as usual. Makes it 175,000 to go. Friedman with pocket 7s. Prahlad makes the call.
How much you playing?
2-5.
2-5.
It'll be the would-be TV producer versus the would-be rapper.
Pretty much a coin flip. Here we go to the flop. 4 deuce deuce keeps Prahlad Friedman in the lead with his pocket 7s.
300.
Gould will bet out 300,000 chips.
Jamie's coach, this main event has been Johnny Chan, and Chan must be telling him to keep pressuring the small stack. If Prahlad calls here, this is what he would want, heads up against Jamie Gould.
And Prahlad does put out the call. And these two will go to the turn. Turn card is an ace. Could be a scare card for both players. Gould to act first. He checks.
Jamie backs off.
Prahlad will check as well. So to the river we go. It's a 3 of clubs. Prahlad Friedman with the check mark. Also puts a straight draw on the board.
750.
750,000 chips from Jamie Gould with nothing.
Gould puts his river bluff cap on.
You got anything?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he's got king high.
You gonna show me?
Sure.
He likes to show.
Have you shown any bluffs in the tournament when someone asked you that?
No.
Never?
He's lying, Prahlad. He works in Hollywood.
You hit the ace on the turn, didn't you? Ace queen or something?
I'll show you.
I heard a story about you making a nice bluff. You bet about 750, I think.
You caught me.
Huh?
Please call. You caught me.
Jamie does look uncomfortable.
You showed a king high that time.
You got a good read on me.
Really?
He does.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Prahlad has amazingly nailed exactly what Jamie Gould is up to.
But all of Jamie's talk is messing with Prahlad's mind.
Man, I can't believe you got me.
I can't believe she raised this stone cold liar.
Need some time. Need some time.
Prahlad has the right instincts, but he's reluctant to follow through on it. It's for about 1/3 of his remaining chips.
I don't even want to watch.
Now Jamie walks away. He says he doesn't want to watch. He's got Prahlad Friedman totally befuddled.
Look, he's trying to hide. Isn't that another tell?
And Prahlad folds.
Show it.
And Jamie will show.
Nothing! What a bluff.
And Prahlad Friedman can't believe he couldn't pull the trigger. So here we go, heads up. $4.8 million for runner-up, $8.25 million for our champion.
Jerry Yang, 39, born in Laos, spent 4 years in a Thai refugee camp. Tuan Lam, 41, born in Vietnam, spent 2 years in an Indonesian refugee camp.
Jerry Yang with a 4-1 chip advantage on Tuan Lam. Both players have vowed to donate a portion of their winnings to charitable causes. Jerry Yang looks at pocket 8s.
Two different routes for these guys getting here. Yang sees the chip lead early. Tuan Lam has pretty much folded his way into prime time.
A raise.
And Jerry is going to raise it. Any pocket pair heads up, but pretty much any two cards for Jerry means a raise. He makes it $2.3 million.
Tuan Lam actually played very well to get here. He just got conservative here at the final table.
Ace, queen of diamonds.
I'm all in.
And he moves all in. So Lam putting the pressure on early.
Yang will take his time. Even if he were to call here and lose, he'd still have a 3-2 chip lead on Lam.
High call.
Jerry makes the call, and here we go.
Yes.
Both players, Norman, seem pleased with their hole cards.
Come on.
Jerry should be happier.
I'm gonna do it for Canada, man. Yes!
Tuan Lam with ace-queen needs some help. Jerry Yang will need to just hang on with those pocket eights.
Yang trying to complete his remarkable final table run. He started as the second shortest stack, but like Jamie Gold last year, he has knocked out all but one player here at the final table. Lam just looking to get lucky.
All right, and now the flop. And he does get lucky! Lam pairs his queen!
Tuan Lam has come from behind again and again. And for the all-day chip leader, Jerry Yang has taken a ton of blows to the head.
Lam in great position to put a hurt on Jerry.
Pair up, baby!
Yang looking for help on the turn. Turn card is a 7. Lam still way ahead, but Jerry picks up a straight draw.
That gives Jerry 4 more outs here. 2 improbable finalists bumping heads in poker's biggest arena.
Jerry's wife, Sue, most anxious right now, and Jerry holding that picture of their kids in his hands.
To knock Lam out and end this thing, Yang will need an 8 or a 6 for a straight.
The river card. It's a 6! Yeah! He hit it! Jerry Yang is the 2007 world champion. And there's one unhappy multimillionaire. Mattisau just over 100,000 chips.
I'm all in.
And he's going to push them all in with his ace-king.
So the master of the short stack is going to put his tournament life at risk right now.
Action to Raymer now. He would love to take Mike Mattisau down, but he is going to fold his cards.
What you got, Mike, approximately?
110 altogether.
Same as me, huh? Oh, right, I've got a bit. Oh, cool.
And Ed Foster will take the challenge and try to knock Mike Mattisau out.
And Mike Mattisau in a terrific position.
One time, let me get lucky. Let me hold up the best hand one time.
A 3-1 favorite as we go to the flop.
Come on, one time, baby.
Foster and Mattisau out of the flop. 8-7-5, no help for either. Mattisau now a bigger advantage.
Keep him red.
Keep the clubs coming.
Turn card,
blank,
7 of hearts.
Blank, deuce.
And
Deuce.
now on the river,
Deuce.
only a queen
Deuce.
would knock Mattisau out of the main event.
It is a queen.
No!
Ed Foster has knocked Mattisau out of this tournament.
Why do I get deserveless?
A catastrophic hit to Mike Mattisau, who never shies away from showing his emotions.
This game is brutal for people, man.
He's going to take that bad day.
And before it's over, you might end up with something like that. So, you know, you got to be able to take it both ways. I mean,
No Mike Mattisau blow up on that final hand, just plain bad luck.
see the call I made on the guy earlier?
I play the best poker in my life, man. Why do I choose this for a living? I gotta be the sickest person in the whole entire universe. Oh boy, I thought this was my year. Damn. How does that happen to somebody? Oh well. I ain't playing a nickel and dime, I'm playing to win.
Enough nervous energy in this room to give Over Dam a run for its money. There is Oliver Hudson, an actor and son of Goldie Hawn, who was at our featured table today.
And of course, he's the brother of actress Kate Hudson.
Action is on Sam Farha. On the Milwaukee's Best Light Pocket Cam, Farha has ace-10 offsuit. Sammy's going to bet 200 chips. Everybody in the room starts with their buy-in amount, 10,000 chips. over to Oliver Hudson in 2002. He was one of People Magazine's 50 most beautiful people.
I don't see it.
Pocket tens.
Raise.
And Oliver is announced to raise.
Raise.
He's going to make it 450 to Sam Farha.
Sammy doesn't like to wait a long time to get his feet wet. This is the first hand of the session, and he's going to call with his ace-10 offsuit.
Oliver Hudson in the lead right now with his pocket tens. The flop is ace, ace, 10. Both get full houses, but Sammy's got the nuts.
You gotta be kidding me. This is the very first hand of the main event for both of these guys. Hudson has tens full. I mean, he can't get up. This is a disaster movie for him.
Farha earns the check mark, but both players check.
Both were slow playing it, and Mr. Hudson is in bad shape. He's got the tens full. He's not going anywhere.
A full house for Oliver Hudson, but it's second best. He bets 300 chips. Farha raises now to 1,300. That's a lot for this point of the tournament. Well, hand one.
All in.
And Hudson goes all in. And Farha calls immediately.
Oh my God.
Very first hand of their main event. Sammy's got the nuts, and Oliver Hudson is in shock. I mean, someone needs to tell him he can get up. He is drawing dead. He's going home.
A meaningless jack on the river, and Hudson's gone.
First hand.
Nice hand, Sam. Thank you.
That is incredible.
First hand. That's it. Holy Hey, nice hand, man.
Antonio with almost a 3-1 chip lead, but with a double up, Trickett would take the chip lead himself.
Antonio was 7-5 off. And a raise to 1.7 million. Queen 6 of diamonds for Trickett.
Yeah, Antonio is going to raise any 2 cards on the button heads up.
And Trickett makes that call. 1 raise and a call, and you've got over 3.5 million chips in the middle. This is the big one. The flop, 5, Jack 5. Is this Antonio's night or what? Trip 5s. That also gave Sam a diamond flush draw.
Another Cirque du Soleil flop at Guy La Liberté's big 1 for 1 drop.
Trickett checked.
Antonio continues to run good. I can't remember the last tough beat he took at this final table.
He bets over 2 million. Antonio took some wicked beats a couple of weeks ago when he finished 3rd at a bracelet event in which he had a huge chip lead 3-handed. Trickett with the raise to 5.4 million.
Trickett pushes his draw. Esfandiari knows Sam could be on a draw, or he could have a jack. Of course, Trickett also could have a 5, but that's unlikely since Antonio has one.
Oh, we saw a pre-flop raising war between these two. Now a post-flop war as Antonio repops it to 10 million.
Antonio sends a message to Sam with that 3-bet. I've got the jack or the 5. And Sam might be wishing right now he had just check-called this flop. He's getting in knee-deep at this point.
Antonio not wanting to scare off Sam. And Trickett seems very determined to stick around. And Sam says, how about 5 million more?
15 million.
That's a 4-bet, and Trickett now has committed 40% of his stack to this pot.
Esfandiari with the trip 5s. Trickett on a draw.
Well, it's got to run through Antonio's mind that maybe Sam does have a better 5 than he does.
All in.
All in.
Cool.
And Trickett will call with the draw. If Sam can get lucky, this battle will be nearly even, but should he miss, Antonio will win the big 1 for 1 drop.
No diamond. It's over.
Well, the diamond flush is Antonio's immediate concern, but running cards could give Sam Trickett a winning full house.
Once I check raise, I can't play any other way.
In a tournament of big moments, here we are at the biggest of them all. Turn card, Tray of Hearts. Antonio just 1 card away from winning $18.3 million.
Trickett needs any diamond but the 3. Otherwise, Antonio Esfandiari is our champion.
Here, perhaps the richest ever river card in poker tournament history. It's a heart! Antonio has done it!
Oh my God!
Now back to our featured table. A couple of big personalities, a couple of big men sitting next to each other, Hellmuth and Ballant. There is Russia's Sarkis Akopian, 10-9 offsuit.
Nice.
And nobody raised you?
Another raise from the Russian player. Makes it 16,000. Action folds over to Belland. Belland with ace-queen offsuit. In the small blind.
I'm going to raise.
Jean-Robert had a 9-1 chip lead heads up looking for his first bracelet just before the main event, but Matthew Graham beat him.
I'll play all my chips.
And Belland is going to move all in with ace-queen. Big blind Phil Hellmuth folds. So back to Akopian now. He'll need just over 66,000 to call.
Yeah, blue. Blue 7. Get it. Blue 13.
Cool.
And a call from Akopian quickly.
Motley 10-9 will call him.
Wow.
I'm left. Oh, God.
Did I not raise enough? No.
I win.
Well, I did, huh?
I win.
I do need a double up, but man, I don't even understand.
We talk a lot about the landmines the pros have to dodge in the main event. Here's one.
I love the call, but I'm not very lucky in these kind of situations. Oh, man. Bill, what's going on here? Don't send me home with the 10-9. Please don't send me home with the 10-9.
Don't get Phil started on this type of situation.
Mathematically, I don't know if that was a correct call.
Mathematically, it's not an awful call.
I knew you were strong, John.
Of course I was strong, but strong or not, 10-9?
All right, 10-9 against Belland's ace-queen. And there's an ace.
Yes!
Jean-Robert loves the call now.
Yes, baby. Come on. No jacks, please. No jacks and no sevens.
Or queen.
No jacks, no sevens, and I don't need any more pairs.
No jacks, no sevens, and he doesn't need any more pairs.
Deuce ball.
It's a 6.
That's the card I'm talking
Not
about.
over yet, Jean-Robert.
Did I tell you that you look very handsome today, sir?
Jean-Robert, he could still hit a 7.
Akopian with a straight draw.
Belland thought it was over. Almost, Jean-Robert.
Jean-Robert, ladies and gentlemen.
Bye-bye.
Copian thinks he's going to hit the 4-outer.
Don't do it to me like that. That would be ugly.
Copian needs a 7 for a straight to knock out Jean-Robert.
River card. Oh! It's a 7. Belland is gone.
Thank goodness it wasn't Phil.
Oh.
God.
He came back from China for this.
God. Excuse me.
He does make his first main event cash, but he's not happy about that right now.
That was the sickest, dude.
No. Maybe we'll bring Jean-Robert back for main event All-Stars.
Around to Hesp now with a suited ace, and he will call, and the 2 big stacks once again will clash.
Well, don't find the 1 ace out there.
Oh, my goodness.
This is big trouble for Hesp. He likes to take some strange lines with these kind of hands. He likes to check raise. He likes to lead. He likes to do all sorts of unconventional ways of playing this hand. If he inflates the pot, he could be in big trouble.
The case ace.
Oh
my goodness.
I don't like the looks of this.
The ace is up now for Hesp. He checks again.
He has to think he has the absolute best hand here. His opponent checked the flop. He's not really worried about much. When you have top 2 on an ace 10 7-5 board, this is.
And Scott's just wishing that Hesp had an ace.
Right, he has no idea that Hesp has top 2. Well, he's about to find out. I wouldn't be surprised if a majority of Hesp's chips move over to Blumstein, if not all of them.
And there's the raise announced. It was $3 million from Scott.
Scott has the look of a man with the nuts that just got raised.
Raised to $7 million.
John Hesp with a raise into the abyss.
Mm-hmm. Drawing dead to that man. With a trip of a set of aces.
It's not a very draw-heavy board, right? So this is one of those spots where if you actually put your opponent on a real hand, you definitely want to re-raise and allow him the opportunity to even get more money in and potentially even re-raise you. If it was a draw-heavy board, I would maybe consider flatting. Maybe he's got a draw. Maybe he misses on the river and he fires even more chips.
There is the re-raise.
17.
And that's it. Those chips are going in.
I'm all in. Call.
All in and a call! Oh my goodness! Hesp drawing dead is just handed over most of his stack to that man right there.
And that's what John Hess means to all the players here. You just hate to see that happen, even if it boosts your stack to over 156 million as it did for Blumstein.
Deep in the small blind with 2 aces.
Yeah, but Sean has that king-queen suited poker face on right now.
He will repop it to 15,600 out of Max Heinzelman. And the big blind, ace-6 off. This German pro is pretty much a dead ringer for the animated poker character Max Rolfs from the Micros. What do you think?
Yes, I agree. But whatever is running through Heinzelman's head right now, Lon, has never run through my head. 2 raises in front of him, and he's got ace-6 off.
Wow. Deeb with the pocket aces with the re-raise. K with the original raise with pocket 10s. And now Heinzelman re-pops it to 31-3 with his weak ace.
Heinzelman just 4-bet into a 3-way pot with ace-6 off. To be 21 again with no credit card debt.
That gets rid of K. Now to Deeb.
Sean Deeb now in the catbird seat.
With the aces. And Deeb is going to pump up the action to 68,600.
Yeah, that's what we call a legitimate 5-bet, son. Okay, whatever is running through Heinzelman's head right now, Lon, had better never run through my head. I know these guys have history online, but this is an automatic fold. No.
All in. All in and a snap call. Heinzelman playing for his role.
Oh, sure, the standard 6-bet all in with a 6% hand.
Heinzelman with a huge misstep against Deeb. All right, here's the flop. Heinzelman at risk. 10-6 king. Deep still good. Josh K would have flopped a set.
Heinzelman now with a 9% hand.
Turn card Queen of Hearts, each with a Broadway draw now.
So Heinzelman now needs a jack to chop the pot with a straight or a 6, or he is whamboozled.
And the river card. Oh, and Heinzelman gets there with the 6. Winning that huge pot from Sean Deeb.
Well, for Heinzelman's sake, thank goodness Deeb is not Phil Hellmuth. Deeb now crippled, and I believe we have found our next main event champion, Lon.
My goodness, Heinzelman now the chip leader at this table.
That's 35-year-old Lee Childs with pocket queens.
Raised to 720.
He says raise it up to 720,000. The blinds are at 120,000, 240,000, 30,000 from each player for the ante. Pocket jacks for Jerry Yang.
2.5 million.
And he's going to push it up to 2.5 million.
2 big pocket pair going bump in the night early.
Lee Watkinson with the 6 tray. And they go into the muck.
Everyone's dressed in black here. Who died?
Yeah, Twan Lamb in that green shirt really stands out. And so everyone folds, and the re-raise back to Childs, and he makes the call.
Somebody's usually all in pre-flop with these type of hands. Not this time.
The queens of Childs leading the jacks of Yang. And the flop, 7-4 deuced. Queen's still good for Lee Childs.
3 million.
And he bets 3 million with those 3 baby cards out there.
Yeah, he's got to like it.
I'm all in.
And Yang comes over the top. Wow.
My goodness, Lon, Lee Childs wasn't even done shoving his 3 million in yet, and Jerry Yang goes all in.
What a tough spot so early for Lee. That's his dad, Bill Childs.
Make the right decision.
I don't know if I can lay it down.
You'll know. Just play like you've been playing, man.
Father and son stretching the 1 player per hand rule. The other day we saw Childs lay down pocket kings post-flop to Yang, who raised with an inferior hand. The stakes are even higher here.
Yeah, this would be for almost all of Lee Childs' chips.
It's a big hand, huh, Jerry?
And a big decision for Lee. Obviously, he doesn't want to be crippled so early at this final table. That's Jerry Yang's parents and wife. They're on the right.
If Childs makes this call, Yang is all but out of here.
I'm sorry, fellas.
No problem. It's a big call.
Huge decision for Lee Childs.
I'm going to show you some respect, Jerry. I think you're. Gosh, I don't know. I'm gonna fold this.
And he folds the queens.
All right.
I don't like the laydown. I don't like him showing the cards.
If you didn't have a beat, I will.
Lee wants to see those cards.
I think I made a bad laydown, but I don't know.
Bad laydown.
Wow.
I think it was a bad laydown.
I think so.
It was a bad laydown. And this one might haunt Lee for a long time.
I don't know where I'm at. I just things could beat me.
Good laydown.
I'm all in. And Chip is going to push it all in.
Does Andy want to go with him? 9-8 offsuit.
Pretty modest. And he's tired, and he's thinking.
And he's short stacked.
The blinds right now 40 and 80,000. Not many hands left for Andy Block. He's got connectors. If he calls here, he's going to hope that his 2 cards are at least live.
Okay, I call. Let's gamble.
And he will put his hopes on the 9-8.
Ace queen. Oh no.
Well, Andy knows it could be better. It could have been worse. And now Chip Reese with a chance to finish this off.
He started this final table with a chip lead. He lost it to Andy Block, trailed him by almost 5 million chips, and now with a chance to win it all. The flop, 7-7 Jack. Ace Queen still leads. Block with a straight draw.
A gut shot straight draw for Andy Block.
9-10.
Chip's hand is holding on, and Chip now 2 cards away from stepping into the limelight he deserves.
And now the turn card. It's a 4 and no help to Andy Block. Chip Reese 1 card from this title.
Andy Block barely with the strength to stand up, and he's wondering, when is Lady Luck going to come my way? He needs it now.
And Jen Creason wondering if this will be the end of her fiancé Andy Block's run.
Andy Block needs an 8, 9, or 10, or Chip Reese is the horse champion.
Now the river card, it's another 4, and Chip Reese has done it! Oh, what a comeback!
Andy Block is our second place finisher.
Chip Reese has won the title so many of his peers felt he deserved to win.
Oh my God. Chip Reese with his 3rd bracelet, his first since 1982.
Vanessa's pretty high level. She could know and still ask just to see what he
Very good
says.
point.
That is very high level.
That would
Aces
be
now.
Keep
Vanessa's
me off her block as well.
the highest level Vanessa playing with right now with Ace of Spades, Ace of Diamonds. Wow.
Opportunity.
Pierre Delamare is my new hero.
That was pretty boss status. The old 9 deuce. Look, 2 pros on television.
I mean, he just saw that ace jack shrink and shrink and shrink with every card that came down.
Yep.
Oh goodness.
Set over set. This is pretty hard to do. Fortunately,
And Schwartz has the jack of clubs.
for Bowman, there's 3 clubs out there. Otherwise, if that was not a club 5, this could be an outrageously large pot.
So now, after the check by Schwartz with the jack-high flush draw, Vanessa with her set of aces with the 3 clubs on board, as Antonio mentioned, bet 700. Bowman now it's flopped 2nd set, and she can't go anywhere. And if Noah's calling the other hand,
If he had the king of clubs, maybe the queen of clubs, he would call. But you don't really want to call to draw to the OMG.
Quad alert! Quad alert!
Bye-bye, Vanessa.
No!
No! Can it be?
Still 1 card to come. Come on. Quad 7s for that woman, Gail Bowman.
Vanessa might not lose her whole stack, but I think it's unlikely. I know that I'm going to go broke in this spot.
Oh, my goodness.
17.
If she raises
She's got a
her-
5K chip.
Raise 5,800.
Right, so Bowman will just call. Typically when I have quads, which is never, and I'm in position, and my opponent has check raised me, I'll just call.
Oh, what a hand. Gail Bowman turns quad 7s, giving Vanessa Selps aces full.
Unbelievable.
And now, Bowman has been raised, as you see, to 5,800 by Selps, who needs the last ace in the deck to take this pot. And there is just a call.
1 hour into the main event, Vanessa Selps faces a massive cooler.
So that call,
Get it
just a
straight.
call by
Okay.
Bowman on the turn has to raise some eyebrows.
I don't think so.
50,000 behind.
Raise.
Wow. Oh, that's exactly the reaction we expected.
Are you serious right now? Oh my God. Well, guys, let's see which cards, which suits I have. Ace-7 of hearts is a thing. Ace-7 of diamonds is not a thing. Wow. This might be a quick main event for me. I don't know if I'm good enough to fold this. What do you think I have?
Flush.
I don't have a flush. I'm gonna need a lot of time. I'm sorry. Ace-7 of hearts. I mean, Ace-7 of hearts. Would you shove with Ace-7 of hearts? If you'd shove with Ace-7 of hearts, then I'd have to. All right, you could have Ace-7 of hearts, I guess. So I got a call. You have quads?
Yeah.
I almost folded.
Oh my God.
I wanted to fold. I really
That
did.
hand reverberates through Brasilia.
It's like you can have Ace-7 of hearts there, so how can I fold? I think you shove with Ace-7 of hearts too. I wanted to fold though, I swear to God.
Wanted to release my.
What kind of table draw did you
Hey, fun playing with you guys. That's a story. Now I got a story.
That is a story indeed.
I swear to God, I wanted to fold.
Billy Kopp with almost 20 million chips has a good shot to take the next step. He looks down at 5 tray of diamonds under the gun.
Billy's parents back home in Kentucky following his progress online every day.
A raise to 600,000. Next to act, Darvin Moon, Queen Jack of diamonds from the small blind.
I don't know if they have the internet in Western Maryland yet.
He will make the call for 480,000.
Darvin with 25 million chips, Billy with nearly 20 million.
And they will go heads up to the flop. The flop is King, 9, deuce, all diamonds. Oh my goodness, Moon with the better of the 2 diamond flushes.
2 of the biggest stacks in the room on a collision course here.
Darvin Moon first to act. He will check his flush.
You flop a flush 6-handed, you gotta believe you're best.
Billy Kopp bets about half the pot, 750,000.
Billy might have checked there, but I guess he's protecting his hand in case Darvin is holding 1 diamond. Darvin would only be worried about the ace of diamonds.
Darvin makes the call.
Just a smooth call.
All right, to the turn we go. It is another deuce pairing the board. Darvin Moon earns the check mark with that flush, and he checks again.
A full house possibility now on the board. That might slow down both players. But it looks like Billy wants to protect his hand against the diamond draw again, and again he's stepping into dangerous territory.
He bets a little more than 2 million. He's going to regret that. Darvin Moon now.
Raise.
Announces a raise. He's going to make it 6 million to go.
Billy Kopp in a bit of a pickle here. With as many chips as he has, and with Darvin having him covered, Billy could have played small ball and checked the turn.
Darvin's wife, Wendy, watching her man involved in another big pot.
If this close to the final table, you want to control the size of the pot. See, if Billy checked the turn and a diamond hit the river and Darvin leads out, it's an easy fold.
Come on.
But Billy Kopp shoves.
Wow, I didn't expect that, Lon.
My goodness.
Billy has no doubt his flush is good. It's not. If Darvin calls, Billy is gone.
The board paired, and this is for most of Darvin's chips.
I call.
Darvin Moon makes the call.
It's over.
Billy Kopp sees in an eye blink his main event is done.
Oh my goodness. Billy Kopp started this hand with nearly 20 million chips. His November 9 ticket was virtually punched. He's gone.
Darvin with over 45 million now. Wendy Moon can book their tickets to the final table. Her husband is the overwhelming chip leader.
Darvin with a huge call there. Flush over flush. Billy Kopp overplays his and shockingly plays himself out of the main event.
What's he doing raising 3/4 with 3-5?
Ace-7 offsuit for Chung.
Chung says players with sunglasses always intimidated him, so he wanted to do the same thing and got his own.
A raise to 2.9 million from Joseph Chung. Now over to Jonathan Duhamel. Duhamel with 2 queens.
In the big blind. Duhamel mostly playing big cards tonight, not fooling around much.
And with those cards, he's been able to keep the pressure on his opponents. And here he goes again, a re-raise to 6.75 million. Jonathan's parents, Joanne and Luke, looking on very intently. as is Joseph's mom, Sun Hee. The two big stacks clashing again.
An ace is pretty good three-handed. Chung can be aggressive with any two cards, and he's already shown, bluffing with that Jack-5, that he won't be tempered by the magnitude of the stage.
Chung, chips in hand, a lot of chips, a re-raise to over 14 million.
A 4-bet. Duhamel says he loves when people play back at him. Well, here Chung is playing back at him at a critical juncture on the biggest stage in poker.
And this biggest stage is very quiet, everyone realizing the gravity of this moment. Duhamel's fans have been on quite a ride tonight. What will Jonathan do? The French-Canadian repops it to almost 23 million.
Wow. He 5-bets it. The two big stacks again on a destructive path, and John Racner again out of harm's way.
Indeed, Norman Racner happy to be sitting this out and watching what is happening between these two big stacks.
Well, to this point, Chung does not believe Duhamel has a big hand. Will he believe now?
I'm all in.
He does not, Norman. Chung re-raises Duhamel all in.
Oh, no.
We'll call.
And Duhamel makes the call. Duhamel in control. Joseph Chung in severe danger of being left with only 5 big blinds.
176 million chips, the biggest pot in the history of the World Series of Poker. And on a night of river madness, this is pre-flop insanity. Joseph Chung knows he has just misstepped at the most crucial moment of this championship table.
Oh, baby, oh!
Duhamel on the verge of a stranglehold on this final table. There's the Cheshire Cat, John Racner.
Racner can't believe what he's seeing. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Joseph Chung in the midst of an epic blow-up.
And now the flop. Tray 9 deuce rainbow, nothing for Chung as his hopes of winning this huge pot fade. Duhamel's family and entire cheering section can barely contain their emotions, waiting for this to play out.
The aggressive Chung misread the strength of Duhamel's hand, and now Duhamel and John Racner could be huge beneficiaries.
The turn card is a 6. Duhamel still good. And Chung will now need some of tonight's patented river magic. Joseph stands quietly by, and unbelievably, Racner is so close to being heads up.
Duhamel 1 card away from becoming the dominant chip leader. Chung 1 card away from being decimated. He needs an ace and an ace only to knock out Jonathan Duhamel.
The river card is an 8, and there you go! Jonathan Duhamel, the overwhelming leader in the main event.
And it's all but over for the Southern Californian. It looks like a brutal finish to a beautiful main event for Joseph Chung.
Queen 9 offsuit for Jamie Gold.
This is Texas Hold'em, but nobody from Texas has won the main event since Jack Strauss in 1982. Wasika was born in Dallas.
Couple of 10s for Wasika. Wasika again reaching for chips. Raises it to 1.3.
Jamie casually calls the 1.3 million.
So Wasika in the lead with his 10s against Gold's Queen 9. Now the flop, Queen 8-5. Gold does it again, pairing his queen. Wasika, first to act now. 1.5 million chips.
All in.
And Gold's gonna push. Does Paul want to make his move now?
You don't have a queen, do you? I'm already all in. You can say whatever. You can't change my action. You don't have a queen, do you?
And this could be it for Paul Wasika.
I guess if you did, you'd call, so I got this one.
Jamie again, trying to turn the screws and mess with the mind.
No queen?
No queen.
Then I got you. You got a pair? You got.
I do have that.
So let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Jamie trying to close another deal. Wasika making a decision for what could be his tournament life.
I think you're on a draw.
I definitely do not have a good hand, but I think I'm going to win.
I think you have a draw. All right, you talked me into it.
You call?
Here we go.
Yes!
Wassaka calls all
This is
in.
it, baby. Yeah!
Jamie Gold
This
puts
is it.
himself in position to win this title.
So close. So close.
Jamie's glad his mom is here, but they both wish that his dad, Robert, who suffers from Lou Gehrig's disease, were also here to share this moment.
Credit Jamie for making another sale here and getting Waska to call.
Turn card is an ace, not what Wassaka needed. He's got one last chance to keep it going.
One card to go.
Don't jump in
Tell
here
me
again,
what
okay?
happens. I won't.
Okay, just relax. Don't
Just
even
tell me
look.
what happens.
Okay.
And just tell me
This
no
is it,
10.
man.
Tell me no
There
10.
ain't no 10. There's only one card a day.
You've come
Ain't not
so
gonna
far.
come. This is it, man.
You've come so
this
far.
is go. No 10.
No 10.
It's all right. Relax. Breathe. Just breathe. Relax.
Waska needs a 10 or it's over.
Jamie Gold has done it!
Congratulations. Oh, my God.
You're awesome.
You played awesome.
You're awesome.
Jamie Gold makes believers of us all.
Another amateur, another improbable winner.
And for Paul Wassaka, hero's welcome and $6 million.
It is a Hollywood ending.
Oh, my God.
And he just didn't win it. Jamie Gold thundered past a cast of thousands.
Don't have a heart attack. Don't have a heart attack.
Don't have a heart attack. I love you too.
I love you,
Don't have a heart attack.
Oh, why would I have a heart attack?
All right, action on Christian Dragomir, though. Dragomir looks down at 10-4 diamonds.
Dragomir gets busy again.
Yeah. He's going to raise it to 80,000.
Didn't he bluff Chino with 10-4 earlier today?
He did.
He likes that hand.
Folds around to Phil Hellmuth.
In the small blind.
Phil's got an ace. Phil has ace-king.
You have aces?
I think Chino had ace-king, too, in that hand.
Chino did, you're right.
You might have aces. This is sick.
Y'all got a bet here?
Nah, you don't have aces. I think you have ace-queen.
Phil giving Dragomir too much credit.
A re-raise from Phil to 255,000 with ace-king.
75 more.
Please, I pray to God he folds, Mike. Everybody else in the world wants you to move in with this hand. I'm praying you fold. Honey!
Yes, dear.
I hope he doesn't have aces. I'm going to show this hand afterwards.
Dragomir does not have aces. He has 10-4.
Don't worry, I'm going to show you.
Dragomir's
Oh
going to
my
call.
God.
I guess Dragomir wants to mix it up with a
175.
poker brat, and he's got his lucky 10-4.
So Dragomir and Hellmuth heads up to the flop. Ace-king against 10-4. Classic matchup. And there is a 10 in there. Dragomir takes the lead with a pair of 10s.
Check.
Dragomir with top pair.
You heard Hellmuth check. Now Dragomir.
Here we go, Mike. So I can't believe this. They dealt me aces versus kings again right here. This is so sick.
Dragomir bets 300,000.
This idiot guy over here.
That was uncalled for.
I don't. You know what, Mike? I think he called the re-raise with ace queen or something. He's just a crazy guy trying to go both.
You put
Phil shows the ace
255
king.
in. He put in like only 150.
Mike, you tell him what
Show
I
him
have.
the 3-8 offsuit or something. No, 10-4, baby.
Phil is stunned.
That was worth the price of admission.
And everybody gangs up on Phil.
Phil had it coming.
That's his hand all day. That's his hand.
That's his hand. Three times.
He re-raised Chino with it. He called me with it. He called Phil with it.
This is how I lose my money to some idiot.
I show ace king and fold.
He's now said idiot 2 times too many.
I'm going to tell you something, buddy. You want to hear what I have to say? This is
No, after you learn some manners, yes.
Forget it. Forget it.
Before that, whatever.
Well done, Christian.
Buddy, you're an idiot, is what you are.
That's 3 times.
This is the state of
Yeah,
poker.
but I'm an idiot with a stack. you don't have a stacks. Whatever.
Someone puts in
Just
$400,000 with 10-4 and the crowd celebrates like it's a good play. This is the state of poker. The guy is the worst player in history, and they're cheering. You are an idiot.
4 times.
Did you see what this idiot just did?
5.
Man.
He played
man,
with a 10-4, Mike.
I had enough of that. This is the 10th time. You are an idiot. Come on, what is this?
Dragomir fighting back.
What is the 10th time? What is this?
I apologize, but I don't like the way you play poker. That's all.
Whatever.
That's
I
all
don't want
say.
you playing poker.
I won't say anything more than you.
I don't want you
Phil,
playing
way
poker.
out of line
You're the
here.
worst player around. I won't call you. Let's go. For no
Yeah, but he has like 3 million. He wanted to pump you up because he likes you.
Won't,
Just playing my
You won't
hand,
last
man.
10 minutes tomorrow, I don't think, to be
It
honest.
cost me, it cost me like 10 grand to get in this tournament. It cost you nothing. So just leave me blow away my 10,000, okay? Okay?
He's right.
Line, Phil.
Okay.
You need to chill.
Buddy, that's sick.
I don't care. You're way out of line.
We love to watch the act, but Hellmuth's actions here are deplorable.
I understand. He sucked out on you, but okay, it's poker. It's poker.
To you, it's poker, man. To me, this is my life.
Schwartz. Couple of threes. He limps.
Some of us like milking our coffee. Some of us like to sleep on our backs. Justin Schwartz likes to limp with small pairs.
Turiansky has a big pair, queens.
Yeah, that is a big pair. And Guan actually folded a small pair, pocket 4s.
Turiansky with a raise to 650. Joe McKeon with 6s again.
How many times is this fella going to be dealt pocket 6s late in the main event?
You got like 10, Justin?
This is also a small pocket pair.
The big stacked McKeon with the call.
See, Lon, deuces to 6s are small pocket pairs, 7, 8s, 9s, and 10s are middle pairs, and jacks and higher are big pairs.
13 years I've been doing this with you, and I never realized you were Stu Unger. All right, so Schwartz has the action. The raise coming from Turiansky.
Schwartz getting a good price to call, and he knows if he flops a set, it could be a big payoff.
So, Stewie, that's kind of what implied odds are, right?
I don't know.
650? 650, right?
Justin calls for 410,000 more, so these three-pocket pair will see the flop. Here it is, and it is deuce tray, 6, mine, McKeon and Schwartz both flop a set.
It's an action flop. It's a flop that will inflict an abundance of pain.
Schwartz slow playing his set, check. Turiansky with the queens, he loves that flop. He bets 700,000. Now McKeon with the biggest hammer.
Yeah, this is as good as it gets if you're Joe McKeon.
What a knack he has for flopping a set with pocket 6s. And he is just going to call.
And this is as bad as it gets for Justin Schwartz. He gets his dream flop, and it's a nightmare.
Joe McKeon has him right where he wants him.
Mine.
Wow, he says, let's go! And that lights up McKeon's eyes, but Turiansky to act yet.
Need a call, please.
Turiansky bet confidently, and now he's on his heels. And I don't know if he can get away from pocket queens here. But if he doesn't, he might be heading home with Justin Schwartz.
Alex started the hand with almost 12.8 million. Justin Schwartz, 10.2. McKeon has them both easily covered. Joe can't wait to act, but he's patiently waiting.
Call.
Alex somehow folded the queens, and now Justin wakes up to the bad end of set over set.
You are the most disgusting human being in the world.
2 threes?
Of course.
Wow.
Wow.
Pick one.
You gotta be kidding me. Joke. You better win the tournament, you idiot. Oh my God. I did get one outed out of a tournament this year, though, so I am owed a one outer. I did get one outed out of the 1500 for the chip lead.
Daniel, do you fold queens there?
I don't know, man.
I fold queens.
That's a great fold. I guess with the guy behind you, but I mean, he just has flush draw a lot, right? But I guess even if he has that, maybe.
No, you remember what you said after he limped when you raised with
he likes that pairs. I know
What an awesome life I live.
Turn card Justin with 1 out. That's not it.
I don't do handshakes, people.
I don't do handshakes, people. The Justin Schwartz anthem. Well, Justin needs to find the last 3 in the deck somewhere in this Thunderdome.
3.
The river card's a 5, and that will end it. Justin Schwartz knocked out. My goodness. Schwartz, like any player, always looking for a stealth attack, but he was blindsided by the bigger set.
You fold a queen set, blows my mind.
Justin Schwartz making his way out of the Rio after his 14th place finish.
Yeah, I was going to take a hand like that. You're correct. Your poker analysis is on point. Everyone that knows poker knows I'm a hell of a player already. It's the money that matters. I couldn't give a about this.
I'd just like to give him a big bear hug, and maybe it would change both of our lives.
Ace-5 of clubs.
Spots change.
And
He didn't want to
shoves.
put it. He didn't want to put in with 2 8s 2 hands ago, but with
no
Ace
bubble?
5 of clubs, the bubble is
Oh, look at
burst.
Holtz with 10s. Interesting that these two guys are going because Coverman actually entered on day 2 of this event. You could enter right up to beginning of play on day 2, and they have an indoor soccer league with all the international poker players here, and they were playing after day 1 of the big one. Fedor was playing, and Byron was as well. He played college soccer, and it was that night where Byron said, I think I'll play.
Yeah, sometimes you talk your friends into playing. So Holtz is thinking, obviously he's calling the 8 million at least, and he's decided to call. I like that play.
And by the way, in that little one-day tournament, they had like 12 or 13 teams. Fedor was playing in it and got into the final, but the England team beat
Oh,
the
my
German
goodness.
team. And Solomon's all in with ace-king of hearts.
Wow. And Holtz is in this really, really bad spot because it's not like Solomon's going to move in here with ace-queen. So it's a really tough spot for Holtz because he can beat ace-king, but he can't beat jacks, queens, kings, or aces. It's very unlikely that Solomon pushed here with 9. So you really have to say to yourself, he has jacks, queens, kings, or aces, or some kind of ace-king. And so it's a real tough spot for Holtz. He does have 10 million in there, but it's 18
Byron can triple
million
up.
more.
Well, Holtz and Solomon have virtually identical stacks, so this would be almost for all of Fedor's.
Solomon is the shorter stack,
Yeah.
right?
I'm pretty sure.
I believe there was an ace that was flashed on.
Ace of hearts, yeah.
So I'm going to have to turn that card over as an exposed.
There was a card exposed.
Oh my God.
So that is the
No.
I have to do that.
What a moment for that.
Wow,
Now-
now Fedor's looking at ace, king, or aces. Wow.
How squeezed
That
does
makes it
Fedor
better.
feel?
It does make it better because he doesn't have to worry about jacks, queens, or kings.
But is he thinking maybe
This is
that-
this is unheard of for this to happen right here, right now. I just can't remember the last time I saw in a major tournament playing for 10 million for first, a card was exposed.
Fedor takes a time extension. If he can find a call here, he's got a chance for a double knockout.
Does he put Byron on an ace, do you think? And now they're sharing aces of some sort? Would you go that far?
I mean, that's certainly, but I don't know. That's probably one of those 50-50 things where, sure, Byron has an ace, but he could also
have a
king,
pocket pair of
queen. He
some
could have a
sort.
pocket pair.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a 30% chance he has
Wow.
an ace, but that influences the decision.
What a play
And if
by
the-
Rick Solomon here.
And there's just so much going on here. Wow, I think
Byron's not feeling good about his hand right now. That's one thing.
I think Fedor has to probably fold here for 18.8 million because he still has enough chips to come back and win this, or does he want to gamble? Oh my goodness, this is great drama. I love it.
So Fedor's already put in the
10.5 million.
10 million, okay.
There, if you're ever going to use 3 or 4 time extensions, this is the time. Wow.
All right,
What
let's
a
see if the
spot.
Wonderkind can figure this one out.
Does
has
he have a
done
king?
it so often for
Or
so
does
many
he have
years.
an ace? Fedor, that's what he's asking himself. Does he have a king? or does he have an ace with his ace of hearts? If he thinks he has a king, he may, obviously should call.
This is worthy of another time extension, I would think.
What a hand. Oh my goodness. And I just wonder if the ace of hearts wasn't exposed, if Fedor would even be thinking this long. He probably has to fold. And then you go back to before the flop. Should Fedor just move all in with the tens? We saw, but I don't like that play only because he has two covering stacks behind him, right? Bonomo's right behind him.
And if Fedor does call, he's got both of them at risk. He does make the call. And so it will be Fedor Holtz with pocket tens.
What
trying to knock off Rick Solomon and Byron Coverman.
What a flip this is. Oh my goodness.
And so now it was Byron who shoved first and then got the call from Holtz, and then Solomon shoved, and then Fedor finally called with his tens.
Fedor has won his share of these flips, especially in the one drop.
What a
Well,
moment.
he gets the double knockout here. He would take the chip lead.
Massive chip lead.
Well, Solomon has the ace and the king.
All right, who are you going with, Norman?
I'm not going with Byron, unfortunately. I feel bad for Calvin.
Who are you going with?
I'm going to go with Fedor to hold up.
Only two aces left in the deck.
I think Rick's going to hit it.
Three
right.
kings. Here's the flop.
Oh,
Ace and a king in the
ace.
flop.
Wow. It's not over yet, folks. It's
No,
not
but
over yet. A queen or a jack. Poker players always root for like a queen or a jack in these spots.
Oh, my goodness.
To be fair.
Fedor made the proper call, thinking that Solomon didn't have aces.
Well, Solomon now looking.
Now there's the queen.
Oh,
that's 4 jacks and 2 tens, 6 outs. Oh my goodness! And by the way, Coverman needs a club. Any club except the king of clubs. Wow.
Fedor can still score a double knockout. Still a sweat on the river for everyone.
If a jack of clubs comes, I don't think anybody goes broke.
The river card is
oh my God!
Fedor Holtz gets there on the river and scores the double knockout. Griffin Binger under the gun. 2 black aces for the man from Queen City, Hogtown, T-Dot, the 6.
Anything else?
The Big Smoke, Toronto, Canada. He's going to raise it up to 875.
Griffin is 31 years old. He just feels 32 or 33 to me.
Well, Kasuf, oh my, 2 black kings. Kasuf in middle position. And he re-raises to 2.3 million.
When you've got pocket aces and someone raises, it might be the best feeling in poker.
Boy, re-raise sounds better than the Canadian national anthem to Binger right now. Long fold, so back to Binger with the aces.
I have to find out where I am. I think I'm ahead at the moment. I think you need to get lucky. Don't know if yours get lucky is good enough. No shame in passing. You're the best hand at the moment. Otherwise you'd have called by now. So I must have you beat, right? We can talk, heads up. Don't be shy. All the folks watching at home. At least crack a smile. No? Oh, incoming. Really? No. Just a Hollywood, right? How many miles from here to Hollywood, do you know? It's like 230 miles something from here to Hollywood. Do we know? How many miles from here to Hollywood?
Haven't we heard his Hollywood routine before?
2 shows nightly.
There it comes.
And there's a 4-bet to 5.6 million. Back at you, Will.
How much?
5.6.
5.6? What? Find out where you are? So I'll take it if I ship it, you're not passing then. 5.6 total.
Kasuf has built his whole image for this moment. Talk a big game, then show up with the goods, except he's crushed.
It's a month past Griffin's birthday, but he has to feel like it's right now.
Well, this could be the one then. This could be the one. Have you got me covered or have I got you covered?
She looks a little fire.
Do you know? Can you count? What's that? Have you got me covered or? Can you tell me? Okay, how much you playing total? How much you have at the start of the hand?
Binger takes the 5th.
Does he not have that? Can you all say?
He's over 15. He has 17, 18 at least.
Benger campaign spokesman Gordon Veo confirms Griffin's chip count. And there's the Kassouf trademarked repeat.
It's one of these coolers again, really, back to back. If you got it, right? Well, big-handed, I don't think I can pass. Oh, you got me beat, it's poker, isn't it? I can't call, it's either all in or pass. What do you want me to do? You want me to go all in or fold? Talk to me. You don't say anything, I might have to ship it here.
Go right ahead, Will. You ship it, it's a shipwreck.
You want to gamble? I'm not here to ladder, I'm here to win it. I'm not laddering. Play for the win, right? You doing the same? Or are you going to wait for the next page jump at 15? 90k is 90k, right? That's the main event for the next 9 years.
Griffin looks like he'd just as soon get on with it.
Clock. I think I might have to.
You're just an abusive person, man. It's not funny. It's not a game.
Abusive? Why
You're being abusive to me.
How am I being abusive?
You're being abusive. It's called verbal abuse. What you're doing to me is verbal abuse.
You're not even gaining any information. He's
what
not
you're
talking
doing
to you.
is verbal abuse.
Why is
You're
it
a
verbal
bully.
abuse?
It's rude. It's mean.
It's called speech play.
It's not about.
I'm
No,
giving
it's
heads
not
up.
called speech play. It's called being a bad person. You should
How's a
really
bad
check
person?
yourself.
Why? Why is it
Check
being a
your
bad person?
privilege.
This is called speech play.
Check your privilege.
I'm trying to get information.
Check your privilege. You're a rude person.
I'm not a rude person.
You're a rude person. It's verbal abuse. This is what it feels like. See, now you look at. He's not your dad. He's not going to help you. Stop. No one is going to help you.
You don't need to go on tilt.
No one is going to help you.
It's called speech
The
play.
bet is
Heads up.
5.6 million chips.
5.6.
That is what the bet is.
5 chips. Okay. Yeah, I understand that. I'm trying to get information from you.
No, you're verbally abusing me.
It's not verbal abuse.
Yes, it is. Ask anyone else here. Your word against theirs.
You want to gamble? Okay, I'm all in.
I call.
Let's go.
Come on, baby. Let's go. Whatever happens, he's cooler. Whatever happens, he's cooler.
He's never folding anyway.
Put a king, I don't care. Put a king, I don't care. I'm not slow rolling him. Put a king out there, I'm fine. My life is good. Screw this guy.
We're having fun. Now we're playing poker.
Now would be the time. King of Hearts, watch. Watch
Give
now
it
the
to him.
Hollywood,
It
huh?
doesn't matter.
Hold
He's
this
still
Hollywood.
miserable. I'm happy.
Verbal abuse. I'll show you verbal abuse. You can't take it. You can't take it. That's why. Let it get to you. You're losing it.
Let it get to me.
You see me smiling all the time.
I'm still smiling.
Yeah, you let it get to you. I get under your skin, man. Get under your skin. We've got fireworks now. Let's go. Let's go. The king's coming. I'm telling you
That's
now.
fine. That's
King
fine.
of Hearts on the flop.
That won't change
King
my
of Hearts
life.
on the
It won't
flop.
change
They're gonna
my
be quiet.
life.
They're going to lift off now.
It won't change my life.
Watch. All right. But the King of Hearts on the pow. Smash him. King of Hearts on the
I
flop.
have aces, he
Smash
has
him.
kings for everything. We have the aces, yes.
Smash him.
Becomes who cares.
If this gets any worse, it might rival the Russian roulette scene in the Deer Hunter.
Kassouf at risk.
I say King of Hearts, big heart. King of Hearts on the flop.
Almost 28 million in the pot.
King one time.
If it comes,
King.
it's okay.
No king.
Okay, we're good.
This feels like will against the world, and the world is winning.
If it happens, it happens. It's happened to me before. I'll be fine.
Kassouf stands isolated at the crux of his main event.
3, baby.
Turn card does nothing for Will Kassouf.
Come on.
What's that? King of the River. Did it say in the earpiece? King of the River. King of Hearts of the River, we're nice.
3 ball.
One time? One time.
Clear that board.
One time.
Clear that board. Clear that baby board. Let's go. 3.
No
3.
king, no more Kassouf.
Flick it out there. Show
And
me
the
that.
king's about.
Show me
Ping.
3. Show me 3.
Come on! Come on!
Has he got me covered? Hey, can someone get a count?
Will wants a count. His count is 0 and falling.
This massive transaction officially complete, leaving Will Kassouf on the outside looking in.
So much. Like that should have been. Yeah, that should have been in 5 seconds.
Out in 17th place.
That's a shame.
Good game, man. Okay. Okay, good luck. Good luck, man. Good luck. Good luck.
If Mike Nowitzki won't
Okay.
shake your hand, you need to reassess.
Well, there's Jeff Lissandro, a terrific player, but this will be his first main event cash.
Prahlad Friedman, a longtime internet whiz, won a World Series bracelet in 2003.
Alberto Brenna's taken lightly because of his attitude, but he is a great player. To Jeffrey Lisandro, pocket eights. And he's going to make the call. Holmes will fold.
Seriously, I thought I saw you throw that out, man.
Prahlad making a big deal out of a little thing. He believes Lisandro, not Holmes, failed to put out an ante.
Heads up to the flop, Molina and Lisandro. It is deuce 7, ace. Molina wins the coin flip, pairing his ace. And he comes out with another 140,000 chip bet.
He likes that number.
And Lisandro will call with his pocket eights and trailing.
Yeah, trailing badly.
I thought you threw it out, dude. So, you know, I'm not 100%, but they should check it.
Holmes seems uninterested.
Lisandro just focusing on the business at hand. Here we go to the turn card with Molina way ahead. 4 is no help to Jeffrey Lisandro. And Molina once again reaching for a lot of chips. He goes 200,000.
So Molina steps it up and Lisandro steps out.
Molina wins the hand, picks up about 400,000 chips.
I don't want to hold up the game. I saw him throw the ante in. He says he did. You know, I don't necessarily believe him. So, I mean.
Prahlad won't give it up.
So if he threw the ante out, he just gets robbed because he's more bold and says that
Are you 1,000%?
I'm not 1,000%. I say I saw him throw it in.
If I knew for sure, you think I'm going to rob him for 5,000? You idiot.
It doesn't matter.
You're acting like an idiot.
I'm acting like an idiot, all right?
You didn't even see it.
I don't trust you, sir, okay? I don't trust you.
Prahlad's out of line here, saying that Jeffrey robbed him.
Hey.
Those are strong and inappropriate words.
Don't like your conversation, man.
Did you hear me? Stop.
Prahlad Friedman and Jeffrey Lisandro still steaming about missing ante-gate.
Dude, I saw him throw it in. I'm not.
Could you guys please do me a favor and let it go?
I'll let it go. It's done. But I don't like robbing. I don't like that word.
Jeffrey's mad, and I can't blame him.
You know, that's a terrible thing to say. Robbing. My God.
In Prahlad's defense, I'm sure he thinks Dustin Holmes anteed, but he used inappropriate language about Lisandro.
Come on, man. I've been in poker long enough, man. I know how it is.
Yeah. You guys both please let it go.
Are you going to stop? Are you going to stop playing poker long enough?
John?
Is he going to stop?
Partner.
Can I talk to you for 1 second? Over here?
It has escalated. These things tend to fester like a cold sore.
Now Prahlad has gone away from the table to talk to the floor man.
Ever.
They probably have it on film somewhere. All right.
If he keeps aggravating,
Oh, here comes Lisandro.
No, this is
It's not even his 5,000 chip. It's not even his chip.
I saw him throw it in.
Three times, you piece of.
Come on, that's what I said.
I'll take your head off, buddy.
Oh, and now this incident is beginning to spin out of control.
Right.
Hey, deal
Last time I want to hear it.
Please don't threaten me in front of everyone.
Last time I want to
He
hear
said
it.
you'll knock
Don't
my
worry
teeth
about
out.
threatening it, buddy.
We're going to keep this.
Did you hear
We're
what
done.
he said? He said he'll knock my teeth out.
Okay, I'm not being called a thief anymore.
I understand.
You take him off if he says it again.
There will be a penalty, and it'll depend on who says it. If you guys
I'm not saying another word, but if he says it one more time.
Okay, you're not saying another word.
Okay.
You're saying another word. You don't. And the same
That's
with
it. It better be done.
Lisandro understandably upset, but now he's out of line in threatening Prahlad.
Jeff, can I ask you a question?
No, man. Just don't talk to me.
No.
Don't ask me anything.
Well, I wasn't
Don't
gonna
talk
say to
me.
anything
Just
mean or nothing.
play your game.
Okay. I wasn't. I was just going to ask you.
We'll get along fine. Don't
I wasn't
talk
even
to
going
me.
to bring it up.
Just drop it.
Okay.
Don't talk to me. That's it.
No problem.
Welcome back to the Rio Poker Room. The earlier altercation between Jeffrey Lisandro and Prahlad Friedman centered around Lisandro and whether or not he'd put in his 5,000 chip ante. Let's take a look at the videotape.
And you see on slow motion replay, Lisandro clearly puts out an ante.
From the overhead, you see Dustin Holmes put in 2 chips. That was his small blind, but he didn't put out his ante. Lisandro clearly did put out his.
Would it kill you all to give me a telestrator?
Who would have thought this whole incident would have been built over a missing 5,000 chip ante from Dustin Holmes? Just an innocent mistake.
Jeff Lisandro's mistake, Lon, was he didn't use one of his 2 replay challenges he had at the time.
Brother, you got to understand what you said was really bad. You think people are stealing $5,000 ante chips?
I told you I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah, but you said it 3 times. I mean, I'd like to forgive you, but
it's like a cold sore. It tends to fester.
And Johnny Chan, it appears he's going to raise. But how much?
$130,000 more. And Hellmuth says, hey, I'm going right back in there. I'm going all the way. I'm all in. It seems that Johnny Chan doesn't quite know what to make of this young man. Is he bluffing again? He's really being challenged by this aggressive young player. He hasn't been able to figure out his style of play. He can't detect any real tells. Those are the signals that a player unknowingly gives that can often reveal the strength of the cards he or she holds. Phil has shown that he has the necessary patience to wait out opponents under pressure. And now he's waiting on the legendary Johnny Chan. And Chan says, okay, we're here to gamble. Let's get it on. He pushes all his chips to the center of the table. A peek at the hole cards. Chan ace-7 suited, Hellmuth a pair of 9s. Johnny has many ways to make his hand, but in heads-up situation, a pair often holds up. Now here comes Jack Binion, the tournament host and president of the Horseshoe. He's come over to supervise the final moments of this game. He says, okay, deal the cards, and here we go, the flop. King, 10, king. Hellmuth in a commanding position. Hellmuth with kings and 9s. Waiting on 4th Street. The queen of spades. And now Johnny Chan is back in it. He needs any card higher than a 10.
Right now.
Any card lower than a 10, Hellmuth will win the championship.
Johnny a winner on this hand.
5th Street coming up. The World Series of Poker Championship riding on one card. $750,000 to the winner. And there it is. Hellmuth wins the championship. So Phil gets the money, the gold bracelet. But perhaps best of all, he has the knowledge that he beat one of the all-time greats, Johnny Chan. With me now, the new World Series of Poker champion, Phil Hellmuth. And Phil, what was going through your mind in that last hand?
Well, I knew I was a 2-1 favorite. I was just praying. That he didn't. We're playing $1,200,000 pot there. But even if he wins it, I still have $500,000 in chips left. So I'm not going to be out of it, but it's a real good opportunity to knock someone out of the tournament right there.
Were you surprised when Johnny went all in to call you?
I was surprised when he rolled over ace-7 of spades, because I thought that he'd have something a little bigger than that. I didn't think I'd be a 2-1 favorite. I thought maybe he had ace-king or something, in which case it'd be about even money. But hey, it feels great.
The new champ.
And he wonders what can he pull out of his bag of tricks, calls the big blind. Doyle Brunson, 10-3, almost 10 deuce.
All in.
Here comes the pressure again.
Oh, maybe he thought it was 10 deuce, but Doyle just got caught.
I have best hand, right?
No, you just think you do.
Well, we talked earlier about how it's never easy, and Doyle knows if he's going to get this bracelet on his wrist, it might be a long road ahead.
Well, Doyle's been pushing hard. He backed himself into this corner, though.
Thought it was the 10 deuce.
Ah, you see?
Yeah.
He did think it was a 10 deuce.
So men lie with a little better than a 2-1 advantage on Doyle Brunson. And lie all in. And now here's our flop. 8-3-9, Doyle with a pair.
Doyle happy now it wasn't a 10 deuce because he'd be in awful shape otherwise.
Doyle Brunson takes the advantage over Min Lai, that much closer to his bracelet. It's a 4, Lai comes up empty.
And Doyle inches one card closer to tying the record. That's actually an interesting point.
Doyle Brunson in position to win his 10th.
Indeed, Min Lai would need to get a king or queen on the river, or Doyle Brunson is back atop the mountain with Johnny Chan.
Now the river. There it is. Doyle's done it.
Doyle and Johnny Chan are such quality players and people. You just hope they can stay tied atop of the world until the end of time.
The biggest name in the game of poker has proved that age is irrelevant.
He also has a high toss with the chips, but they tend to congregate in the same location, which requires a lot of wrist to the flick, you know.
Oh, wow.
He also has number 2 dealt.
As Josh opened the button and is in a world of hurt. In fact, he will be drawing dead, drawing 2 to the 3-5-6.
Price is about to close to double up, and I mean, this has really been quite a comeback.
Well, if you always have a bad hand, it's going to happen.
That's what I get for getting out of line.
Exactly.
There is a road to a win for Josh, by the way. The deuce 4 slides in, and we pitch the 6.
Up a little bit or shit out.
But Wow.
And vicious.
Very.
Oh, and the deuce showing up is such terrible news for Josh.
Yes.
Little does he know it.
The 4-7 still could come in.
I'm good.
Would be just a beat to end beats.
Is that how that goes? Is that how it works?
Pat, draw one.
I mean, I
You're catching up.
improved.
You're catching up, yeah.
Improved.
Oh my God.
Aryeh does make the straight, so he
I'm
is
so
going
bad.
to reduce.
Oh my gosh.
It's unbelievable that he's live.
Somehow
It
draw
actually,
line,
it
huh?
actually happened. Whoa. You got to call, try to hit that 9, 8, or 7. I mean, 9 could be good. Is he going to fold?
He has to believe that an 8 is going to be good in addition to the 7.
There's another draw, right? I'm not, because they play very
I'm
fast.
Not sure he
I'm
knows
not
it,
even
though.
being funny.
9 high straight?
Yeah.
Not a 9 high straight.
He was just kind of mulling things over.
Are you firing the last 280 out?
You wanna look at your card first?
Oh my God. I swear on my mother's life, I didn't know that this was going to happen, man. I was just kidding around. I can't even believe what just freaking happened.
This is pure.
Oh my God.
That's the old one, isn't
My
it?
heart is bleeding for young Bryce
Can
Yaki.
somebody
What?
make sure that that's a 6? Because I threw a 6 away.
my
You can look at it.
Oh my
No, that's
God.
his discard for sure, but you can look at it. I don't care.
Yeah, I
Can
was
you
just
make
messing
sure it's a 6?
around,
Just look
Dolly. I
over it.
mean, I can't believe it actually happened.
Oh, you're straight 7, huh?
He started with 3, 5, 6.
I see it. This is a possible run out where the deuce 4 comes in and then you pitch a 6. I mean, oh my God. This is this is the worst beat I've ever seen in a televised tournament.
Did you really make a wheel?
Yeah.
Pat,
Wait, you made a wheel? That's Pat number 2. Oh my God, dude, that's insane.
against 3, 5, 6 also, Ali. I want to start crying right now.
Wheel.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Ah, damn, Bryce. Holy.
I feel your pain, brother. I feel your
No,
pain.
he doesn't. He
I
feels
feel
none
your
of it.
pain.
No, he feels 140K pay ladder is what he feels.
Wow.
I mean, we're on a little delay here, but I mean,
That's first degree
my
filth.
God.
That is first degree filth.
Oh,
So ridiculous.
man. He doesn't even know how bad it is.
Pat number 2, so impossible.
So 10 players at this featured table still, including Jennifer Harmon, who was absent from last year's main event. She was undergoing a kidney transplant, successful, we're happy to say. She's got pocket queens and raises to 200. Corey Zeidman from Coral Gables, Florida, made a stud final table last year. 9-8 of diamonds.
Call.
Action on Brady Davis in his first World Series of Poker. He's 34 years old from Illinois.
You cannot get up from a table here, Lon, without tripping over an internet guy in a Red Sox cap.
3 to our flop now. The flop, 10 Jack Queen Harmon with a set, but Zeidman flops a queen high straight.
Boy, that is the prelude to some fireworks usually.
Davis checks over to Harmon, who's got a set of queens, and she bets 500 chips on Zeidman.
2,000.
He raises it up to 2,000 with that straight.
When you're holding the 2 smallest cards of a straight, you want to raise everybody else out because you don't want somebody else to get lucky and get a higher straight on you.
Oh, he forced Brady Davis out. Now action on Jen Harmon. It's 1,500 more to Jen. That is a lot at this stage of the tournament.
She plays it safe and just calls.
Zeidman with the lead with his straight as we go to the turn. The turn is a 10 of diamonds. Harmon makes a full house.
And boy, Lon, that's virtually the worst card in the deck that could come out for Zeidman because it gives Jennifer Harmon, who checks, an almost unbeatable hand and makes Corey think his hand is even better now because of the straight flush draw on top of his made straight.
1,000.
Zeidman bets 1,000.
And it's just bad luck for Corey Zeidman. He flops the straight, and then the next card gives him a straight flush draw, but if he makes the flush, he can't win. He can only win with the straight flush, and there's only one card left in the deck that could do that for him. Jen in the driver's seat.
It's 1,000 chip bet to Jen Harmon, and she's reaching.
3,000.
She raises it to 3,000.
3,000.
And it is head shaking time now for Corey Zeidman. He doesn't know it, but only one card in the deck, the 7 of diamonds, would save him.
How can I get off of this hand?
Every decision in the main event magnified. Both have monster hands. You lose this hand, your day just might be over.
I think he might have ace-king, actually. I was hoping it wasn't that. Now I'm hoping something else.
Yeah, if she had ace-king, she'd have the higher straight.
Wow.
And his flush, if he made it, then would beat her.
Jeez. How can I possibly muck this hand?
He can only muck it if he believes that she has the full house already.
I call.
He makes the call. We're going to the river. Jen Harmon with a huge advantage. And now the river card. Oh, the perfect card for Zeidman. The 7 of diamonds gives him the straight flush.
And he even checks it again, which an amateur would do, to make sure he's got it. Wow.
Action on Jen Harmon, who has the full house. She makes it 3,000 to put Zeidman all in.
Why is Corey acting as if he's agonized?
I guess I could do a lot of sightseeing if I lose this hand.
You can't lose the hand.
All in.
It's over. Zeidman takes the pot.
Straight flush.
I knew you had that hand. Oh, mamma mia.
It was hard to get off. I'm like, gosh, I flopped the straight. I'm like, ace-king is the only hand that's going to beat me now.
Don't put a 7 of diamonds up there.
Wow, nice hand.
Thank you. Come on, a little for that. Yeah, all right, yeah.
Jennifer's been told she looks like she's in pain when she plays. She's got good reason right now.
Oh.
Wow.
Labat with kings. With the 3rd biggest stack. Mannion with the 4th biggest stack.
He will be zipping up since he will be entering the hand.
We were saying that we would need a cooler at this point to see a KO.
Is that just a call?
Well, oh my goodness.
Are you kidding me?
Zoo with kings?
Nick Mannion is the man of the moment.
In the perfect position.
I mean, this is just tragic.
Take a picture of that, people at home. Zoo all in.
My heart is breaking.
I
inside my
cannot
chest
believe
now.
this.
Main event, final table.
And Linsky folds 10s. All right, run the big blind. So now to Mannion, the original raiser, with the aces that can only be beat with suits, right? He's all in. Labat now with pocket kings. The pot's already 71 million plus.
Feels like you can't get away from kings, but you can. I know it's crazy.
Wow.
I know it's crazy, and
cannot.
I don't know, guys. I think Labat has them both covered, but doesn't have Mannion covered by much. And you just have to think what is happening.
I mean, I don't use it often, but for Labat, this is a sick spot.
And if this plays out as we expect it to do, Nick Mannion's patience is going to reward him in such a massive fashion here.
Could he be? It would be chip leader. If Labat comes in,
he's going to pick up both of their chips if he wins this one.
in
He'll be
for
chipping.
He's all in. Oh my goodness! Labat is the big stack. Zoo is the shorter of the 3. Mannion with the aces just has Zoo covered.
This is what the WSOP main event.
So Labat with 51 million to start, Mannion with 43. So that would leave Labat with just 8 million going to the final table, and Zoo would be knocked out.
I'm so speechless right now, and you know, Zoo and Labat's pain is going to be all the other players' joy if the ace is pulled up.
Oh, what a shift in power.
With one big leap, Nick Mannion about to become the chip leader going into the final table.
So the pot is split into a main pot, and then because it's a three-way action, there's a side pot as well.
I feel speechless right
Look
now.
at Mannion. I mean, what a sweeter position you can think of. There's no way. Oh my goodness.
You know, I feel so bad for Zoo and Labatt. I hope that they both end up with a king high straight here.
Rich Zoo awaiting his fate. Mannion feeling pretty sweet about his. So straights and flushes are kind of what we're looking for to see if there's any kind of sweat.
Well, Labatt does have backdoor clubs.
Clubs there.
That's it. Zoo does not have any chance at this point.
He is. He's done.
So Labatt would need runner club.
This is just heartbreak for Zoo today, and hopefully he'll get some perspective tomorrow, but tonight, can't help but feel like you might have missed your shot.
Third card, the tray of spades, and that will do it. Mannion has them both drawing dead. Joe Cata has made a final table. Zoo eliminated in 10th place, and we have our class of 2018 World Series of Poker Final 9 in a most remarkable way. Our chip leader, Mike Matisow, involved in a hand right now up against Michael Kessler. Action, though, is on Sharam Sheikhan, known as Sean or Sheik. He's a very volatile player. We saw him mix it up with Tiffany Williamson in a previous session.
Matisow and the Sheik, not kindred spirits.
You calling if I raise, Mike?
No, I'm just gonna
These guys are like oil and water. Sheik has only about 275,000 chips left, and he will get out of the hand. So Matisow and Kessler now. Kessler, an amateur player from Virginia in his first World Series. Now the flop is 9-8 ace. Oh, Sheik's not happy.
Oh, he pounds the table. That's inappropriate. He's indicating that he would have gotten part of that flop. That's giving information to the other players you should not give.
You know, we're in a hand. You need to shut the up.
Uh-oh.
What did you say, Mike?
Mike.
What did you say, Mike? Did you say something?
I got it.
Did you say something, Mike? Oh, you don't get a penalty for that?
What happened?
You didn't hear what he just said?
We're in the middle of a hand. He's talking about what he has in his hand to everybody.
I'm asking a question, Jack. Did you hear what he just said to me?
No, I did not.
Right or wrong?
What was just said?
He said, I'm in the middle of a hand, you need to shut the up. Quote unquote.
Okay, is that what was said?
Tournament official Jack Effel refereeing.
Okay. We're gonna play the remainder of this hand, and I'm gonna explain to you what's gonna happen here.
So we'll all have to wait for Jack Effel's decision.
I feel sorry for Michael Kessler in between these two.
Now Kessler's focused enough to throw a raise at Matisow.
I'm all in.
And Matisow comes over the top. Enough to put Kessler all in.
That's a good bet. You win.
And Kessler gets out of the way. I don't want any part of this. So Matisow wins the pot.
You're an idiot.
You cannot talk about a hand in between a hand. We're playing for a lot of money. You jumped off your chair like you threw away part of the pot.
Guys, listen. Easy, buddy. We are not going to start the tournament out this way. And first of all, when the flop came, you slammed the table.
You sure did.
Then both of you guys got into it. So guess what? Right now, both of you guys are on a 10-minute penalty. Away from the table. Both of you guys on the rail for 10 minutes. And listen, if I hear a word from either one, it's going to be 20. So the best thing you guys can do is go out on the rail for 10 minutes.
So Effel issues a timeout to each antagonist, and Matisow goes over to friend and fellow pro Phil Gordon for counseling. Mike Matisow, ace, queen of clubs. Something to play with again. He raises to 220,000. Dannenman gets out of the way, over to Sean Sheikhan. Got a 7 and an ace offsuit. And he throws in the rest of his chips, 360,000 with a raise.
Stares over at the man who wants to be his maker.
Scott Lazar, though, was next to act.
Lazar in the big blind.
I'll call it 2.
He wants to play.
You got to call 360.
Yeah.
Well, Lazar likes the price, hopes he gets lucky on the flop, hitting a queen or maybe a diamond.
Well, there's a raise to Mattisau. There's no way he's going to get out of this hand, so it'll be Mattisau, Shay Khan, and Lazar with Shay Khan's tournament life at stake. Mike Mattisau's been looking for this opportunity for a long time to knock out the Sheik. 3, Jack King, nobody pairs. Mattisau gets a club draw, though.
Mattisau picks up a straight draw also. And what often happens in a situation when you have a couple of players in against an all-in guy, there's an unspoken conspiracy. If neither one has a hand, they'll just check it out as they have to give them a better chance of knocking out the all-in guy.
Lazar did check. Mattisau checks. Now the turn card. The deuce of clubs. Mattisau now with a nut flush.
There'll be no more checking from the mouth. He knows he has the nuts.
Lazar is drawing dead. The Sheik is too, but doesn't know it. Lazar checks. Mattisau bets 400,000.
Nice
Lazar folds,
Nuts.
and Mattisau has his man.
Nuts!
He has taken down the Sheik. Finally.
Well, you can win with grace, or you can win this way.
After numerous intense rounds of actions between these two, Mike Mattisau delivers the satisfying knockout punch to Sean Shikhan. Now to Scott Seaver, 29-year-old pro with 1 bracelet, King 10 of spades.
I love Scott, but he dresses every day like he's on summer vacation between 7th and 8th grade.
He's got $11 million in live earnings, a raise to $1.2 million from Scott Seaver.
Rick Solomon dresses like he doesn't give a damn.
German pro, Christoph Vogelsang folds his button. Coleman in the small blind, Jack 9 of diamonds.
Start there with 9.6.
Coleman looks more stylish in black than in white.
He folds his small blind to Tobias Rankemeyer with aces.
German-born, lives in London. His favorite city is Melbourne. And just before one drop, he visited San Diego and loved it. What's not to love?
Rankemeyer with the aces just calls. I guess he doesn't want to scare Seaver off.
Well, Seaver has a relatively short stack, so Tobias is going to slow play these aces.
All right, here's the flop. Heads up. 4 queen deuce. Rankemeyer's aces are not threatened.
These two have played a lot of super high rollers together.
Rankemeyer checks his aces. Seaver's king 10 must be playing in a different game because there's nothing there in this flop.
Seaver hopes a continuation bet ends matters. It will not.
You think this is a leak in a lot of pros, don't you? A continuation bet.
Sure.
It's a continuation loss. $1.5 million from Seaver with the C bet, as they say.
And this is setting up perfectly for Rankemeyer. He's got Seaver right where he wants him, Lon.
Well, Rankemeyer slow played the aces pre-flop. What does he want to do here? Well, just a call.
Uh-oh, Seaver's gone into DEFCON mode.
He does have that other side of him. Turn card now. Jack of clubs. Rankemeyer still best. Seaver now open-ended. And Tobias has to worry now about a third club on board.
Will Rankemeyer continue to let Seaver stab at it?
Tobias checks again.
If I saw Scott sitting on a park bench like this, I'd figure his wife had left him or his dog had been run over by a car or he just ate some really bad bulgogi. We saw him continuation bet on the flop. Then when you keep betting on the turn, I call that C-bet squared. It can win you a lot of pots or it can get you in a lot of trouble. I never C-bet square.
I'm all in.
Wow, there's a playa.
How much is it?
All in for over $6.8 million.
Boy, Seaver dangling on a cliff. Rankemeyer has slow played his aces exquisitely. He's played like he's not strong. Now he's a bit unsure and in a dicey spot.
Scott Seaver applying maximum pressure, well, the maximum pressure he has, to Rankemeyer, who has the bigger stack.
Scott, I was trapping. Trapping.
This is for 2/3 of his remaining chips. If Tobias calls here and loses this hand, he'd be down to 5 big blinds.
Am I allowed to tell my hand by the way? That's the best.
Everyone knows your hand anyways.
You really? What is my hand?
It was either king, queen, or ace, queen. It's the only thing you would ever call.
You're wrong, man.
Oh, wow.
I'm better than them.
Ooh, that's a nice hand.
The best starting hands possible.
In poker?
In poker.
Nice. With the club?
With the club, I would have paid the bet already.
I understand. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do.
I know.
It's brutal though, right?
I know, it is brutal.
And on one drop too. Yeah.
I know, it's like not...
But you can't sweat it, you know? These things just happen.
I could still throw my hand away. No.
I would look at you a little, like...
I know you
would.
would.
I would think less of you.
I know you would, I know.
To his credit, Scott seems very comfortable. He just looks and sounds so casual and confident. I might think he's holding a monster.
Clock. There you see Daniel Negreanu calls the clock, as is his right.
Tobias has taken nearly 10 minutes with this decision.
Clock started at 9:50.
So now Tobias has 1 minute.
You announced it, right?
Rankemeyer running out of time. And he folds.
There's no chance that's aces. That would
impossible.
Be no chance.
Show.
How can you do that?
Rankemeyer is stunned.
Nice hand.
What a risky move from Seaver. And I doubt he makes that move if he thinks Rankemeyer has aces.
Joe McKeon, not a chip leader, but those cards could help improve his standings. Pocket aces.
Pocket aces and the signature stare.
A re-raise to $1,125,000. Budaroni now.
It's been 3-bet. What's he going to do with 9-8 off? Take 5 seconds, then muck it. Maybe take 10 seconds.
And muck it he does. In the big blind, Daniel with ace-king.
The wrong time for ace-king.
The stare. Daniel with a 4-bet. Those are the chips he just won from knocking out his friend and buddy.
Uh-oh, McKeon has to multitask 2 people to stare at.
The original raiser, Matthew Guan, with 6s, and he gets rid of those.
Okay, so McKeon will stare, check his chips, then maybe stare again before 5-betting all in.
Daniel has McKeon covered. But McKeon with the hand.
I'm all in.
We raise all in.
How much? Shade under 10.
They call me Cole 4, you know, because I'm Mr. 4-bet guy. Oh, and you move in, huh?
9.81.
You know I don't usually do that, right? I mean, I just want to make sure you know I'm not like the 4-bet guy.
Daniel with ace-king again like he had in 2001 with 2 tables left, except this time, it wouldn't even be a coin flip. He'd be in awful shape.
I think most people would have already given you your money, but I'm probably not, because I think you have a very, 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 very good hand. Like the best possible hand.
Daniel's so good. I don't know how he ever loses. For real.
Because he doesn't listen to what he says.
What would Hellmuth do? I already know. Question is, what do I do? Probably the same thing as him, I think. Got aces.
I think Daniel feels the absolute worst hand McKeon could have here is queens, but it's probably aces or kings. This would be for 70% of Daniel's remaining stack.
Daniel gives it up.
What did you fold, Daniel? Ace king.
McKeon picked up the best starting hand at an opportune moment.
You got hold on me. Ace.
Ace 4. Just a call.
In a similar spot with King 10, we just saw Daniel push. This time, he plays it differently.
Negreanu, McKeon. Here's the flop. 10 King Ace, Negreanu with top pair. McKeon, though, with flush and straight draws. It's check to Joe.
Automatic C-bet coming here from McKeon. He's got the combo draw.
700,000. Daniel with the aces, all in.
Big draw, big draw. I have a draw.
And a call.
Big draw.
I got him. Got to hold him.
Good luck, Joe.
At ace-4. I got the ace-4, he's got the jack-3.
Daniel gets it in with the best of it, but he's only got 56% equity. I mean, he loses his hand almost half the time on the edge of the November 9. And you know when you keep blowing up a helium balloon and you get it to max size and then you take your fingers off and let it flutter in the air until it falls to the ground? That's what his elimination would be like for this crowd.
That pairs Joe.
That gives me more outs. That's a good card.
5 more outs.
Yeah, it just feels like McKeon has half the deck now. He doesn't, but he's got a lot of cards to bust kid poker.
McKeon trying to get his 10-handed. The river card is a queen for the straight! And he cuts down Daniel Negreanu.
'11th 14 years ago, 11th again.
Negreanu visibly shaken.
Good, bud. Good luck.
Well, I think controlled aggression is very, very important when you're in a short-handed game, if you can have such a thing. But the most aggressive player in a two-handed game is probably the favored player at this point.
Queen 8-10 is the flop. Johnny Chan bets 40,000. Will Eric Seidel be aggressive again? You bet. He calls the 40 and he raises 50. So it's $50,000 to Chan to stay in this hand. The flop, Queen 8-10 once again. Johnny Chan will take his time, figuring out the odds for all possible combinations. Remember, 2 more cards to come, 4th Street and 5th Street. And Chan will put in the 50,000. So the pot is right. And now, as 4th Street comes up a 2 of spades, let's reveal the hole cards of both players. Johnny Chan, Jack 9, and Eric Seidel, Queen 7. Johnny Chan had a straight on the flop. Eric Seidel with a pair of queens. Eric Seidel cannot win this hand, and yet he doesn't know it. Chan is trying to sucker him in by taking his time. Oh, look at that look of the defending champ. And now 5th Street, a 6 of diamonds, no help. Johnny Chan has a queen high straight. Will Eric Seidel fall for the bait? Yes, he's going all in, and Chan has him. Johnny Chan, the master, turns over his card, and once again, Johnny Chan has done it. And for Eric Seidel, he can only look and wonder what.
Papo.
Yeah, he's Papo, and I can't believe he doesn't want to go. I mean, his secret routine is somebody else is going to pick it up and start using it against him.
Yeah, he's got to go to a outlying one, though, so they don't see him. But he said I think he would reveal it later. Did I see that? Maybe?
Raised to $2 million.
Yeah.
It's one of those middling pairs. You could do either. Chooses the aggressive action.
5.6 million.
Also, with how quick Lococo was to fold queens the other day to just a 3-bet, I feel like he favors the passive play.
Call.
Big pot potential. 9s against 10s, the 2 top stacks at the table, and it is Aldemir's world. Wow.
And a really nice board to get paid off on as well.
We never see this type of board, do we, Norman, when we're playing? This is crazy. And he freely admits, you know, that he catches.
Every decision is more than 30 seconds. I don't think I'm making
when we put
things
this
slower.
in terms of real dollars, it becomes less painful to wait a little bit. Every one of these pots, this might be a $1.5 million pot. Oh my goodness. It's nice to be Karai. Even more reason for Lococo to like his hand. Picking up an open-ender.
Once he looks at the chips, his mind is made up.
and keep it a reasonable half-size pot.
That is 11.4 million.
All of the other stacks watching intently to see if by default they will move up on the leaderboard. Pretty rapid decision.
Not
for
according
over 11
to Norman.
million.
Check.
Harmless tray on the river. 2 flush draws missing. If you're factoring in that 10s and queens and things are also in his range, maybe you settle on somewhere like, he goes for all of it. Ugh.
Yeah, I would have maybe put him on a jack too.
That is 90 million. Enough to put the player
And
on.
this is something that's just too much for all of Lococo's.
Oh,
wow!
Oh, he's in there.
Oh my goodness, and the boat for Aldemir scores the monster pot and the knockout of the second biggest stack at the table.
Jamie, you should have thought longer.
Oh.
There's reasons to call. You're blocking a lot of good hands. 2 flush draws miss. Karai's capable of bluffing, and man, that's it for Alejandro Lococo.
Point. Don't expect him to do anything huge, but he's looking at ace queen, so he's going to make some sort of move. He bet 60,000 on the ace queen. Action over to Phil Ivey now, and looking at a couple of 9s.
Phil Ivey always loves pocket pairs.
He'll call it. Next in line is Jason Lester. Ivey with the lead with the 2 9s. Well, Lester with a couple of 10s. And at least before the flop, you figure he's going to stick around, and he indeed does call that.
Now we have 3 players in the spot.
Nobody else wants any action, and so we're going to get the flop now. Moneymaker, Ivey, and Lester in the hand. The flop comes 2 queens.
A monster flop for Chris Moneymaker, who makes 3 queens and becomes a prohibitive favorite.
Jason Lester checks, so the action to Moneymaker, you have to figure he's going to push things right now. And he does with 70,000.
I thought he might have pushed it more. Generally, you make a bigger bet there and you push out the competition. We always like to say better to win a small pot than lose a large pot. He's almost inviting calls right there with the 70,000. A big favorite in the hand.
Well, Phil Ivey is indeed going to take that bait, and he'll call it.
Yeah, Phil Ivey will call, and I guess for the 70,000 he'll call. He is well behind in the hand, doesn't know it. Jason Lester actually has a better hand than Phil Ivey right now. He decides he's going to stay out of harm's way. He doesn't want to get any trouble at this point. The next person knocked out doesn't make the final table. So Jason Lester.
Here comes a turn in. It's a 9, and that gives Phil Ivey a full house.
Miracle on 4th Street for Phil Ivey, who now has the full house and the better hand.
But nobody knows it here except Phil Ivey.
And there's no reason for Moneymaker to assume that Ivey had the pocket 9s. So he's going to bet 200,000. Understandably, he just can't think he has that type of hand to beat him. He's got to believe the 3 queens are best right now. And Phil Ivey deciding what he's going to do, he's obviously going to play. And if and when he wins this sizable pot, Phil Ivey will put himself in terrific chip position for the final day.
All in.
He is all in.
All in.
And quickly called.
Chris calls.
The pot size is 1 million now.
9's full for Phil Ivey.
Moneymaker is disgusted. He never could have assumed the 2 9s in the hole for Phil Ivey. And now he is going to need an ace, a queen, or a 6 on the river to win the hand, which would knock out Phil Ivey.
Moneymaker's looking for an ace on the river. Or another queen. Here we go. We're going to see one more card. It's an ace!
An incredible knockout blow for probably the best player left in the tournament, who's gone down.
Oh, amazing. Phil Ivey loses with a full house to a better full house of Chris Moneymaker,
who has now knocked out heavyweights Johnny Chan, Umberto Brenes, and Phil Ivey. My goodness.
Back to our feature table, and Phil Hellmuth. Hellmuth looks down at an 8. He has pocket eights.
Oh no, I'm gonna do something here. This hand wasn't very good for me yesterday though.
Let's think positive thoughts, my poker king.
Raised to 15,000.
Maybe today's a different day.
Today, like yesterday, Phil's face is on 12 million beer cans.
On to Adam Levy, Queen 10. He is a very powerful online player. People from all around the world log on to watch the guy they call Ruthless play.
He skipped last year's World Series so he could be a camp counselor in Georgia.
The flop with these guys heads up, 9-6 jack. Pair of eights are still best for Hellmuth. Levy with an up and down straight draw.
Not the best flop for Phil to see, but he bets it.
20,000. Levy with the draw.
Yeah, why wouldn't he stick around with that straight draw?
I'll call. All right, so now the turn card. Turns an 8 of diamonds. Levy hits a straight, and that also gives Hellmuth a set.
That is an unfortunate card for Phil.
Phil checks.
Phil's slow playing it, not realizing how much trouble he's in.
Levy will not slow play his straight. Bets 37,000. And Phil with a quick call. A deuce on the river. Levy earns the check mark. He's got the straight.
It's a blank on the river, and Hellmuth's got to like his hand. Unfortunately for Phil, Adam Levy's got the nuts.
60,000 from Phil Hellmuth.
Phil value bets it.
Yeah, the Queen 10 straight is just almost disguised with that board.
I'm not tricky enough to play Queen 10 this good, am I?
Levy's the one with the Queen 10.
Raise.
Levy announces raise. Up to 155,000.
Now that raise freezes Phil momentarily. Let's see if he comes back over the top with his set.
Phil just with a call.
Queen 10.
Yeah, Levy with a Queen 10 and the win.
Called a race with a 10 of clubs. He called a race with Queen 10, honey.
I know, honey. He's some online guy.
I had a set. He's supposed to bust me anyway. Called a race with a Queen 10. You're not a player.
I think he's from Florida or someplace stupid.
Called a race with Queen 10. Idiot player.
Actually, he doesn't look like an idiot player, and I don't think he did anything wrong that hand.
This was bound to happen sooner or later.
He called a race with Queen 10. How do these players, how are they even still in this tournament?
They let him in every day.
And I have a set.
I know you had a set, Puddin'.
It's just unbelievable. This kid probably won't last another hour.
Half hour tops.
I promise. Watch. He called a race with a queen and a 10.
A queen and a 10.
How do these players even last this long?
Don't know.
I mean, it's just so sick. They have no concept of
None.
poker.
It was an aggressive call.
Aggressive call? Idiot.
Vanessa Russo.
Frickin' gave me a freaking... Nice deal in there. Mighty fine, buddy. Mighty fine. You haven't won a pot one time. They've been just raising me and re-raising me all day.
Actually, this is a new dealer.
You give me a set.
I just sat down, though.
Unbelievable.
I am exhausted, Lon.
Idiot players call races with Queen 10. They don't even know how to spell poker. I mean, like, this kid has all the chips. He probably won't even make the final 200.
Can you call a clock on tirades?
You showed a raise with Jack 4. What do you think the guy's going to do? Not call you?
Uh-oh.
Come on,
Buddy,
man.
you moved in with King 10, so please don't discuss poker with me.
Elsewhere, Ray Romano has settled into his new table. He's concentrating on the poker, but he's not in the hand. In fact, there is a big hand developing between Justin Phillips and Motoyuki Mabuchi. Mabuchi made a bet after the river onto that scary board. Phillips now fires back with a raise.
Has Justin Phillips bet the shirt off his back?
Action on Mabuchi. He's all in.
I call.
All in call, table
Phillips
one.
turns over a royal flush.
Royal flush.
Mabuchi, quad aces.
You gotta be kidding me. Quad aces, your last hand of the main event.
What a way to hit the rail.
There's nothing more ultimate than that.
That is a statistical improbability, my friends.
What a horrible river card for you.
If you flop a set of aces, river quads, and lose, that's a bad beat.
And Mabuchi does stumble out of the main event.
Take a picture of that one, dude. Oh, that's good. That is just...
If this happened to Phil Hellmuth, the table would no longer be here.
Coming down the table, sit down, boom. 4 aces, royal flush. How many times are you going to see that?
The chances of a royal flush and quads happening in the same hand, 1 in 2.7 billion.
I like you. You got me,
Yeah, you got to give some love to the dealer.
I get a little credit too, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't have came here and none would have happened. You're the man. I love Raymer.
He loves Greg Raymer?
Everybody watch that show.
Greg Raymer has his own TV show?
Wow, you got a famous TV star at your table, beat quad aces with a royal flush? Welcome to the main event.
Chris Moneymaker with a commanding chip lead right now on Sam Farha. We know how quickly that can change, though. Chris Moneymaker's cards 5 and 4.
In fact, if Sammy can double up, he would take the chip lead, and that's how it is when you're heads up.
Sam Farha looks at a Jack 10 and bets 100,000 to Moneymaker, who quickly calls it.
And Sammy a 2-to-1 favorite right now going into the flop.
And here it comes. It is Jack 5-4, 2 pair for Chris Moneymaker, 1 for Sam Farha.
Yeah, top pair for Sam Farha, but once again, Chris Moneymaker has gotten another fortunate flop.
Chris Moneymaker checks now over to Sam Farha, who throws in a bet of 175,000. He's reaching.
I'm gonna raise.
The raise is 300,000 now. Back to Farha.
Okay, I go all in. Let's go. Let's do number
I call.
Sam Farha goes all in, and Chris Moneymaker's going to call it.
One pair for Sam Farha.
And Sam sees the grim news, and with 2 pair, Chris Moneymaker, a statistical improbability to win this title at the outset, is now closing in on making it an incredible reality.
Turn card is an 8 of diamonds.
No help yet, and Farha to stay alive would need a jack, a 10, or an 8, or this is over.
1 card away from a new World Series, Chris Moneymaker.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
It's a 5.
With a full house, Chris Moneymaker eliminates Sam Farha, and the 27-year-old has stepped out of the virtual poker room and in a very swift and unlikely manner is atop the poker world.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
Well played.
I missed the flush and I missed the straight draw on that one.
Earlier?
That king high.
Made one bad mistake. Good job. Good job. Very good.
Gary Katz under the gun, lives in Las Vegas, businessman here with pocket aces. A raise to 225 from Katz. Pull it over to Rick Solomon, who gives up 6 tray in the small blind. Seaver folds. Big blind is Connor Drinan, also with aces.
Well, the edge here goes to Katz because he holds the ace of spades, Lon, the prettiest card in the deck.
It is indeed. So Drinan now wondering how exactly he wants to proceed with his pocket aces.
Fun fact for you, Lon, pocket aces is a favorite against every other hand in the deck except pocket aces.
Drinan in the big blind now. And that looks like more than calling chips. There's a re-raise to 580,000.
They really should just dispense with the drama and get to the business of chopping this pot.
And Kerry certainly hasn't forgotten what he has, so a little Hollywood to go with the extra drama. Drinan sitting up tall and confident with his aces. Katz re-raises to $2 million. That's a 4-bet.
We saw Drinan get bluffed earlier by Rick Solomon. If he folds here to this 4-bet, that would be a very nitty play.
Very nitty indeed.
Save your money, kid. You can't win every pot.
44-year-old with some friendly advice to the recently turned 25-year-old Drinan.
This might be the longest chopped pot in history, and we're still pre-flop.
On.
Call.
Bullets? Wow, you both have bullets. It's so sick.
So everyone knows now.
Can we just chop?
God, I was like, he has to have kings. Like, he's so strong here.
Yeah. Yes, with that speech, I was like,
There's only one aces left. It's so sick.
Yeah, speech is like, boom.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying this could happen, but this is how I busted with 11 left in the 10K last week.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There's the flop, 2 hearts.
Hearts. Hey, I got a free roll. 4% chance.
You can breathe now.
Exactly.
You can breathe.
You can't.
If I lose like this, whatever.
Yeah, no.
No, you're not.
Third card now.
Kings.
Oh my God.
It's another heart. This is getting serious for Drinan.
I feel like it might.
Of course it might, but like,
I got some of the Antonio luck shifted over here.
there hasn't been me neither.
A river heart would give Cats the pot and knock Drinan out of the big one.
And now the river card. No!
I'm so sorry.
Drinan flushed out of this tournament.
$1 million buy-in wiped out in aces versus aces.
Wow.
Connor Drinan just became the answer to a wicked poker trivia question.
That's so sick.
Is brutal.
God, you wanted to do a chop, right?
Joseph Chung has been the chip leader for a while now. Currently at the featured table, he sits with just about 29 million chips. Condio still smarting from that earlier hit with 13 million.
Yeah, that earlier hit was his pump fake disaster against Chung.
Race.
Condio says raise with 7-5 of spades. He gets right back on the horse.
Filippo getting frisky with small suited connectors in early position.
A raise to 385.
Amazing to see Hassan Habib still here. He's had no chips and no cards forever.
Pocket aces for Chung this time on the button.
That is the best starting hand in Hold'em, Lon.
It is. And Chung knows how to play him. He re-raises to just over 1.1 million.
Do you know what the second best starting hand is, Lon?
The other 2 aces?
Oh, I never thought of that. Boy, you do great on the Wonderlic test. You're ahead of me.
Condio with the call. And he will joust with the chip leader once again. Here's the flop. It is 5-6-6. Aces up for Chung now. Condio with a lesser 2 pair, 5s and 6s. Condio checked. Chung with 1.5 million and change.
Race.
Condio says raise.
No pump fake from Filippo. He declares verbally that he's going to put some chips in bad.
4.4.
4.4.
Filippo gets a little out of line. He check raises. He says 4.4 million.
Chung in the driver's seat.
How much do you start the hand with, approximately?
Condio mum.
7.5, right at 8. All right, I'm all in.
Chung, the biggest stack in the room, re-raises Condio all in. That gets everyone's attention.
Chung has the big stack and the best hand. If Condio calls here, the November 9 will just be another date on his calendar.
Condio giving this some thought.
I call.
And he makes the call, Norman.
Oh, Filippo.
Wow.
That's it.
And Condio steps into the abyss.
Yes.
And he knows his bid to become the first Italian-born player to make the main event final table is all but over.
How do you say blow up in Italian? Almost 27 million chips in the balance and Filippo Condio at risk.
Can you believe how many chips Joseph Chung is going to have if he wins this hand?
Oh my goodness, over 40 million.
Condio was in knee deep and now he is in neck deep.
Condio looks at a turn card now of an 8 of spades. Chung still ahead. Condio picks up an up and down straight draw. That's got everyone buzzing.
Chung still in position to become the runaway chip leader. No signs of singing from Condio, but there's still some hope on the horizon. Condio would need a 4, 5, or 9, or he is busted.
All right, now the river card is the 4!
I would call that excessive good fortune.
Runner straight for Condio. Chong wonders why me?
Boy, that celebration looks like a scientific experiment gone awry.
Filippo Condio is the man of the hour. Joseph Chong knocked down to 7th place.
8-handed at this $3,000 no-limit hold'em final table. Brett Ritchie with pocket kings is going to raise it up to $80,000.
Brett could use some luck here.
To Beth Shack. There's one ace. She's got luck. She got pocket aces.
I raised.
Doesn't bode well for Brett.
Beth's trying to figure out how much she wants to raise. We know she likes to go all in with ace-queen.
I'm all in.
She goes Heidi-ho.
That means all in. Now to Phil Hellmuth, who has the other 2 aces.
All in.
And he moves all in.
Both pocket aces all in.
Yeah, 3 other players, Jack.
Action back to Brett Ritchie now with pocket kings.
They're going to chop up my poor little boy.
1/4 second it caught. The minute she said all in, all in. 1/4 second I was all in. 1/4 of a second.
Phil, 1/4 of a second.
1/4 of a second.
1/4 of a second.
Count her chips up.
Action is still to Brett Ritchie to decide.
Can you pull the 80s in?
Got it.
Beth is dancing already.
That's wrong.
There's Phil's 80, okay?
Flashing signs to her husband, Dan.
I think she's got aces. She has aces.
This could influence Ritchie.
Yeah, I'm all in.
But he is going to move all in. This has to be our degree all-in moment.
You know, Phil berated Perry Friedman earlier. Brett Ritchie was deciding for his tournament life right there, and the poker brat was grandstanding. And Beth Shack was out of order too, singing "I Got It." Everybody's out of order.
So bottom line is both Phil Hellmuth with aces and Brett Ritchie with kings are at risk. Beth Shack with aces has them both covered.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. And Brett had a lot of chips left. I guess he should have figured out one of them had aces. I wouldn't have. They were helping him.
So Shack with the 2 red aces. Hellmuth with the 2 black aces looking for action.
Doesn't matter. It's still 4-1. All the suits are covered. I got both the suits covered. You got 2 black kings. I got 2 black aces.
Well, all the aces are gone, but Ritchie knows there's 2 more kings left.
It is like a 3-ring circus in here. And Phil Hellmuth's always on 2 of the rings.
Come on, baby.
Well, his tournament life is at stake, as is bracelet number 12.
3. Show me some hearts.
Here we go to the flop. It is 10, tray, 7, 2 spades.
Oh, if runner spade comes, I believe Phil Hellmuth would launch himself into orbit.
He has the ace of spades, of course. Ritchie still looking for one of the 2 kings. Turn card now, 8 of clubs.
Well, we're almost certainly going to have a split pot here, and that would eliminate Brett Ritchie.
And the king of hearts.
Brett will need a king and a king only, or he is wamboozled.
River card, 4 of clubs. And it will be a split pot, and Brett Ritchie will be eliminated in 8th place.
Sorry.
Hellmuth and Shack get the double degree check mark.
Yes.
Beth happy her dead aces held up.
Good battle.
So Ritchie takes his lead. He will win over $42,000. But Hellmuth and Shack with their aces will chop up the pot.
What was that?
I was hoping it would come back.
Ace is no good.
Aguilera with 2 queens.
Oh, yawning. I thought that was all in. It said it was a yawn. The yawn might save him.
And maybe he's too tired to put the chips in the middle.
I wish wine, my mother used to tell me, keep your mouth closed, else you just catch flies when it's open. If he keeps it open, he may say all in.
He says all in. He does for $29 million.
But
what do you have? I mean, what could Weinman have after all that action is what Payne is thinking.
he calls, but you
call.
see he doesn't love it.
No.
And now Aguilera.
Oh, my.
We are talking about.
Big spot.
There we go.
Wow. Three-way. Kings, queens,
Wow.
jacks.
Good luck, buddy.
Good luck. Let's go.
Reminiscent of our aces, kings, kings, also when we were almost down to the final table.
Aguilera with the queens, the second best hand right now, has the other two covered. So Payne and Weinman at risk. No paint.
Oh, huge for you. No.
Two hearts. Nobody holds a heart. Aguilera, 9% equity. Payne ahead right now.
If no jack comes, we lose a player.
Jack's in trouble.
If a queen comes, we lose 2.
Oh, a jack of hearts on the turn, and the worst hand flops, turns a set.
Weinman didn't even use his one time.
Still a card to come. Payne, now 5% equity, feeling the pain of the pocket kings. Weinman can scoop this whole pot over 80 million. And a tray on the end, and that is it.
This is it. Heads up poker for hard cash between Stu the Kid Unger and John, treasure of the Sierra Madre Shrimp.
Stu's going to raise 40,000. Costs 40,000 for John to call. John calls, 40,000 raise. Got $124,000 in the center right now. Here's the flop. Ace 3-5 different suits. John's first stack, and here he goes again.
Right away.
Betting out. 120,000. Now at this point, Stewie's well aware that the last time John bet out, he had a pair of aces in the pocket. And that's one of the things that's going through Stewie's mind. A feeling exactly, does John have something? Does he have a marginal hand like he's bet with so many times before, or does he have a real good hand like the last time he bet out on the flop?
So he keeps looking back at that one card as if he's got maybe got an ace, but doesn't like what the other is kicker.
Every so often, Stewie will glance up and try and catch.
He's going to call.
I raise it.
Raises.
This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. He's rating $800,000.
He does have
John calls. Here we go. This could be it.
Ace 4, ace with no kicker.
He needs a deuce or a 4. Stewie needs a deuce or a 4.
Stu's in a little bit of trouble here. A tray won't do it. Yes.
Deuce. Stewie wins the tournament. Stu Unger has won 3 World Series of Poker.
Checking his whole cards. Phil's got a king, got an ace. Oh, he loves ace-king.
I'm going to make it 1,500.
When Phil won the main event in '89, he beat Johnny Chan heads up, and that was the first bracelet of 9 that Phil won.
Frank Passantino with ace-ace. Behind the ace-king of Hellmuth.
A raise.
He'll raise it.
What is it, 1,500?
1,500.
You get 3,000.
Raised to 3,000.
Phil shoots in that glance again. Table folding with that raise, and now back to Phil.
And Phil again looking at him.
Okay, that's good enough. I call.
Well, he got enough info. He wants to call. Passantino's happy to hear that.
I check to you.
I've got to go watch Phil's DVD again, see what he says about checking in the dark.
Couple of 4s and an ace. Passantino with a full house. Oh, my.
And unfortunately for Phil, he's picked up aces up with a king kicker.
You check on me. I check you.
I'm telling you, this guy's playing like he's been around the block. That's a very good check, checking the nuts.
There's the turn card. It's a queen, nothing to help Phil.
I check.
10,000.
Ooh, 10,000 from Passantino.
In the couple of hands we've seen Hellmuth against Passantino, Phil's been perplexed. He doesn't think Passantino has much. He's actually underestimated Passantino, and Passantino's had the goods.
It's 10,000 to Phil.
Why so much?
I learned from you. What else do you want?
You make queens full or what?
You want to find out? Cost you 10,000 Scarola.
Skidala?
Scarola.
Well, Phil figured it out in the previous hand and laid it down.
God, this situation, my head is spinning. Just give me a second here. This is just too weird.
He doesn't want to lay this one down.
What's my name? You know what my name is? I forgot my name even. Who am I?
I forgot it. I forgot also.
You forgot also?
But I think I saw.
Am I Phil Hellmuth? Is that Ace King?
Ah, man.
Is that Ace King?
Phil folds.
Come on, that's got to be good.
You want to see my card?
Sure.
I'll show it to you.
Oh, Phil sees he made another good laydown.
That's got to make you feel good now, huh?
I wish he hadn't shown my cards.
Nice hands.
Passantino goes heads up with Phil and wins another pot from him.
Of course.
Honey, I was supposed to go broke on that hand, honey. Except I forgot one thing. I can dodge bullets, baby. You don't think I knew he had a full house? I knew.
Oh, sure.
I was hoping not to have to make that laydown at the World Series of Poker on the first day.
The duel in the desert continues. We rock on. Both players looking a little fatigued at this point, maybe a little agitated, especially Kevin McBride there from Florida, the big underdog in this event, playing, of course, against Scotty Nguyen.
And Scotty's got all the chips, except maybe for, about 600,000 maybe at this point that Kevin's holding. And Kevin makes it 100,000 to go. Action goes back to Scotty, and he's there.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get a flop.
Ooh, interesting flop.
Yeah, 998. Flop comes 998. Scotty checks. And Kevin comes out firing.
What, he's probably representing like maybe a high pair or an ace-king or...
They raised before the flop. You
That's
should have
right.
two big cards, something like that. Maybe a pair.
Here he comes now. Hey, Phil, how you doing? What do you think of this hand?
Getting money ready to raise here. I guess not. He makes a lot of moves like that, doesn't he?
How much you got left, man?
Maybe. That's how much you got.
Constantly trying to make Kevin talk.
Mm-hmm.
350 maybe? Is that right, Jack?
It's okay.
Look at this. Scotty calls 100,000. Boy, oh boy, I have no idea what Scotty has at this point. I mean, he's giving indications like he has like a 9 or an 8 or something. I mean, we'll find out now whether Scotty has a...
That's 100,000.
Oh my God, what is going on here? Could Scotty be slow playing a 9 here, Vince?
I think that's the play, if he does have a 9 or an 8.
Oh my God.
This card's a 8.
Scotty just moved all in.
Scotty bets all in.
I think Scotty has a 9 here, and I think he's going to get, well, we'll see if he gets called or not.
Do you think Kevin could have an overpay now?
I don't have any idea here. This is a very interesting hand here.
You call gonna be all over, baby.
I call. I play the board. Kevin calls.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's got a 9.
Scotty's our new world champion.
Wow, what a hand here. Scotty played this hand really well. He flopped trip 9s here, and he just checked it. He trapped the man who's been doing all the trapping, by the way.
You played well. You played well. You're tougher than I am.
Now Scott Lazar with pocket aces. Welcome to the final table. He's got a double check.
I raise.
Re-raise.
Lazar will re-raise. It is $1 million now to Joseph Hashem.
That's a real raise.
That is a final table raise. Andrew Black will fold. Tex Barch, second in chips, says no thanks, too rich. Now over to Mike Matisow. Matisow with one. Oh, Matisow with pocket kings now to open up.
Oh, and his kings could hit a brutal roadblock. Lazar's pocket aces.
I'm all in.
And Matisow moves all his chips in. Aaron Cantor has him covered, so Matisow is all in.
Geez, we have just only started.
So Cantor folds, so does Kondracki. Now action on the jacks of Danneman.
Danneman might be thinking, well, one of these two guys probably has me beat. I'm in for only $250,000. I got $5 million in front of me. Let's laugh off the $250,000, and maybe live for another hand.
He does fold.
I call.
Lazar is right there, of course, with the call. Oh, and look at Mike Matisow, who opened up with kings.
It's up to them. It's up to the gods.
It's about normal for me, right?
It's up to the gods. Go get him!
Scott Lazar's dad, Stuart.
At Jacks.
It's about normal for me, though. Cooler.
What a showdown to start this championship table. Aces versus kings.
And Matisow just feels snake bit again.
Matisow's mom and brother now with everyone else ready to watch the flop. Time! Oh, a king! Matisow gets a set! One time! Wow!
And that will send Scott Lazar all but out of here.
Maybe the quickest disappearing act of his career for the magician. And now the turn card. It's a deuce of hearts, a little light now for Lazar.
And Matisow acting as if he has just lost the hand. Lazar has picked up the nut flush draw to give him more of a shot. Matisow can't bear the watch. Lazar is the one who may be eliminated. Lazar needs an ace or a heart on the river, or he's the first one out of here.
Now the river, it's a heart! Ah! Lazar wins it!
Yes! 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 Told me I had it! Oh, he got it.
Gloria Matisow cannot believe it, but for Lazar's dad and best friend Bobby Brown, they are thrilled.
I was so unlucky. I got a heart in my hand. This is brutal, dude. Focus. Focus.
The best hand won, right?
Welcome indeed to the main event final table.
How does it happen to me consistently, dude? Am I the unluckiest human ever, or what?
Sorry, man. I'm sorry, bro.
I mean, how about the cooler? First the cooler, then the miracle, then the
Mike being consoled by two-time bracelet winner Mark Safe.
What dreams are made of.
But what a nightmare beginning to this final table for Mike Matisow.
Back over to the 8 players at table 2 now. Jonathan Duhamel looks down at pocket jacks.
Duhamel craves action, and he says when you're bored, you raise a lot more. Well, here he's got a hand to raise with.
And he is going to raise it. $575,000. Now to Matt Affleck with pocket aces.
Hello, pocket aces. You go, Matt.
I think if he makes the final table, he might wear a Seattle Mariners tuxedo, Norman. And Matt on the button with a re-raise to $1,550,000. Small blind folds over to Dewey Lay in the big blind. And Dewey folds. So now back to Duhamel.
With tricky pocket jacks.
Raise.
And he says re-raise himself to just over $3.9 million.
Duhamel's interest is peaked. And Affleck could 5-bet it here, even go all in.
Matt Affleck with 2 aces against the pocket jacks of Duhamel. And Matt just with the call.
Well, Affleck is out-chipped by Duhamel, and he'd like to get as many of those chips as possible.
2 of the top 5 stacks see a flop of 10-9-7. Affleck still good with his aces. Duhamel picks up a gut shot. And he checks. Affleck.
Matt moves deliberately, but decisively.
With the aces. And Duhamel, a very interested observer. That's $5 million from Matt.
Affleck hoping Duhamel has a big pocket pair because he'll get at least 5 million more chips here.
And that's Buddies looking a little nervous on the sidelines.
Duhamel's gonna call, and you know, if those chips fall over, someone's gotta yell Jenga.
Well, he does make the call. Over 18 million in the middle.
Big pot now, and we could have a big change in the pecking order.
Turn card is a queen of diamonds. Duhamel now with an up and down straight draw. Matt's ace is still good, though.
Yeah, that card line gives Duhamel more outs if he thinks he's up against a big pair or a set.
Duhamel checks again.
Affleck in his familiar pose.
All in.
He says all in for 11.6 million. So now back to Duhamel with the jacks and the up and down straight draw.
A huge decision for Duhamel. He's not getting the right price to call, and he'd be left with just over 8 million chips if he loses. He's got to believe Matt wouldn't push here with anything less than aces, kings, or a set, no?
Duhamel thinking very seriously about this.
Call.
And makes the call.
Tens and nines.
Kings, right?
I'm shocked by the call line. Look at the pot. Affleck on the brink of becoming the huge chip leader. Duhamel, if he gets lucky, would be an overwhelming chip leader.
So Affleck way ahead, one card away from putting a huge hurt on Duhamel. Everyone on pins and needles here at the Rio. This will be the biggest river card of the tournament.
Yeah, a defining moment here late at this main event, Lon. Jonathan Duhamel just wants to disappear inside that hood if he could. Matt Affleck is going to have 41 million chips or no chips. He needs to dodge a king, jack, or 8.
The river card. Oh, it's an 8! A crushing blow to Matt Affleck. Duhamel hit his card and eliminates young Matt Affleck.
He's got to be heartbroken.
Affleck thunderstruck.
Last year, the blow-up, and he finished 80th. This year, the bad beat, and he finishes 15th.
Affleck so close to the prize. He had overcome some earlier setbacks only to fight back and become a major factor again, but now he's gone.
In back-to-back years, he comes so far, gets so close, and leaves so crushed.
He was one card from all but locking up a seat at the final table, but now Matt Affleck's main event dream is shattered. All his chips go to Duhamel, who now has over 50 million.
It's as if he's in shock. It's as if he can't leave.
Matt Affleck will try once again to deal with the realization of a dream gone amiss, and gets a well-deserved round of applause from the crowd here in the Rio Poker Room as he finally makes his way to the exit. One man's bounty is another man's demise.
A delayed, understandable outburst from Matt.
Matt Affleck knocked out in stunning fashion yet again.
Again.
Meanwhile, Jonathan Duhamel has to be over the moon right now. He's got more than 50 million chips with just 5 eliminations to go to get us to the final table. And Matt has come back in the room to say his goodbyes.
Now, what a gesture here from Matt Affleck. In the wake of that brutal bust out, he felt he did not leave the stage in the proper manner, so he comes back and does the right thing.
Matt fought back from a near crippling blow earlier in the main event to once again be a player, but like more than 7,300 before him, he'll have to patiently wait for another opportunity.
Hey, you're good. Good luck.
Again. Bad call, man.
A lot of maturity from the 23-year-old. Matt, you played your heart out and you done us proud.
Chris Moneymaker's going to do it anyway. Reaches for 100,000 chips with a king 7. Sam Farha with a queen 9 will call that bet.
When it's heads up, odd things happen.
Flop comes 9-2-6. Farha has made a pair of 9s. Chris Moneymaker has nothing and checks. Checks for Farha as well. The turn is an 8.
And now they both have a spade draw.
300,000 from Sam Farha,
who has the pair of 9s, and Moneymaker also has a straight draw and will raise.
There's a 300. Not raise.
Very adamant about his raise.
Indeed. Still stacking chips. It's a big raise.
5 more.
500,000 is the raise.
It's quite a play. It's sort of a semi-bluff. He still could get there on a straight draw or flush draw, but he has nothing right now, and Sam comes right on in.
We're going to see the river card.
You said it's going to be over soon.
It may well be, and is a 3 of hearts.
Moneymaker doesn't get to either draw, and the pair of 9s is best.
I'm all in.
Chris is all in.
Chris Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker, who missed his draws, has nothing, and now has put Sam Farhall all in. He would have to put all his chips in, and if he lost this pot, he would be out of the tournament. Moneymaker bluffed at this once, and Farhall came. He's now bluffing at it again.
You must have missed your flush, huh?
Sam's absolutely right.
This would be a tough, tough call for Sammy.
Is Chris bluffing this time?
No.
He ain't bluffed all night.
No.
It's quite a predicament for Sammy. He has a pair of 9s. It's the best hand, but he can't know that. And if he calls this bet and loses, we're playing for the World Championship. If he's wrong, he's out of it. He's the runner-up. So it's really tough just to sit here and call with a pair of 9s, particularly when Moneymaker has made 2 big bets in a row.
I'll make a crazy call on you. Could be the best hand.
Sam Farhall trying to draw something out of Chris Moneymaker, but he's like a statue, afraid to make any sort of move.
Sam, you want to save yourself, you won't call.
Don't do it.
Don't do it, Sam.
Don't do it.
He is not going to do it. Chris Moneymaker bluffs Sam Farhall out of a big stack of money.
And considering this situation, I know we're early in the century, but that's the bluff of the century. What a play from Chris Moneymaker.